Good afternoon. Thank you for attending today's year-end post-wrestling 2025 Christmas show. I will be your moderator for today's call. All lines will be muted during the presentation portion of the call. If you would like to ask a question, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. I will now pass the call over to your host, Neal Flanagan, Head of Post Wrestling's Investor Relations.
Hello and welcome to the post-wrestling year-end Christmas show to close out Q4. Earlier today, we issued a press release which you can view on our Investor Relations website. A recording of this podcast will also be available on our company website for at least 30 days. Joining me on today's call is John Pollock, Post Wrestling's Executive Chair. After prepared remarks from Wai Ting, we will open the call for our investor Q&A, dissecting 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. The purpose of this podcast is to provide you with the information from our full year 2025 performance. I want to remind you that this podcast will include forward-looking statements and/or projections that involve risk, uncertainties, and assumptions. If these risks or uncertainties were to materialize, or any assumptions proven incorrect, our results may differ materially from those expressed or implied on this call. With that, I will now turn the call over to Wai Ting.
Thanks, Neal, and good afternoon, everyone. Post-wrestling's strong results reflect robust demand for our premium content and live shows. Throughout 2025, we achieved multiple download and engagement records, including live StreamYard viewership and Spotify downloads during the year. We inked significant partnership agreements, most notably with Wrestlenomics and NordVPN. We secured domestic and international rights increases, and we launched new content with the post-daily news updates and book club. We have made meaningful progress in our integration efforts on TikTok and YouTube Shorts, including the hiring of a best-in-class team of video editors. During this period, Post Wrestling hit financial milestones based on the full year, and the positive momentum has extended into 2026 as powerfully demonstrated by our relationship with Patreon, which houses our flagship programming on the global platform. This agreement will provide substantial and predictable economics for years to come, and it also demonstrates our ability to leverage the post-wrestling flywheel to capitalize on the evolving wrestling podcast landscape and forge relationships with new and emerging partners. These accomplishments underscore our conviction to generate meaningful cash flow and deliver Patreon subscriber value over the long term. We continue to make progress across post-wrestling. Looking ahead to 2026, we are optimistic about the opportunities on the horizon. With that, I'll turn the call over to Neal, and then John will join us.
I'll now welcome John Pollock on this, the 24th of December.
'Twas the night before Christmas, Neal, and across every division, operational readiness was locked in with precision. That would meet brand standards, best in class everywhere.
If I can follow up, John, walk us through the situation that night. What was the atmosphere like?
Look, very simple. It was the night before Christmas, and operationally, everything was locked in. The house was quiet. I'm talking zero movement, full shutdown mode. Not even a mouse on the radar. Total stillness across the board.
And the stockings?
Positioned perfectly. Hung by the chimney with absolute intention. Great placement, great visibility. We're talking classic holiday tradition executed at a high level. And the kids, fully invested. They're in bed, dreaming big. Sugar plums, aspirations, the whole thing. Total buy-in.
And when did things shift?
Middle of the night. Picked up this surge. Significant uptick in activity outside. So I go to the window, pull the shutters back, and what do I see? 8 reindeer and a sleigh coming in hot. And at the helm is this iconic figure, red suit, undeniable brand presence, tremendous legacy value.
You're talking about Santa?
Exactly. Guy's a pro. He lands on the roof with absolute precision, minimal noise, maximum efficiency. Then down the chimney he goes. It's a seamless operation. He's dressed head to toe in red, snow dust everywhere, but he's moving fast, strategic, purpose-driven.
What stood out to you?
It's the way he handles the workflow. He's delivering gifts, stuffing stockings, no wasted motion. The beard, the laugh, the energy, it's authentic, it's consistent, and you understand instantly why he's dominated this space for centuries.
And then he leaves?
He gives this tight, confident nod. A leader who knows the job's done right, heads back up the chimney, rallies the reindeer, and he's off. But before the exit, he delivers the signature line. It's quick, it's powerful, it's brand defining. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
A perfect close?
Absolutely. It's what every great operator does. Finish strong, stay memorable, elevate the entire experience.
That concludes the conference call. Thank you for your participation. You may now disconnect your line.
And Merry Christmas from Post Wrestling, presented by Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer.
Oh, an NA.
An NA, as John Cena would say. I've slowly grown an appreciation for these in my alcohol-free 2025. That
really has been the big change for you this year, has it not?
I've made, several adjustments this year. You
made health a priority, it seems.
I did. I work out now quite a bit, even though I'm sure it doesn't show. The YouTube comments certainly are not reflective of that. But I feel like I feel my best that I have since I was playing a lot of competitive sports in high school. So I feel good. I do feel good. Yes.
Good for you. That's awesome. Yeah. Let me ask you, by the way, welcome and happy holidays, everybody.
Oh, we're live. Whoops. I thought this was a private conversation. Welcome to the Post Wrestling Christmas Show. It's John and Wai. Here we are, Christmas Eve.
First of all, great job to you and Neal Flanagan and myself, of course.
Yeah, thank you to you.
And also the unnamed host of that particular call for the
very attractive voice intro off the top there. Yes,
great job on the intro. Another one this year. I do want to maybe talk about this health thing too, because I'm in a position over the past year now, just having a newborn, the father of two for the first time this year. I don't see how I could possibly fit in any sort of health routine myself, just mainly due to energy, but mainly also due to time. How much of has your recent health kick come as a result of maybe your kids, being a little bit more self-sufficient?
There's probably some of that. I really sympathize with you when it comes to the sleep portion. You don't make a big deal about things, but I can only imagine what your nights are like.
Exhausted.
The
entire year I've been so tired.
Dude, thank you. You have every right to vent and complain and to be lethargic, and you never are. You are very much you do not broadcast what you're going through. But in my head, I know what you're going through because I've been there, and it's very tough. I can imagine.
Thank you.
That's a huge part, is that when I go to sleep, other than if our kid comes in and wakes one of us up, but I'm not going to wake up to crying in the middle of the night. And that's a big change. What I did was, when I started, I'm the same. I look at things as though this portion of my day is I'm not going to get X amount done work-wise if I'm going to carve this out. But it's what is more important to me? I need to put myself into a schedule where I force myself. And I started it off way, literally, you can find 10 million workout programs online. I work out literally here in my office. I started with 6 to 8 minute workout programs. I was that's a very easy, manageable task. And now, most days I'm doing a 35-minute program. And I force myself because I feel worse if I don't do it. There's a guilt that I have on top of myself, and I try not to make this work. I try to enjoy it, and I feel really good afterward. When I'm done, I feel energized. I typically do it at the end of the day. So it's my second wind when we have to do a show that night, for instance. I just feel a lot better by getting it in. It's if for nothing else, I've done something today that was work. That was something difficult.
And so by the
It's
end
a mental thing as much as a physical thing.
You mean like what time of day when you mean end of the day?
End of like my work day. So like 4:30, 5 o'clock. I'll work out for like 30, 40 minutes. And
Cool.
and then I have kind of a gap before we'll have to start a show on like God knows how many nights of the week.
And so like what sort of effects has it had on your eating? I trust everybody. We will get to the guests. Okay, this is still a Christmas show, but
This is John
rare
Pollock's health
opportunity.
assessment with my physical therapist.
Like,
I mean,
why the no drinking? Like, at what point did that come into play?
It was just a overall, like, I just felt sluggish. Like, I was tired a lot, and it was like, well, what am I doing about this? It was like, it's not just like, yes, everyone gets tired, everyone does this, but it was like, to me, it was just, well, you don't have time for this, and that's like that's just our go-to. Like, you're always busy. It was like, well, it's like, how old am I? 41 now. I was just like, I basically said to myself, like, if I'm going to do this, like, why don't I give myself the best opportunity to see if this can like make some meaningful difference. And so it just was part and parcel with, okay, I'd like to work out more. It's daunting that I didn't even put like, I'm not going to, at the beginning, I didn't say to myself, well, you're going to do this every single day. It was like, what if I work out 2 times a week, that's 2 more times than I was before. It's already more. And that just, well, why can't I do this 3 times a week, 4 times a week? And now it's like, I rarely will miss a day, period. And on top of that, like, once I'm doing all this work, I almost felt like, okay, you have like a beer at the end of the day. It's like, I'm just negating what I did. Like, again, give myself the best chance to see if like I can make some meaningful difference. I'll say within the first 6 weeks, I lost like 12 pounds in like a month, 5 weeks, like instantly. And it was just a matter of like just focusing like a little bit on, what I'm eating, doing like, again, like moderate amount of exercise. Like, I'm not doing an Ironman. I'm not, running miles and stuff like that. Like, I'm not doing anything that is superhuman. I'm just trying like consistency with like a decent amount of like managing what I eat, cutting out alcohol. And it wasn't all that hard. And it's kind of just, you just form a routine. And now I'm locked in that routine.
This sounds like the beginning of a new career, perhaps.
Me and Cena are going on the circuit together. We're going to be doing motivational speaking together. And I'm going to teach John about personal care and working out.
Well, I'm very happy to hear it. I'm very happy that, you are productive in this area. You're in terms of just like career. I think you have everybody's respect, of course. Another tremendous year of output, John Pollock, but also like life outside of podcasting, professional wrestling. To see you grow in this manner, I mean, it's inspiring, honestly.
Yes, I'm trying to do better of deflecting praise, because I am very proud of myself that I have done this for as long as I have, that this wasn't just a 2-3 month thing. And then it was like creating excuses, because they will always creep in. Like, you don't have to work out today. You could do this, like, it's not as though, well, you can just sit down and watch TV or something. Like, I would have, well, if you spend this half hour prepping the story for the show, there's a constructive reason to skip this. But I just would shut that down. And just when excuses come in, it was just, the answer is no. Just do something. Do a shorter workout if you have to. It's better than nothing. So all that is to say, Wai, I think that you could just start like at a really minimal amount. Try once a week for 10 minutes. That's more than maybe you're doing right now.
I will try. Yes, absolutely.
But no pressure.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
I'm hearing somebody that like, I feel like you want that push.
Definitely. No, trust me. Like my wife and I like made plans to, like, my wife and I both feel this way. Hey, like, it's time to maybe invest a little bit more into just like ourselves after like 9 months.
It's fucking hard. Okay. Like when we had Max, That's when you and I were doing like kickboxing at
Open mat.
Open mat. Like I was like, we were doing like 2-hour sessions like twice a week, as I recall. Like I was getting like a really good workout twice a week. And then we had Max plummet, like no working out. And like, it was a struggle. And then I got into that habit where it was like, do I want to, at the end of this day, get into my car and go drive? Like here, it's like, I don't have to go to a gym. I'm doing it all here. And I think it also helps. Like I can't work out just on my own. I need like a video. I need somebody that it's like, this is how long it's going. And you just have to keep up and follow, because you just, it pushes you that much more. This is getting too preachy. So let's cut this down a bit. Nobody logged in here to find out about whether or not I'm going to have a heart attack or not by the time I'm 50. So
what did they log in to find out?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think what they logged in to hear about was a rocking chair in my office that you may find out more about later. That's my thought.
What a tease. What a tease.
Yeah, can I ask, before we get to business and such, how was your 2025 overall? You had more significant life moments than me in 2025.
I mean, honestly, I would characterize it, like with the addition of a new person in our lives. I mean, raising one child is pretty difficult, and people warn, like 2 is that much more difficult. I've heard somebody say it's easier. I'm like, what kind of, like, what are you doing? That's so different. But it is not just like doubly different, it is exponentially more different or more difficult. And it's more difficult like with our age gap too, because the toddler is so increasingly demanding that like I'm still very much just mainly focused, I feel, on the toddler who seeks so much attention. And of course the baby does too, but the baby can't vocalize it as well, or at least like, baby demands a lot of the mother's time, and my time right now is very much really like her time is focused on the toddler as well. So that's been trying and difficult, but at the same time I also know, looking back, I won't just necessarily think about these tough times, especially like when I look at photos. I'm only thinking about the good times. It is also exponentially more like wonderful, to have just these little things that kind of look like you running around the house and seeing them grow and seeing them mature and taking just way too many pictures. So of course, all in all, it's worthwhile. But it's definitely taken a toll, I would say, on my just certainly physical health, but also it's taken my attention away from, I think, like completely devoting my life to maybe the podcasting, which has maybe been the case in prior years. So that's been really difficult, trying to split my time and attention between like all this stuff, like the increasing demands of a professional wrestling consumption schedule, the news cycle, and then of course, like, my family as well. So that's been a bit challenging. Maybe that's how I'll remember 2025.
Yeah, I mean, like you know yourself more. I would say overall, I think you've kept up incredibly well through all things considered. Like I thought I was expecting, like when you came back from your paternity leave, like I was expecting like there was going to be a lot of holes to help facilitate like your new schedule, like way you have like taken as much on as possible, to the point that I've like felt guilty at times of the stuff that you are doing. Like overnight, like I don't know what your schedule is like beyond like your work duties of like when you're called away, when a baby's waking up and stuff like that. But I mean, if it's been a struggle for you, like it has not shown. And I think most people would agree with that. Like I have not found like this drop off, or that you're not following certain things. Like it's been like you're balancing a lot, and like I certainly am aware of it, and I'm sure a lot of people listening are as well.
I appreciate it. Maybe a lot of it is just, like having seen you gone through very similar, and not certainly recognizing any sort of like, effect on your output during the time as well. I don't know, like you always feel like you could be doing more, especially like, for a business like this that I think demands constant evolution to try to keep up with like, and like what the audience is looking for, what you guys that are listening to this might be looking for. Didn't look for this opening segment to be a bit of a therapy session, but I mean, this is kind of what happens when on Christmas and the holidays when you get together with loved ones, I suppose.
Well, it being the holiday season, we do have a number of guests that are going to be joining us on this year's Christmas show. So this year we are going to be we're going to be joined by a lot of your favorites from in and around the post wrestling family and extended family. We'll be getting some in-laws stopping by as well. We are making this more so focused on the post wrestling family itself. Why, you ask? Because this show has become a monster for me every year, where September rolls around and in the back of my head, it is not that Christmas is coming up, it is that the Christmas show is coming up. And I have kind of balanced this because I think Wai and I, what we enjoy the most about this show most years is having a lot of our friends on to chat and not trying to do just some traditional interview format as well. Not to mention like the scheduling aspect. There was one very big guest that we shot for and did not come to pass. And I won't lie, it took me like
we will reveal. Okay.
Yeah, one day we'll reveal it. But it took me like 48 hours to get over that one because I was so locked in that this was perfect. And when I didn't get it, I was like a 12-year-old that like was not getting his dessert afterwards. No. It's because I don't like teasing or mentioning things we're not providing. But regardless, I'm really happy with who we've got coming by. We hope you enjoy all of the conversations and discussion that we are going to be having. No shortage of guests. We will say that.
At the start of like I guess like Christmas show season, like John will ask, hey, like, do you have any like thoughts on like who you might want to talk to? And honestly, like in previous years, I'd probably come up with here's a dream list of like, people that I would love to speak to. This year, my dream list only consisted of people that are within our network. And I don't know what it is, but personally, I kind of like the vibe, or wanted the vibe this year to just be more about like us talking to friends and not necessarily like shifting to interview mode and talking to somebody like more, I guess, well known, in the industry. So yeah, this is a bit more of an intimate vibe, VIPs only, okay, that are welcome to this year's Christmas party.
Yeah, we were gonna have Travis Scott, but he didn't get back to us, right?
Neither did John Cena, nor Dwayne. We tried though.
We tried. But you know what? Wai and I never once said, "What if they had shown up?" Like, okay, what do we do next? Where are we going? Because why? Why talk about what didn't happen? This is not reality. We have to just go with what we have and go forward.
And when we asked John Cena, he said, "You know what? Don't ask why I can't be there. Ask what you can gain from the experience."
So let's welcome in our first guest. And when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about the website and some changes in 2026. Dun, dun, dun. Let's welcome in our first guest. Would it be a Christmas show without welcoming a staple of this annual tradition? No one better to have on than Damian Abraham himself, the Santa Claus of the post-wrestling universe. Hello, Damian.
Hello, John. Hello, Wai. There was that one time that I will never let you forget where you home aloned me.
Was there a year we missed having you on?
Wai,
I have not been reminded of it for the last decade. I
definitely have not. I definitely always present in my mind. I'm like, am I going to be, are we going to have a Home Alone 2? Am I going to have to meet Donald Trump in the lobby of a hotel instead of getting to be here at post wrestling Christmas? Because I have the trauma. It happened.
Well, like CBC, I conveniently edited that clip out of my memory to avoid any negative thoughts. I thought that what would be the best question to really get Damian's attention to start, and I feel my opener is Damian, can you believe it's been 30 years since that New York hardcore doc came out in 1995?
How did you bring that up, John? Of all this stuff to talk about, did you listen to my podcast today where I was talking about that documentary?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I was like, if you somehow, of all the things to talk about, talked about that out of nowhere, I am. Yes, it has been 30 years since they filmed that documentary, and
what a scene!
It is one of the wildest documentaries that anyone can ever watch about music, and it is a documentary that has probably been seen by maybe a few thousand people. So it's on YouTube for free, the NYHC documentary. But there are some, it's a interesting look at a scene that now, I don't know, are you guys familiar with the band Turnstile?
No, but not as much as Elton John is, but I feel that I know at least a little bit about Turnstile.
Yeah, Elton John's record of the year, right, John? I think he said
that's right. Not to despite his wardrobe choices at a Beatles show.
Yes, absolutely. Oh my gosh, did you listen to all 3.5 hours of me and Kevin Gill ramble? A lot of wrestling talk on that episode.
No, I did not listen to all 3.5 hours, but you were streaming from the gutter with Kevin Gill recently.
I was, yes, Kevin Gill, the originator of the, at least to me, famed punk rock wrestling connection, or one of the originators of this thing. He is a commentator who has done commentary for Battleground, GCW, like all sorts of wrestling companies over here, JCW, but also someone, as you see in the NYHC documentary, that has deep, deep roots to punk and hardcore. Him and Lars from Rancid have called some wrestling shows together. He's Vinny Stigma from Agnostic Front's entryway to wrestling, because Vinny Stigma started to do some work in pro wrestling. And yeah, like an all-around super nice guy with lots of stories. I think he curated the soundtrack to Backyard Wrestling, the video game, and helped put that video game together way back when. So he came on the show, and I thought we were going to talk for 45 minutes, and 3.5 hours later. Well, sometimes there's a few podcast episodes that I have that did not break the 1 hour mark. And to me, those are sort of the great failures of my podcasting career.
What makes for a bad interview for you? Like when do you sense in a conversation that, the wheels are spinning and it's time to just pull over to the side of the road?
I think too, John, right? Like, you've done interviews probably longer than me, right? Like, there's a moment where you can kind of feel the energy winding down, and there's normally I get that in the podcast. I feel it about an hour 15. A lot of guests, I start to feel that, and then I want to wrap them up. But when I start feeling that, and I look up the clock, and I'm like, wow, we're 20 minutes in. I know I'm going to have to work. I'm going to have to try and draw that thing out to at least an hour, just for my own. And there's no other reason for me to do this than my own need to do it. But I feel like I need to draw them at least to an hour. And yeah, there's moments where I'm like, I can't do that. Like 45 minutes.
You do what I don't think I would be capable of doing, at least on any kind of regular basis, because anytime I am doing an interview, my first and foremost thought is, how much of this person's time I am taking away from them. And it is the idea, the longer the interview goes, the more my guilt is starting to grow. There's few people in this world, you two being two of them, whose time I feel I can at least extend to a certain degree and just take up lots amount of it. But it does require waiting to be my second life partner.
On the guest side of things, there have been a few times that I've been a guest on your shows where I've looked in your eyes and been like, this guy wants me to stop talking so he can wrap it up.
No, other than that day about TNA and Spike TV, there was never a time I've done an interview with you where I've wanted to wrap things up. But I was not present at all in that conversation, as I was very rudely looking at my phone as you were probably giving me great gold that I was not processing. Well,
unfortunately for us, Wai wasn't present at all because Wai was sick that day. So it was like a 2-man booth versus the 3-person booth. And it was super fun. Like, I still remember that. I look back on all those hangs was such great fondness, but that one in particular, and also the time the three of, or actually Nate was there too, and Jerry Lawler, right? Yeah, Jerry Lawler had his heart attack, and we did dabs or smoked weed out of a little bong. Not you guys.
You did dabs.
I did. I did.
Did Nate?
We won't incriminate anyone else, but
no comment on whether Nate was present or not for that. But it was definitely a moment where we're in the studio of a certain network that also will not be named, and I look at John's face, and he's like, with his eyes, "What the hell are you doing?"
I definitely did not have that judgment. I
okay, good.
Less, but
I put a lot of stuff. I project a lot onto you, John.
You do. I know. You have your viewpoint of me, but you know what? After you think that we are all so different, but here we are, all these years later, and 2025. I can say that I became straight edge, more than you. I think
definitely more than me at this point, John. Congratulations, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So there's no merriment around this holiday season in terms of that type of merriment, but lots more merriment in terms of every other kind of merriment.
Yeah, I mean, I have I feel like it's an evolution, not a restriction.
Straight edge society reboot. We're gonna bring it back. I got some merch I can give you. I think I have some straight edge t-shirts if you want them.
Well, that's why I did this. For the gifts at the end.
You need the classic t-shirt. Straight edge means I'm better than you.
I definitely don't need that shirt at all, but I do appreciate the sentiment.
16-year-old me wore that shirt with so much arrogance, and just it was awesome. But wait, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm well. As always, Damian, like on these sort of check-ins, I'm always curious. Because I guess of maybe other than Brandon Thurston, you might be the guest who I'm assuming may have watched the least amount of wrestling on this particular podcast this year. So what is your current wrestling consumption, or what has it been in 2025?
Well, obviously, and I'm not saying this just because I'm here. Everything you guys talk about wrestling, I listen to. And so I still consume wrestling largely through you guys. I guess I'm like, oh yeah, I'm kind of a lapsed fan at this point, but I'm not, because I know all the storylines. I know all especially from, John and Brandon's podcast as well, all the business stuff. Like, I'm very immersed in wrestling at this point, but I don't know if I'm consuming WWE's product on a weekly basis. AEW a little bit more now, and certainly I'm very interested in TNA, and as it shows up on AMC, I'm going to be checking that out, because I still have terrestrial cable, like some sort of weird old person. So I will be, I'll be checking in on that. I still watch wrestling. I still love the art of wrestling. Like, I went I saw AEW when they were in town, and I've seen like some indie shows this year as well. And I still love wrestling. There's nothing about that I dislike. I was talking about this, I think, with Kevin Gill, actually. Like, I still feel like there's a type of wrestling product that has been, I've experienced it at various times, but it's not really being offered to me right now necessarily on TV in a consistent sort of way. But that being said, there's a lot of stuff in AEW. There's almost too much stuff good stuff in AEW at times.
What exactly is that type that you're looking for?
I want something where, like, it's kind of like the line is blurred between like reality and fiction in some sort of like work shoot kind of way. But like, these people are such compelling people that I love when the characters reflect the real individuals. And I don't know. I don't like it's, and I like a mix of stuff too in there. And yeah, like, I don't know. It's hard to put my finger on it. There's definitely
the last time something really hit for you?
I like some of that Darby Allin, John Moxley stuff, because it was just like there was some like innovation in stuff that at least I hadn't seen before.
From this year, you mean?
Yeah. Right. Watching my family watch their match in Toronto, and just like being like, I have really screwed up as a parent thinking that this was appropriate to bring my 10-year-old child to see.
Did you have that thought before or after the lighting on fire?
It was It was before, because I'm backstage running around because I was shooting some stuff for like this project. And so I'm like running around doing some work on some stuff. And then I start getting these texts from my wife of like, oh my God, like vomit face emoji. Like, what is this? And so I peek my head around and look at the monitor, and it's as Moxley stabbing that wire into Darby's ear. And like, you know, there's blood everywhere. And it's just like, holy, this is incredible. And that was that whole show. There was like that. There's like the MJF thumbtack match where he's got like a
Beth Phoenix was murdered. We've never heard from her since.
Never. Like, it was truly like that was the thing about that card. Every match felt like it could have been a main event on another show, pretty much. Like, there's like so much gravitas to everything that you're watching, and it's so as a viewer, it's kind of hard to, I guess, to watch it like that and to be in that moment the whole time. I find booking wrestling must be very difficult in this day and age where everyone wants immediate gratification constantly, and the whole thing is about, you know, building these crescendos with the audience. And I've got a lot of empathy for these bookers.
I do want to share. I wanted to get into this one story. I think I probably have shared this at some point, but Damian is like several degrees removed from what was easily the worst day of 2025 for me. And this was on my trip to Mexico back in March. And
yes,
this was the worst travel experience of my life that involved the four of us, including my two children, the car seat that we have brought onto the plane for my youngest one, who was 4 at the time, and then getting out in Cancun and experiencing, first of all, this enormous line that leads us into just the den of hell to try and get through customs, which is all systems are down, and we are just in a swamp of people for 5 hours as I'm holding this car seat. And the only solace I have is putting my headphones in and listening to Damian Abraham and Bob Mould, which unfortunately was over after an hour. And then the next 4 was just from people fainting to near fist fights erupting around me, crying. I mean, you could just imagine it. And it was like, I've literally said that, like, I will travel anywhere in the world. I will never, ever, ever, ever go to this airport ever again. I don't care if it's a 1% chance of this replicating in the future. I never want to go through this again in my life. It was the worst. And you were semi-attached to that day for me in my ears.
You texted me and you're like, yeah, I've had like the worst travel day. And I was listening to you and Bob Mould. It was like, thank you for giving me like a little bit of solace during that time. I had no idea it was that bad. Like, Wayne, you know this too. Traveling with kids is like the fucking worst thing. Like, there's no vacationing with your kids.
To their defense, they held up pretty well considering, but it was like we had no access to food during this whole time.
Yeah.
We have no access to washrooms during this time. It is just, and there's no, like, if you're in a line and it's just slowly moving, it's like, okay, we're making progress. This is just, it's bottlenecked with 2 exits and no movement for 4 of those 5 hours. There's no movement. It's like, we could be here for another hour. We could be here for 10. There's no knowledge of this. And everyone, it is the most stressful place in the world in the best of times. And you compound this, just think of the level of anger that is just boiling. And if there was some riot here, like, there's no airport official, nobody is like coordinating anything. It was just the worst. It was the absolute worst day that I have experienced this year, hands down. There's nothing close.
Yeah, that tops any travel story I have.
I can't believe that, given your much more well-traveled self that does not have anything equivalent to that.
I've got, but I think the kid thing is the thing that puts it over the top for me. Because, like, yeah, like on my own, I've definitely put up with, like, maybe not that level of shit, but I put up with some shit. But at the end of the day, it's just you. But, like, once again, to come back to like what we were talking about off here, but as a parent, to be in that situation with your kids and with your partner and the stress of that, like, God, if only you had the Kevin Gill episode from this Streams from the Gutter to listen to. That would have been like, it would have given you the whole rest of the, it would have been fine.
Yeah, then I would have had only 2.5 hours afterwards. Yes.
No, I think it was 3.5 hours with Kevin Gill plus the hour. Yay, John, you would have been sailing through. You would have been just fine with that Kevin Gill episode. Oh man. Yeah, there's nothing like, I really don't want to travel ever again. Like I took this year off from the band. We kind of I started working on some other projects. And so we kind of didn't really tour this year. We had a big tour set up for the US. It kind of fell through because the band we were going to tour with didn't get their visas. And then, so we just haven't toured a lot this year. And so, yeah, that you're scaring me, John. Like maybe 2026 will be grounded too.
Well, what have you been working on over the past year?
I just put out a documentary about the band SNFU with I worked on it with Nathan, who did The Wrestlers with me, and this guy Joe Crewmans, who did stuff with me at Vice, and then my best friend from growing up, Zach Feldberg, another graduate from TMU, fellow graduate from the Radio Television Arts program, and he and I have kind of
Timu University.
Timu. He and I have been wanting to work on stuff for years. He was kind of working kind of more on the network sides of things, and so we just started this company, working on a project with MVP, working on a couple other documentary projects. Still very early going with all this stuff, but it's been fun, like getting to run around and shooting stuff and getting kind of coordinate making documentaries. Like it feels like I'm making stuff like with the wrestlers again. It definitely is it's a different sets of challenges, but that's great having different sets of challenges sometimes. And so, hopefully 2026 we get a little bit more stuff going, but it's been a ride so far.
Yet another chapter in the very colorful life of Damian Abraham.
Yeah, what is it like?
Like in the
Jack
time
of all
we've
trades.
known you, like seriously, in the time we've known you, or like you went from TV host obviously to rock star to
he was
cannabis
already a big star
advocate
when we met him.
podcaster.
Yeah, like I just think it's trying to
Fox News correspondent.
No, John, never, John.
Guest
on twice that somehow it's been misconstrued that I was a correspondent. That thing still plagues me. I'll be in arguments with someone and they're like, "You were a Fox News correspondent." I'm like,
oh, gosh.
"No, I wasn't. I was
That's
on
ridiculous.
his dumb show twice." And God, he was anyway. That is someone who's not even worth talking about. That whole side of the world. That's been the other side of this whole thing, is like the world's been in such a state this past year, and there's been so much. Oh man, it makes the poor booking of John Cena's last match pale in comparison. John, what's going on in the outside world?
What do you think about that? The finish?
I think it's like I can see what they're doing. Like, you got to pay attention. It's all about the story. There's going to be a payoff. I've never seen the payoff ever. The Nexus angle, the pipe bomb, the raw GM computer, the Rock with Travis Scott. Like there's no payoff coming. So the other thing you do, and like, so you can, you're of two minds, right? You book for the future or you book for the present. So if the future's off the table because they're never going to give the payoff, then you got to book for the present. And like you guys said, people have paid, like some people probably mortgaged their friggin' house for some insanity to go to this show. And you just like suck the air out of the balloon. And I know, like in wrestling, like, no, you don't make any money once they're in the door. Well, you do from concessions and stuff like that. But just like, it was just like, is there a way to do this both? Like, you have him win that match, blah, blah, and then he shows up in Raw to do his final goodbye the next night. Gunther shows up, kicks the crap out of him, like to the point that he gets stretchered off and he's gone forever. Like that to me is the better version of this thing paying off. John Cena can win, leave his shit in the ring, like, and I also felt they should have done that with Sting too, because then you can like, you pay off both sides of it.
Tam, our fan Tam, if you will.
Yeah.
You got to remember about Tam, okay?
Yeah.
Well, Damian, I want to wish you a happy holiday season to you and your entire extended family as well. And there was one payoff to the pipe bomb, and that was the unity of us three, which we will have to get together for our 15th anniversary celebration this summer, won't we?
Oh my gosh, yes. We should do a retrospective podcast looking back on the career of CM Punk.
Sure.
We can talk about my
let's
my
call
interview.
it glass half fill. Okay. That will be the look back at CM Punk. Okay. The summer of 2026. The summer of turned out a punk. Okay. That'll be the retro look that we will take.
John, turned out a pun because you are the master, my friend.
A very Merry Christmas to Damian Abraham. Who better to kick things off than the man himself?
Yeah, always great vibes. I don't spend enough time in my personal life with that man, and that's been kind of sad this year, but hopefully that'll change. Always doing something very, very interesting.
Maybe one of the kindest people I know.
Yes, 100%.
A very always heartwarming, and it's great that he was the first guest here, because I was a little worried if all the other guests had arrived here at the Post Wrestling Christmas party and he showed up a little late and peeked in the window, and
you would never let that down. Yeah. I don't think he'll ever,
because my phone's not on. I might not see a text.
Yeah, there are people that don't remember that story, but yeah, John, I guess like you and I had a bit of a joint birthday party for our 40th actually at your place, and Damian happened to show up, and when nobody answered the door, he promptly went home.
He did send me a text, really, and I didn't see the text, and he left, and guilt consumed my heart.
That's more on him. I feel like he could have like made a bit more effort.
Way said it, not me. Way said it.
He knocked really hard. If he really wanted to be there, I think he would have been there.
I mean, I should just have him a key made for Damian. I think for future parties, that would be the compromise. But a Merry Christmas to Damian Abraham. So Wai, we are going to have to put on our CFO hats at this particular time. It's time to talk about some Fan Tam and our total addressable market for the new year. So there are going to be some changes that are coming to Post Wrestling, and we thought this is the best forum to go over it. And I understand it's the holiday party. We're asking everyone to put down their drink as we pull out the 10Q and go over some of these changes. But we also want to give some context and why some of these changes are going to be going into effect in the new year, and the lengthy discussions Wai and I have put into how best to put into effect some of these changes. So Wai, why don't you outline what the changes are, and then we're going to kind of explain like how we arrived at this, why we're making these changes.
Sure. Yeah. I'm just thinking about the sort of ridiculous. I'm so glad we don't work in an office anymore, John. But like, I just like imagine, gathering people at like the Christmas party and drinks are flowing, and then like having one of these sort of like, I would hate doing that anyway.
That's not personal. It's business.
Hey, we're here to talk about something. In all seriousness, like this is, I think, maybe a more difficult conversation that we've kind of put off for years now, and that is, unfortunately, the subject of a price increase when it comes to our Patreon, postwrestlingcafe.com. This is obviously, for especially a small business like us, in a growingly demanding market where we have to contend with sleep. All right. It's not necessarily something that you ever really kind of want to like introduce. Thing is, we've been in existence for 8 years now. Happy anniversary, John, by the way. And we've not increased our prices once, but it's kind of gotten to the point where if we don't keep up at the very least with inflation, it's just going to be that much more difficult now. So we're instituting a price increase from $6 a month for our regular tier to $8 a month. And that number really just reflects inflation. We started at $6 in 2017, and we have not increased our dollar amount once. We're increasing that to the inflation price for a similar amount in 2026. So we're not really making any more money. In fact, we're just kind of maybe making up for, I guess, lost money over the past year, 8 years, I should say. And in that time, obviously, we started when we were offering like one bonus show a week, and a lot of you guys joined in even on that at that point. So we thank all of you. Since that time, we've expanded the Post Wrestling Cafe to pretty much like several, exclusives per week. And it's been wonderful. It's been wonderful for us to just provide that, to just even give the people that choose to stick around with all of this stuff the best experience that they can possible. That will continue. That will continue with our incredible network of people that we've amassed to work for the Post Wrestling Cafe. And for us, it's an increased sort of area to allow us to grow what we currently do. So that said, the price increase will be reflected on February the 1st of 2026. All that said, we recognize we have a lot of loyal patrons of ours. And for those of you, because we know like there are a lot of demands for just subscription prices everywhere, everybody's asking for a price increase. We're choosing to give our loyal customers, those of you that are currently subscribed, and those of you who will subscribe through the month of January until February, a grace period where you can keep your $6 a month subscription for the rest of 2026. So if you are subscribed right now, or if you will subscribe throughout the month of January, you can keep your $6 a month subscription for the rest of the year. So again, if you choose to sign on after February 1st, you are subject to our new rate, which is $8 a month. But if you are subscribed either right now or between now and February the 1st, you get to keep your $6 a month rate throughout the course of the entire 2026 calendar year. That
goes for if you are subscribing month to month, if you're on an annual subscription, as long as you are signed up before February 1st, we will honor that previous subscription amount for the next year. So that is, we felt was the best way to try and both introduce this increase, but also to, show our appreciation for the people that have been on board for this whole period, and we're giving you that 1 year grace period.
Yeah. Again, John and I have had numerous conversations about this, whether or not we should do it. And ultimately we decided we have to really just kind of, for the sake of our survival, and to just, again, keep up with the dollar. So, but at the same time, in running this sort of small business, we maintain, I think, a very I would say different experience maybe running this than, let's say, Tits Randos does, for instance, running Netflix. In that I feel like I'm a lot more sympathetic to every single person that is signed on, all 1,000 something of you that are currently signed on to either Post Wrestling Cafe on Patreon or on Apple Podcasts or on YouTube. So we are certainly still thinking a lot about you guys, and we felt this was probably the best compromise. $6 a month if you are signed on right now until February 1st. As long as you keep your subscription for the rest of the year, you get to enjoy that rate. But for the rest of you that choose to sign on February 1st afterwards, then it is $8 a month. And our annual subscriptions, we always recommend those because you're signed on not only for the full year, but you get to lock in your rate with an extra 10% discount on top of your $6 a month, or really if you at any point throughout the year. So that's my PSA. Hey, double tier stays at $12 a month. Espresso tier stays at $50 a month. Those are not changing prices. Our YouTube member subscriptions, for those of you who choose to prefer that platform, we already have a bit of a higher increase just to make up for the Google tax, and also on Apple Podcast members, those of you who are signed on there, you get to keep those rates as well, because those are, I think, at $9 or something like that already, so you don't change. But those of you who are on Patreon, which we always recommend because you get a ton more bonuses, $8 a month starting in February, but those of you who choose to sign on from now until then, lock in that price. Sorry if this has gone on for too long, but it's kind of off the top of my head.
Yeah, no, I think you've outlined it well. And I wanted to spend this time just giving people the explanation. The only things I would add to that is why $6 to $8. Wai explained like the inflation. It's also like the idea we're not going next year and we're going to jump to 9 or 10. The idea was let's just make this one increase and for the foreseeable future keep it at this amount. We're not looking to make this some kind of annual thing. The second is the fact that we, whatever is derived from this site, we put a really significant part back into the site through our shows. Like every single person that contributes, we are paying for anyone that hosts a show, that does the news for us, for instance, like all of those things. Like that is all money we are putting back into the site to grow it. And the fact is, like, we are like this is very much like an independent outfit. Like we do not have a large site behind us. We do not have a giant backer behind us. Like this is all running this, and it's a very competitive market, obviously, and it's. I don't take these year-end shows for granted because every year is, I think, an achievement that we make it to the next year afterwards. Like there is no guarantee of longevity that once you establish, just a base here, that you're always going to be here forever. So that's my whole perspective on it, and hopefully most of you understand, and it's completely as well understandable if like that is too much for people. Like we are not going into this naive to that fact. Like everyone has their own threshold and how much. Like it's certainly not a negative if people are resistant to that.
Yeah. Of course, everybody's got their own situations, and those of you who choose to maybe say, hey, like, this is it for me. Well, we hope you continue to enjoy the shows on the free tiers, free feed, or the free tier of the Patreon.
Exhale. And at that front, hopefully our next guests are bringing some party favors. Ho, 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 everybody. Joining the post-wrestling Christmas fun, it is John Kleinchester and Kate from Montreal. And our first congratulations go out to Kate, because here by the Christmas season, you have been navigating the Collision schedule of December 2025, which is throwing you curveballs on a weekly basis with a show on Christmas Day, no less, this week.
Yes, which we won't be doing a Collision course on Christmas Day. There will be a Collision. There will be a Collision course right afterwards with John, which we're very happy about. Yeah, this has just been insane. Like, I can't keep track. Like, there's a question of when things are being taped versus when they're airing, which is always an issue with Collision because it varies a lot. And then this December, they just decided, like, yeah, we're going to stick this on whenever it would be most inconvenient. And we'll let all our fans kind of roll with the punches. And believe me, I feel the punches.
Now, you're definitely ahead of the game, Kate. Like, John's in the U.S., but Kate, you watch AEW on TSN, which I'm slowly learning when it comes to AEW and their taped programming. Triller is slowly, like, it's reaching like 3-hour SmackDown levels of annoyance for me, is figuring out this Triller schedule when it's a taped AEW program, and for whatever reason we cannot sync these up with the broadcast. And is you have been very smart to stay the TSN route, because Triller might end you, Kate, if you had to rely on them for all the taped collisions that you have to view.
Well, the thing, like, I've actually developed, we sort of do this warning system with friends of mine who watch AEW on Triller. It's like, aside from organizing Collision course, I've sort of become the point person. It's like, hey, you need to find other means this week. So, like, if they want to watch it on the same schedule. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on with the Triller schedule.
I don't know what's going on with Triller, period. I don't know if it will
that's what I was going to say. Like, I think this may not be an issue when we talk next year. It's going to be like TSN or bust. But I guess maybe there's some issue where they don't want them airing at the same time as regular cable, which I kind of understand. But oh my God. Yeah, like, the schedule wasn't confusing enough. Like, hey, let's just throw another hour in there and delay.
Up here, Kate, I think your audio might be on a different microphone. If you don't mind just double checking your mic settings there. Okay, we got you. It just sounded, It was just sounding a little bit hollow, but okay, great. I'll pick up. So, I guess I wanted to ask the both of you, as people who watch AEW very closely, John doing a great job with our AEW and also WWE reports. What have each of yours favorite stories been this year so far? Let's start with you, John.
Oh, yeah. There's been quite a few that have been, I think AEW as a whole has really, I've never been down on the product, but I just enjoyed it. I think the enjoyment level has been higher this year. And so having to kind of pick a few would be a little hard. But one thing that came to mind actually just was kind of like looking through, I can't believe that this was this past year, but the end of the Mariah May Tony Storm story, I believe, was at Revolution this past year. That feels like 10 years ago at this point. But I was like, oh, yeah, that was fantastic. That whole storyline was great. And it's kind of been forgotten about by this point, months afterwards. But that certainly stands out. And then obviously the Hangman story, of course, overcoming Jon Moxley. And I know a lot of people point to the Death Riders as being a down point for AEW overall, but I'm glad that it all kind of paid off in the long run. And yeah, just in general, it's been a very good year. And you look at, I kind of Googled around at best lists of AEW matches this year, and it's kind of all over the place, which I was kind of glad to see. It's not necessarily, you see the same few in a couple lists, but really, there's been a lot of really good wrestling. And then, of course, with the C2 happening right now, there's at least 2 or 3, maybe more matches that could probably pop into your top 5, top 10 list. So it's been a very good year for AEW, I would say.
How about you, Kate?
I'd agree. I think that the excitement level, whether or not that's reflected in viewership, the excitement level around the product is much more is much higher than it was, say, at this time last year or the year before. I think redeeming that whole Death Rider story arc, which was dragging them down significantly, helped a lot. And yeah, I think the sort of Hangman redemption into the title victory was probably my favorite story of the year. Kicking off with, I think that really, now I have to check myself here because I'm not sure if this is the end of last year or the beginning of this year, but the sort of the match with Christopher Daniels and the promo segment afterwards, I think did a great job of sort of pivoting that and kicking it off, turning him back from a heel into a baby face, and was very well handled since then. But yeah, I think that they've been doing a lot better. And John, you're right. I did not even think of Tony Storm versus Mariah May ending this year. It just they have packed a lot in. And yeah, at this point, the funny thing is I am as interested in the Death Riders now as I was disinterested in them even a year ago, which is significant.
As the resident purveyor of Ring of Honor programming, Kate, I do want to get some of your thoughts on sort of that product throughout this year. What you see as, are they sort of at the ceiling of where they can go now? And it's a product that is generally those that are coming in, whether it's for the weekly shows or more likely just the 3 major shows per year. It's generally a really well received product. But how does Ring of Honor fit into Tony Khan's overall strategy as we go into the new year?
I think at this point it's fit in about where he wants it to fit in, which is a sort of a combination of places to feature. Visiting artists has been heavy presence from CMLL this year. A place to sort of try out new talents, help them get established, or people who are sort of not quite, they're not going to break into AEW on TV anytime soon, but they can have title runs in ROH, Red Velvet's a great example of that. I think, and also, yeah, you have a lot of talent who can cycle sort of in and out of both. I don't know, as much as I would like to see them put a bit more emphasis on building from week to week on their shows, I don't know if that's ever going to be a priority, because there's just, I think you're already getting like the maximum number of views you'll get on the pay-per-views, and that's really what it's about. That's where they're going to generate their income, that and people who just let the subscription to Honor Club stay after that first month where they buy it for a pay-per-view. So I think it remains kind of interesting, like hybrid show of its own, AEW Dark. What I would say is it did actually have my favorite match of the year. Like some of their pay-per-views have been awesome, but like my favorite match of the year was Bandito versus Hechicero at Death Before Dishonor. And so the fact that they could go from this very sort of like loose, inconsequential weekly schedule to putting on shows that have very legitimate match of the year candidates, and I would say, like, also in my top 5 would be Bandito versus Konosuke Takeshita from Supercard right before that. So it's an interesting strategy.
I think they built some incredible goodwill over the past year just with those two matches and really just the consistency of some of these events. So that, like, I think there's something that they could build from. And what does that thing look like? You know, is it a weekly show, or is it just like, can it exist just as like here are like 4 great, like, you know, pay-per-views per year attached to the Ring of Honor name?
I would add another pay-per-view, because right now there are only 3. I think a quarterly pay-per-view tied to the biggest AEW pay-per-views, like WWE used to do with NXT, I think is a good strategy. I'm not looking for them to land a TV deal, because I think having it on Honor Club allows them a lot of room to play around with developing characters, with developing stories, without having to worry about each segment landing and drawing viewers. So I think, yeah, like, I would love to see them clean it up a bit. I don't know, given the money involved, how much pressure there is to do that, but we'll see.
One question I want to ask John, as the lone American here. So this year we've seen WWE shift over to ESPN. AEW is now simulcast on HBO Max. You know, in the new year, UFC is going to be going on Paramount Plus. What have your experiences been like on these new platforms, and has it been a fairly seamless transition? And are you watching a lot of AEW on HBO Max?
This is a perfect example coming out of this past week. So I covered Dynamite for the site this past week, and much like you guys, so I use a certain sponsor of Post Wrestling to use Triller, and generally that's just as a preference as far as not having to deal with commercials. That's obviously just my personal preference. And this past week, I logged on and saw that it was not starting on time. So I was like, oh, okay, all right. Well, I have HBO Max, so I'll use that. I jumped on HBO Max and everything was going fine. I usually try to start live or close there too, just because of match timings and whatnot. Sometimes it gets a little complicated as far as trying to figure those out. But I discovered really quickly, it's been a while since I've used HBO Max, that they do not let you skip the commercials when you are watching on HBO Max and you're behind. They lock it in, or at least on Apple TV, which is what I'm using. I don't know if there's ways around it that I'm not aware of, but I was just stuck when there was, no match going on and there was a commercial break. I was just stuck watching commercials until the show came back. So, it's the most, first world problem ever, but I was just like, oh God, come on, just get me through this. So that has been frustrating. In the AEW world, but again, only experienced that a few times, and whatever. With WWE, I enjoy when they are somewhere overseas, because generally I could get the recap at least started earlier in the day, and because usually the Netflix feed is going when it's actually happening. So that is very preferable to me, to be able to kind of like knock it out and be done with it, and kind of have a little bit more time rather than doing it live, that sort of thing. So it's kind of weird. I have not experienced ESPN yet, just because I haven't covered anything that has aired on ESPN. Mm-hmm. But in general, like WWE seems to be a little bit, at least as far as my personal preferences, they're a little bit in the right frame of mind versus AEW. The Triller thing is just so incredibly strange. And the fact that there's no explanation for it is kind of crazy.
Yeah, in fact, for those that are outside of the US on Netflix, the great part about taped WWE shows is they're not just going to stream it live. They're just going to put up the whole show minus commercials when there's a taped show. So suddenly a 2-hour SmackDown is an hour and 30 minutes, and it's right there for you to watch in a reasonable amount of time. So these are like the most mundane details that I'm sure all four of us care about deeply, but I don't know how many people beyond us care.
Hey, when you're getting frustrated at the provider, as much as it may not be the fault of the company behind it, you're feeling that it does change your disposition towards what you're watching.
Well, all four of us sort of like are doing post-show coverage. In John's case, like we're all writing as these shows are occurring. So every second like really does kind of count. And not being able to access a show, sometimes by an hour, like makes a huge difference to our entire evenings. But there's been a lot of conversation about pacing of these shows. I mean, with AEW, it's always a topic when it comes to these pay-per-views. The fact that there might be too bloated or too long. With WWE continues to be an issue with the amount of, on the opposite end of the spectrum. What would you say both companies, I know, Kate, you're not watching as much WWE these days, but maybe speaking particularly about AEW, and for you, John, both companies, how do you think both companies have done with the pacing of their events this year?
I would say generally AEW has, thinking back to 5-6 years ago, just those Excalibur kind of marathon, yelling out what's coming up next and what's on the next show.
I miss those.
I do too, in some way. It's a nostalgia thing at this point, but yeah, and just like the breathability of it, like where one match would end and like, you'd have maybe 5 seconds of someone raising their arm and then you're on to the next segment. I think that's gotten a lot better. And I think so overall, I think the flow of AEW has gotten better in the last couple of years, probably, just to allow it to breathe a little bit more. I like, it was kind of fun with the breakneck pace of it, just because it was so different. It's like jarringly different, but yeah, no, overall I think it's improved quite a bit. WWE, going back to the commercials thing, it's so easy. Once you do coverage for wrestling, it's so easy. It happens to AEW too, but you could tell by the inflection of the announcer's voice, whether it be, Michael Cole, Tony Schiavone, whoever, it's so easy to tell when they're going to commercial. It's like, I could get ready to fast forward the second I hear a change in inflection in their voice. So
or it's like a big move on the outside, like,
yes,
heel poses or babyface poses.
Yeah. And AEW has certainly like adapted some of that recently as well, where I don't think they did it quite as much when they first started out, but yeah, WWE is certainly much slower paced, and I feel like they've gotten a little bit better over the last couple of years, but just generally, like, my biggest takeaway is that AEW has gotten slower, but in a good way.
John,
okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Kate. Sorry.
I was going to say the same thing. Like, I think that they're taking a little bit more time. AEW, this is obviously to let sort of stories or moments breathe, which they really were rushing too much in their early days. They've gotten smarter about that. In terms of the pay-per-view bloat, I guess, their pay-per-views are very long. And that made a certain amount of sense when you're only having a few a year. I do see the argument that they could be a bit shorter, like when you're having them almost every month. I guess if I'm Tony Khan, does that, would shortening them make me a significant amount more money? And I don't know. I don't know if you're going to get like 10,000 more buys if your pay-per-view is an hour shorter.
Would it at least save them from the conversation that might come out of some of these later shows where there might be complaints about the crowd being too tired for some of these main events?
Ideally, you structure your show so that the crowd's going to come alive. Like, if you look at All In, that crowd was not dead at the end of the show by any means, and it was an extremely long show. So I think that that's a matter of pacing. Yes, like, if you tire out your crowd, it's going to be it's going to sound weak at the end of the show. But if you like that's something you could overcome if you sort of pace and plot your shows properly.
I mean, the argument that goes against this is that when we look at all of AEW's business, like, pay-per-views have been at worst consistent all year. And at best, you can say with all these head-to-head challenges, they greatly exceeded expectations of warding off, forget NXT, but main roster counter programming, especially as evidenced with WrestlePalooza, like the pay-per-views. And maybe there is a degree that with the expansion of pay-per-views, the length attached, that perhaps like a Dynamite is becoming less appointment viewing every week, but these pay-per-views are what a fan is, like we talk about with Ring of Honor. There are fans that might just follow through the pay-per-views. And when I buy an AEW pay-per-view, yeah, it's probably going to be 5 hours, but I'm going to get like 75% of that is going to be some incredible matches. And that's people's fill that they get. Like the pay-per-view business itself, like I would not have predicted they would have had as much success, especially against some of these WWE shows this year, as they did. But I am curious about the experiment of more afternoon shows that I would say a year ago, I don't think they had any interest in. And I think now it's a much more open conversation for AEW of experimenting more. And we'll definitely get at least one with All In, but I think we're going to get more than just one. I could see like a domestic show just experimenting with that out of the gate. This is going to be an afternoon show and not just a defensive mechanism with a WWE counter programming strategy.
Well, certainly if you want to do shows on the West Coast like that,
sure.
I'd be curious to see what they do in Vancouver, like whether that will, I guess that would be like, you could do something that starts in the early afternoon there, later in the afternoon on the East Coast.
As we wind this down, Mr. Kleinchester, can you make a convincing argument about WWE moving back to 3 hours for the first half of the year for SmackDown?
It's one of those things where it's just been, SmackDown's been so good that they just needed to add 60 more minutes to just improve on how good. There's no way, there's no world in which this is a good thing. I mean, okay, there is and you guys have covered this, but there is the aspect of the tag team division and having at least a little bit more room for that, because it's clearly gone significantly downhill since it's gone.
There's a rumor that the Motor City Machine Guns work in WWE. We're going to find out on January 2nd.
I don't know I've never heard of them. That's a new team.
They're seasonal workers. They work half the year when they have the extra hour.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's honestly it's not ideal. It's and back when it was 3 hours, it was rough. It was rough to cover. But that said, like there was at least one really top of the line, like kind of tag team match that happened. I can't even remember when this was anymore, but I know it involved the Street Profits, and I think it was like a multi-team match, and it was a really excellent match, like one of the best WWE matches in a while that I've seen. But no, I don't really. And I guess my question is, like, is this going to be seasonal or is this permanent? Like, is this going to be something that they switch back out of at some point? Or, it just seems so strange that they would kind of bounce back and forth. Like, I don't know.
I think this is it. I think it's going to be like 6 months on, 6 months off. I think that's going to be the life of this 5-year deal.
That's better than permanent, but
yes.
Still kind of like, really? Like, why? Just why?
I don't think it's going to be bringing Kate back over to WWE on Friday nights. That would be my bold prediction for 2026. But Kate, we would be remiss if you could get out your letter grade for one Tony Khan and his booking handling of its women's division. And you might have two separate grades between AEW and ROH. But how did 2025 fare in terms of the program that seems uniquely limited to one female match per show, but not the case in ROH. Like, there are noticeable differences where, I mean, they closed Final Battle with Athena's title defense, for instance. But how did you feel 2025 was in terms of the female division on both rosters?
I will say I'll give him a solid B+ on this. I think that there are strides being made to present the women's division better, both on AEW. I would say ROH weakened this year because of the just interminable Athena reign. It's gotten away from them, and I think become less interesting as a result. They do have a lot of good talents in there. I would like to see them sort of build more of the division up so you can get a credible Athena challenger. I think that the big movement has been on the main roster. Tony Storm has just been phenomenal for that. And crazy like Mercedes has lent them sort of a sense of greater importance. I will never understand why there is this ceiling of one to 1.5 matches per show, because the shows where they tend to have 2 matches, one of them is almost always a squash. We'll see what happens. After 6 years, having seen him address most of the issues that people had with his programming and letting this one just sort of fester for a very long time, and now it's starting to improve, he's just been way slower. So I don't know if we're going to get that ever that much better than what we have now, but we'll see.
Are you optimistic with the introduction of the tag division?
No.
Or it's an incomplete so far?
My issue with the tag division remains the same as it was before. I would have rather seen just a tournament that someone won rather than the introduction of belts, because what you're seeing already is that they do not have enough time to do storylines around 2 singles belts and 1 tag belt, which is why you have the second pay-per-view in a row where Mercedes will not be defending her DBS title.
You can hear all of Kate's thoughts. She oversees Collision and all of its functions, all of its time slots, all of its switches on the schedule. She is on top. She is way more efficient than Triller, and you can hear her every week on the Post Wrestling Cafe. John Kleinchester, a frequent contributor on Collision Course, and of course, he has got you covered over at postwrestling.com, even as he prepares. Forget Darby Allin climbing Mount Everest. This guy is about to scale 3-hour SmackDowns on Friday nights. So, John, we appreciate your service to the greater post wrestling community, and I want to wish both of you a great holiday season, and thank you very much for all the contributions over the past year here at Post Wrestling.
Thank you so much. Very, very happy to have the opportunity, and happy holidays to you as well.
Happy holidays, guys.
Likewise.
Kate from Montreal, John Kleinchester joining us. A happy holiday to them. And Kate, you can hear on Collision Course, whether it be with a plethora of co-hosts or solo as well. She can do it all.
Yeah, I don't know if she'll listen to this or not. But I think she's done such a great job over the past year. Honestly, like, you know, John Tino used to co-host the show with her, and he's irreplaceable, 100%. You know, Tino, I hope you're listening to this, and we still miss you. But I mean, Kate has just kind of kept on so well with this sort of roundtable of hosts, including you and I, Bruce Lord, John Kleinchester, Nate Milton. But she's just always like so enthusiastic, you know. I feel like to just kind of, you know, keep the show going, and she watches almost everything related to AEW and beyond. So she really is, I think, the best person we've been able to find for that. And John Kleinchester has been doing great work on the site. Somebody who we've been really happy to, you know, include in our whole universe of contributors.
Yes. You know, big fan of both of their work and all their contributions, and I'm glad we've got to hear more of John throughout the year as well on Collision Course. And yes, Kate has been able to navigate. You know, it's very difficult sometimes going from doing a show with one person to the next. Like, you have different rhythm with people, different chemistry with people. Say nothing of the Collision schedule itself. I think Kate has the most disruptive of shows to have to cover, and she does it flawlessly.
Yep, 100%.
Well, was that the doorbell? All right, everybody. Maybe you haven't seen them before, but you have definitely seen their work. I am going to dub these the Rookies of the Year here at Post Wrestling. Coming in, we have Sean and Luke, the men behind some of what I am going to be presenting as award-winning shorts that we have seen. Wow. And a big addition here at Post Wrestling. Waiting, going out, really being the Randy Orton, bringing in his young legacy members here into the Post Wrestling community. But guys, happy holidays and welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Merry Christmas. Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
We are the Post Wrestling Young Lions, as John said.
That is it. We're giving you guys we're giving you guys gimmicks and new characters this year after just being all in black the last couple of months.
Yeah,
I just hope I'm not ending up as a Master Luke or something.
Oh, that would be
We're
great.
not going to dye your hair. We're not going to
Okay, good.
go that direction. No one's going to be Great O'Khan here at the end of it, with all due respect.
We will be grading the Chonko though, so yeah, make sure you get that one right. Both Luke and Sean have sort of like been in our community, at least just as listeners, for quite some time. Like we've had like minor interactions with each, but like Sean, you know, you do some work in the industry itself, so like we've spoken to you a little bit about that privately, but never like I certainly realize that, you know, promoting a podcast these days can be kind of difficult, you know, especially with the amount of like wrestling podcasts that are out there. And at this point, if you're a podcast that strictly exists through audio, it's even harder, right? So we've been doing the YouTube thing for a long time, but even reaching people through YouTube, I think, is extremely difficult. So I always realized that there was a huge void to be met with short form, content. And I decided to reach out, not through just like, you know, like finding editors or finding people outside, but like finding people within our community, because we have an incredible community of like dedicated listeners who are also incredibly talented. Primarily for this sort of thing, I really wanted people who like knew our stuff already and sort of knew our tone. And I actually like put out a call out there, got some great submissions, and these two were like, I think, the best fit, you know. And I honestly couldn't have been happier with both of your contributions to Post Wrestling in these past few months so far since we started.
Thank you.
I wanted to talk to you. First of all, I wanted to introduce you guys just to kind of our audience, you know, and also I suppose wanted to really ask you, in you know, editing and finding maybe the best nuggets of I don't know, like conversation from our podcast. What are the sort of things you look for in a potential short form clip? Let's start with you, Luke.
Well, like I'm from Quebec, and I'm your French speaking neighbor from the East. And yeah, I've been listening to you guys, like a lot of people in the Post audience, I'm sure, since the pipe bomb in 2011. So it's like an event that kind of revitalized my interest in wrestling at the time. Me and my good friend Joe, who I feel like I need to give a shout out to because he's the one who introduced me to you.
Shout out
Joe.
Hey, we saw the pipe bomb and we were really excited. And I guess he looked up like some people who were discussing wrestling at the time, and that's how he found you guys when you were in the law.
And it's crazy how many of those same stories, like that specific instance, that so
Sean?
many people found us. It's just crazy.
Through the law, yes, but not necessarily through the pipe bomb.
But I've heard you guys mention the pipe bomb very often. So, and we're part of this group. So he showed me like, oh, these guys, like, they're pretty interesting. They're pretty funny. And so I started listening ever since 2011, and it's been like 14 years at this point. So I must have been like on day one when you guys created Post Wrestling on Patreon. I was one of your supporters. And so when I saw Wai put out the call, I was like, oh, well, that seems up my alley. And I was happy to jump in. When it comes to creating the content, what do we look for? Typically, I try to look for exchanges that have like either some humor in them. Maybe John says something funny, and like I can think of some funny edit. It happens very, very often. I try to look for, you know, meaningful exchanges where both of you have something interesting to contribute, and where there's like a nice back and forth, and something that seems kind of evergreen, something that's not maybe just relevant to that day, but something that might stay relevant for a few days. So if people find the short later, like, it still seems like a meaningful discussion. And yeah, that's about it.
So like, just to maybe let people in, Luke kind of handles more like the sort of day-to-day, you know, more of the news worthy sorts of clips. Sean's role is more like maybe everything but the news. And what about your process? I'm very curious, Sean.
So just for me, I've been a hardcore wrestling fan since I was like 7 or 8 years old. I'm like maybe a couple years older than you guys, John and Wai. So for me, I just kind of look for, obviously, you know, you kind of asked me to do like kind of more the funny bits. So John, you know, you have, you know, great one-liners all the time, the puns, the impressions. I love the impressions. Wai, you got that great dry sense of humor and everything. And I think you guys play off each other really well. Obviously, you have a show called Talk. So, you know, your guys' banter is, you know, at a level where you can literally just have a show where you don't even talk about wrestling. So for me, honestly, I just try to imbibe, try to get into a great, frame of mind to like let the creative juices flow a little bit. And then, you guys are great. So I just watch the shows and I just money, whatever's funny. Remember they say funny doesn't draw money or whatever. That's the opposite for this for me. I just try to find whatever's funny and I clip it off. And then I go through the rest of the week and then just listen and clip off a couple things here and there. And then when it comes to my editing process, I sit down and kind of just go through all the things I've captured over the course of the week and kind of determine like, this is good, this is not as strong. But really it's just funny stuff, try to put some visuals with it to try to kind of, enhance what you guys are talking about. Obviously there's a lot of great opportunities for some fun Photoshop stuff that I've been doing with, you guys are probably sick of seeing your heads on everybody else's bodies, but some of that stuff just, kind of helps the thing flow a little bit more. But really, as a hardcore wrestling fan, I just try to think whatever I think is funny, I hope other people think it's funny too. Comedy is obviously very subjective. So I just hope that what I find is funny, maybe other people will as well.
It's honestly been one of the trickier things for us to, like, prior to you guys, like, for us to be able to promote. I mean, so often I hear from people that just mentioned they kind of like the vibe of the conversations, but, like, in promoting it, that's kind of hard to, like, well, how do we advertise that necessarily? And I think you guys have, in particular, like Sean, like through your sort of more comedy focused clips, have really just found the perfect platform to kind of like convey to perhaps a new viewer what exactly these shows are about. Have you? What are some things you might have learned in the last few months from just seeing what the audience may have responded to some of your shorts or clips so far online?
Well, one thing is interesting is, so we post on YouTube Shorts, TikTok, and Instagram. And sometimes one will get a lot of impressions and a lot of interactions on one platform, but not the others. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of interesting to kind of see what kind of hits on one, but doesn't hit on the other. Some of the stuff, like, I think one of the first ones I did was a Bret Hart one where I kind of cut back and forth between you guys setting up the clip about him destroying Triple H and everything like that. So sometimes I think those kind of like cutting him up back and forth, quick cut kind of ones maybe work a little bit better for TikTok. And then Instagram and YouTube Shorts, it's kind of it kind of varies a little bit. So it's been an interesting process just to kind of figure out what kind of will work for each platform individually. And it's been interesting.
Yeah, I've been experimenting a little bit too. Like I said, I mostly do the clips. And so after each show, Wai and I will exchange a few messages saying like, oh, what from this show do you think is going to be newsworthy and like relevant? And we try to go with what is most newsworthy. But sometimes we kind of know like, oh, well, this topic, it's kind of silly, but we know it's going to get the hits. Like when the Tegan Knox, what's the name in AW? Forget.
Newell?
Nixon Newell, right. When it happened, like I could tell Wai was like, this is kind of like a stupid story, but we knew, like, I kind of knew it was going to get a lot of hits. And sure enough, like right the next day after, it was one of the clips that had the most clicks on it, because as soon as something is kind of controversial in the wrestling industry, it always gets the views. So we try to go for these, but obviously it's trying to promote the channel. And so we want to go with what is, we don't want to go for clickbaity necessarily, because I think, you guys have built up such a trust with your audience and like an integrity as journalists. And so we don't want to go for like super clickbaity, but it's trying to find this nice balance between trying to catch the attention of the people on YouTube and try to remain some integrity in the reporting and not the reporting, but the advertising of the channel, I guess.
Yeah. I really appreciate, Luke, your efforts to kind of embrace that. Because like when I was making the clips myself, I found that to be one of the trickiest things about trying to balance that tone in promoting, like a clip or something, entitling a clip, to try to somehow like have something that's attractive and interesting enough to try to like wade through the sea of other arguably way more interesting thumbnails and titles that exist out there within wrestling content, versus something that like still remains true, I think, to the type of show that we provide, and not necessarily something that's maybe as loud and as like just I want to say like
obnoxiously clickbaity.
Yeah, yeah. So I think like you and I have like had a lot of conversations about these sort of things, and I think you've made a lot of effort to really hone in on what you think might apply to our sensitivity. So I appreciate that.
Sometimes like I'll think of a name and I'll message him like, is this too clickbaity? And often you're like, you could go more, like you can go even more kind of not sensationalist.
Yes.
But we want to get the people to at least, it's one thing, it's always about getting people in the door, Yeah. So even if the thumbnail is maybe a little too flashy, once they get in, they're going to hear you guys talk about it and they're going to get a sense of who you are, I think. So we just want to get them through the door.
And this is why it was so key that the people I found for these roles happen to already know us. Because, I mean, we've worked with people that have sort of been editors or whatever, like social media, that have worked, that just kind of do that for a living. And then they come work with us and kind of have to learn from scratch what we're about. And it's just been way more difficult. So, again, appreciate the two of you just a whole lot for being a part of all of this.
Of course.
Yeah. It's been a real pleasure.
I've told Wai this already, but there have been multiple instances where, I mean, granted, the algorithm has sent me stuff, but I have just naturally clicked on certain videos, not realizing there are videos. So, I mean, I don't think I can give a better endorsement than that, because I am very hands off in this process. This is Wai's department, so I'm just kind of like another consumer, and all of a sudden, hey, there's my head waddling back and forth, and realizing 5 seconds in that this is one of our videos. So I say as a total compliment that I think I think I would be gravitated towards this. And I have been, just having no knowledge of where these videos even have originated from. And sometimes it's my own mouth.
Did I ever get you in trouble, John, with your wife for the parenting one about the bribing your son?
No, you have not in that sense, but I did in a roundabout way. Yes, I was. The short did not contain the entire story, which I had can put into the whole show. But Wai, the record was set straight via my wife texting Wai and informing
I did get that
of the situation.
I love that story.
An amazing piece of post wrestling content over the past month or so.
It's between that one, the bribing for the shot, and then the Tooth Fairy story.
The Tooth Fairy was next level. The Tooth Fairy was next level. I've held on to that $5 bill that Wai has signed.
Have you guys since realized why it was signed?
No, clueless.
So weird.
Still no.
I figured I must have been drunk. Like I had to have been, and I think I was probably at his like John's house for like some occasion where, I mean, it's rare these days, but it must have been like a joint birthday party or something. I must have signed something while drunk, and then you must have kept it in your wallet all this time.
You must. I can't even fathom a situation why you would give me $5.
Yeah.
That's like, it's not even like a significant amount. It's like, there's nothing I would have done for you that was only $5 that required an exchange. That wouldn't have just been a just keep it.
It would have just been a bet. I'm sure.
A $5 bet, yeah.
I have absolutely zero idea where this came from, but yeah, Waiting killed the Tooth Fairy this year, so that goes on his resume.
Still waiting for the explanation.
Thank you guys for maybe allowing some of these parts of these shows to not get lost and to allow them to live online. Hope you two have a great holidays and all the best in the next year.
Thank you so much, and you guys.
Thank you. Yep, great to be part of the post wrestling family.
Likewise, thanks, guys. That was Luke and Sean.
Wai's timers.
Yes, the Young Lions here at Post Wrestling. This is Wai's faction that he has put together under his leadership and guidance that you have brought in. Your underlings.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of a catchy name for a group of editors. I don't know if there currently exists.
TMD Wai.
Yeah. Okay, that's not bad.
No,
I was thinking like leave your suggestions in the comments below. But yeah, Luke and Sean are my crew from, maybe we could say, Post Wrestling LFG. All right, that we managed to find through a very extended application process. So thank you to those two. I think they've transformed our social media at Post Wrestling Official on TikTok. I know you're subscribed, John. I know you're on TikTok all the time. Instagram at Post Wrestling, and of course YouTube at Post Wrestling as well.
What do you look for when you're looking for video editors. Way, this is totally your like. What jumps out to you when you're fielding requests and trying to get a feel for someone is going to be a fit or not?
So I actually had a pretty extensive process. Like, I had a number of really great applicants, really talented people, and I kind of gave them sample edits. Like, I gave them like, hey, here's a link to like one of our full shows. What would you segment out of this into a clip? And I also tasked them to create a thumbnail using our templates and titles and all that. These are all things I look for. And of those, I mean, Luke was, I think far and away the guy I was looking for, who I think had a great visual eye, great sense of what was newsworthy, and even the titling, so. But Sean, what stood out about him was his comedic sense and his ability to find like really the funniest personality driven parts of our shows that I'm always a bit more news focused when it comes to clips, but like he was able to find, I think, honestly, like the gold of the shows that even I couldn't necessarily identify, being a part of it. And he was somebody who I didn't even initially have a role for, but seeing all that he was able to produce, I was like, okay, we'll definitely make room for him.
Some of the stuff that he does is just like, you can just see like the extra effort that he puts into things, like whether it's like a reference and he grabs like a clip of it. It's just like the added time that you can just see is put into this it really is remarkable. Like I just find like it's very evident in these two that these are like, I think there's a big difference if you had just grabbed two very competent video editors, but not really familiar with wrestling or not familiar with our types of shows either. Like, there's such a massive difference. I think the smartest thing you did was just looking within. And I think that's kind of informed both of us when it comes to like when we're looking for things, of leaning on that avenue rather than going outside.
I think I'm going to hire from within for really everything in my life.
Nepo hires. That's the way to go.
Like do I know any car mechanics in the area that might happen to be Post Wrestling Cafe patrons? Are there people that maybe service I don't know, kitchen faucets,
fitness trainers?
Oh, great idea. Yeah, please apply within. I will be calling you maybe shortly through the Post Wrestling Patreon.
All right. Two great additions here at Post Wrestling. Glad to have some rookies here on the Post Wrestling Christmas show in Luke and Sean. But that's not all. We have more coming. The Post Wrestling Christmas party is going to get a little of Wrestlenomics now. Brandon Thurston joins us of the acclaimed Pollock and Thurston show each and every Wednesday. Hello, Brandon. Happy holidays.
Hello, and happy holidays to you both.
Brandon, when I say 2025 in pro wrestling, what comes to mind?
Hopefully my computer won't shut down this time.
Yes.
I think I was going to say lawsuits. This was a legal heavy year. Not that the year before, 2024, wasn't, but this was the continuation of a lot of lawsuits, I would say.
I think that we got the early tip-off of the level of interest in some of these when all of a sudden Wesley Icehold became front and center for like 48 hours to the wrestling audience. We've also learned many of these people that will file cases against WWE or WWE adjacent figures, there is a very defensive audience that will track these people down and just make their lives miserable for trying to bring anything untoward this magical world of WWE.
Yeah, that's kind of the world we live in, I guess. I just dismiss those people, not legally, but socially. I dismiss them. Yeah, it's been. I mean, even if we're talking about this, the Cena theme music lawsuit, I think the plaintiff in that case got a lot of feedback. I mean,
Wesley Icehold certainly got a lot of feedback.
To an extent, that's the nature of social media, is that it probably highlights those most inflammatory comments, and then it's moths to a flame, I guess.
Do you think there's something unique to pro wrestling though that maybe invites this maybe more than other entertainment forms even?
Probably. I don't know. We've got an audience that's trained to yell and react strongly, but
is it that unique that I find with UFC and WWE, it just seems like there's a way higher concentration of fans that are company first, performers second, and again, like maybe this is just my own assumption of things, but I feel like when we see, a labor dispute among the major sports, it seems there's like even at the astronomical levels of salaries we're talking about, it does seem as though it's more on the side of players, on the side of labor, than it is like the big entity that is the NFL or Major League Baseball. And I can't say that's necessarily the case in these two specific instances of pro wrestling, or like specifically WWE and UFC, where it feels there are a lot of people that it is like that is the logo that they swear by.
I guess maybe part of it, in the case of WWE and UFC, if we're just talking about organizing the performers, the fighters, the wrestlers, it is pretty far-fetched, right? Nobody believes this is going to happen anytime soon, if ever. And spending time talking about it probably feels to a lot of people like discomfort. You're making them have to think about their form of entertainment in a way that is not entertaining for them and is not focused on the content of the thing that they want to focus on, I guess. But oh well.
How often are you getting performers though speaking on behalf of the performers? I mean, it feels like most of the time you hear wrestlers speak, it's they know their role. If they're employed by somebody, they're largely protective of the team that they represent.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's in WWE's case. I don't know as well about UFC, but it's probably the case for UFC too. It's especially the performers on top who would be most important, most key to any kind of organization, I think, because they are the biggest stars who the company relies on the most, and they are the people who are taking care of the best. But they could probably, if they wanted to, and if everybody else would cooperate, they could get their pay maybe doubled or something like that.
And some of the work that you've done this year, Brandon, like when you are kind of going day to day of the work that you are seeking out, who do you feel you are servicing? Like who is like your audience, and what is the function you feel you are providing to the wrestling space?
I don't know who my audience is at this point. Hopefully my audience are, I think the people who maybe appreciate or who it's for, I probably hear from very little. I imagine that. I don't know. I don't really care who reads this. I feel like it has to be done, and if it's read by 100 people or 10,000 people, I don't really care, because it's shining a light onto the power structures of pro wrestling, and I think that's very important. And to some extent, it doesn't matter if it's read by 100 people or 10,000 people, as long as that information is out there to be understood by the public, and they can easily find it with a Google search or something like that.
I think there's a lot of important people that are viewing
exactly.
your work. Like,
I think that's probably the case. Yeah.
I think that's a very safe assumption.
Do you feel like a certain like duty to maybe be some form of caretaker for pro wrestling? Is that one of the motivating factors?
I don't know. It's definitely not a money motivation at this point, right? Like there is some money to be made here, but not a lot. I just
like your consumption of wrestling, I imagine, is still maybe similar to maybe what it was in recent years, but you still love the wrestling industry, I would think, right?
I am deeply ingrained in it, right? And I wrestled for a number of years, and I just want to see it be as honest as it can be, because it can be more honest and more forthright and more transparent than it is, and I think it'll be better for that. And I think there's a lot of work to be done towards, and there's a lot of ways, including ways that I've found and explored this year, on how to further that in terms of filing petitions in court when it's needed. But yeah, I've it's sort of like I've always, I think for the last several years, just sort of see myself as like, you've spent this much time involved in wrestling. To some extent, there's no getting out, and I've sort of invested this time in my life to it, and this is the area of knowledge that I have. So this is where I'm most useful.
Mm-hmm. I think your level of like reporting and research would be easily transferable to other areas of industries that you would not necessarily have the same background in. But I think a lot of the skills that you have developed on your own are very applicable elsewhere. That I don't think I could just overnight go and cover a new industry. I think you could make that transition if you just allocated your resources elsewhere, and I think you would fit in really well doing that.
Well, I've spent some time kind of thinking about that, and I've kind of given up on it. But there was a time where I was applying for a lot of jobs and stuff in larger, more general news outlets. I think one of the issues is on me, and like if I had an interest in the tech business, in tech business to a greater extent that I do, that I had developed some sort of more of an area of expertise on that for one thing, that would help. And if I just started to do freelance work on that or something, that would be good. But another issue is I tend to think, this is where, David Bixenspan, I'm sure he's listening. I'm sure he would have a lot to say about this, and that the media industry has changed a lot, I think, over the last 10 or 15 years, in that I think there was, I remember somebody reaching out to me, an editor reaching out to me to write stuff for Vice, for the tech vertical in Vice called Motherboard. And like nothing like that is happening today. I just feel like there's more general investment at that time, and just more bets being made that, we can, grow this business, and that's way receded back. So that there's just not those opportunities, and by extension of that, there's just not that many jobs. And I think this is an extremely competitive job market for a journalist.
Oh yeah. I mean, even us, we're learning that ourselves. Maybe just getting back to professional wrestling then, like, you continue to really feel like the specialist, in this particular field when it comes to the stories you cover. And how do you feel about that? Like, do you wish by this point there were more people that were doing the type of, research that you were doing? And what are some stories that you think are being underrepresented by the larger wrestling media space?
I think the shareholder lawsuit, as we're speaking today, as we're recording today, I'm probably going to do a short story update on that for a new development that just came across the docket today. I think the shareholder lawsuit is an important and way underreported story, mainly because nobody can access the docket. Do I wish that other people reported on the stuff that I do? I don't know. I have conflicted feelings about that. I feel a little bit territorial about it. Like, I don't want the competition. Maybe that's not a healthy perspective, but that's my immediate response. I guess if they're going to do a great job at it, sure, they should. What I'm doing is kind of complicated and hard, but it's not that hard to learn, I think. I don't think this is hard to learn. How to make records requests, for example, and how to, I guess, spending time reading SEC filings and reading legal filings takes some time, but it can be done by anybody who's halfway intelligent, I think.
But it's not the reason why most people get into professional wrestling media, right? Most of us get into it.
SEC filings. I think that the Monster Factory usually did a day or two course on that, didn't they?
Yeah. It's the important work that again is maybe not as fun, but it's also the stuff that I think can make the biggest change.
Yeah, I think that all the boring stuff, whenever you see something that seems really boring, I think on the other side of boredom is the truth, and is the stuff that really matters. If you have the patience and the will to engage yourself in something that is really boring, I think eventually it becomes really fascinating to you, to me anyway, because you start to extract all this information that before had not been synthesized in such a way as to be understanding, as to be understandable and coherent. And I think that's where SEC filings are and legal documents are. They make very little sense to most people. But if you start to actually understand them and start to learn what their language is, then you start to put the pieces together and see how the world works. I think that's been a big learning for me this year, is that, if people in general had a greater access to the legal system, I think there's a lot of cynicism in general in society, the society that I live in, that I'm exposed to. And a lot of it is, well, some of it is like, well, I just don't, yes, there's laws, but these laws, this government doesn't really serve me. This society doesn't really, isn't really interested in what benefits my life. And part of that is just enforcing the laws. But it's hard for a typical person to enforce the laws in their favor, because that requires a lot of money and lawyers. If everybody could learn how to be a pro se litigant, is what I'm getting at, then this would be a better world, maybe. But I think that's something that I've learned, is that, the government or officials and people don't necessarily want to, comply with the law or enforce the law if they don't have to, unless you make them.
I mean, from my vantage point, getting to work very closely with you on a lot of these stories and seeing your process, I think, like, for you this year, what I've observed is there's a lot of people that might have an interest in reporting on a lot of this. But as you outlined, there's so many of these obstacles that are put in your way that weed out a lot of people, that once they hit a proverbial wall, well, that's kind of the end of it. I'm not going to pursue this, or you're not going to follow up on a story after the initial report on something. And that's where a lot of these stories end up just going to die, and there's no conclusion or follow-up. And like, for instance, the shareholder lawsuit, as you just mentioned, it was like, well, these aren't public unless somebody, petitions for it. And for some people, that would be the wall. That's okay. Well, no one's petitioned for it. And your answer was, well, why don't I petition for it? And that's an extra step. And then you might get resistance to that. Now you're dealing with lawyers. It's that extra step that I have observed going, or dealing with like some of these like government entities that are saying, hey, we can't release this information. And
you can.
Instead of you looking at that as the wall, you are going back and saying, no, this is how it's outlined. And multiple instances this year of then getting a response, oh, you're right. Here is that information. It's like, I think you don't view things as a dead end. It is just a understanding what tools are available and what transparency actually needs to be exhibited in these cases. And I think you have really, like, you've opened my eyes to a lot of things this year, just seeing what you have encountered and what you've been able to produce at the end of your reporting.
Well, naturally, this brings us to generative AI. I would say that what has helped me a lot is that you can now download an entire, let's say, a statute, an entire act, a big law, right? PDF, boom, upload it into ChatGPT or something like that. And what it can do, it's not very reliable, maybe. You can't trust it's going to be accurate. But what it can do is was this the Einstein quote, is that, computers are not intelligent, but they're a lot faster than humans. And they can find information a lot faster. They can read a document a lot faster than I can, and can help me understand the reasons why. Why what this government official is telling me might not be the right application of the law. And then I can find the correct references with my own human eyeballs and, reference that back to this person.
Outside of like the legal stories in wrestling, obviously you are somebody who keeps a very close eye on just the business metrics of wrestling in general. How would you have assessed both the sort of financial healths of WWE and AEW, who have both gone through big transformations, at least in regards to their TV deals in 2025?
Yeah, for AEW, as expected, I mean, they're doing as well as ever, presumably. Private company, probably never going to be a public company. They started to get their increased TV rights fees this year from WBD, They could be profitable. I think Tony is saying that they're profitable. I think it's a question of, well, on what interval of time, but maybe they're profitable in this calendar year. WWE is as profitable as ever. They're doing great synergies, great new partnerships. Mark Shapiro is breaking the soundboard every other week practically. So they're doing great.
At the core,
now,
they're about emotional transportation.
Yes. Just enlightening us with great wisdom and great neologisms. But they're doing really well financially.
Will they continue to break records in 26?
I don't know. Well, the WB, in terms of its overall revenue, probably, because so much of that revenue is just driven by media rights fees. I think the question that a lot of fans have in mind is, will they continue to maintain this level of, let's say, attendance in light of whatever people think about the product or whatever the rate of fan engagement is, combined with the increase in ticket prices, which they're going to do everything they can to keep at the rate they are and get them even higher. So I think that is a question. We'll see now that John Cena is retired. We'll see how much of the Cena retirement tour was masking any sort of plateau or decline in attendance. That will be, I think, a big story to watch in the early part of 2026. I think we are seeing a plateau in the interest that has been on the rise for WWE since 2022. Whether the fans will turn around, I'm skeptical. Whether things will actually start to decline in a meaningful way, I'm more skeptical.
We do have 3 Saudi Arabia shows in 2026. There's going to be the 2 nights of Vegas, 2 nights of SummerSlam in Minneapolis. We'll assume like escalators to several of their deals. Like it's, they are built in such a way where it's only a question, will 2026 be their largest revenue in history or their second largest in history? That's pretty much what they are battling at this point. Like it's going to come down to kind of that difference in scale for the entire year. But it's really hard to look at just what 2026 looks for in WWE when a lot of this is like it's so baked in to get like a strong gauge of popularity and something that's going to move the needle one way or the other. But the absence of Cena is something that you can certainly demonstrate was what was a difference in terms of, a 8,000 people paying versus, 12,000 for an episode of Raw and what we saw, like a difference that one of his last tour stops would make.
Yeah. I think whether or not there's going to be fans that do feel like you can tell yourself a story throughout this year of the ticket prices being so high, that's going to turn off people who were previously more engaged. And when it comes time to revisit those cities, and maybe you do have to lower those prices, maybe those fans will just be sort of turned off and alienated. I guess I'm skeptical that that's going to happen. I think there are that makes sense as a story, and that will be real anecdotally for a lot of people. Whether that makes a difference at a scale that matters to this company's economy, or even to one area of their business like live events, I think is another story. I don't think there's going to be a huge transformational change in W's fan popularity, but we might see the flattening. And they can certainly withstand that, right? Like this is a product, and more I think people are seeing it as they watch the show, as there's more and more sponsors and stuff like that and ad breaks, that this is a show that is, it's kind of for you, but it's especially for business partners.
It's that engagement. It's the
industrial logic.
It's the great unlock.
I mean, for the first time in that I can recall in really some time, you heard AEW chants on a WWE telecast when Paul Levesque was on that panel. You can argue maybe throughout the entire course of the year, audience dissatisfaction might have been at its strongest ending the year with the John Cena finish, in particular with it being directed towards Paul Levesque. So I'm very curious to see how the company might try to change that, or if it grows.
Yeah, I think we saw that throughout the year, right? I think WrestleMania was a very disappointing WrestleMania to a lot of people, and I think the pushback against the Cena match, like we talked about that in the most recent Pollock and Thurston, like maybe that's partly a product of you did this one isolated event that was, primarily for Cena's retirement. It wasn't part of a larger pay-per-view where you had other things that would have drawn people's interest. This was probably all the Cena super fans, largely traveling into Washington D.C. to see this match, and were very upset to see him lose. But you also have this wider narrative of WWE fan discontent at a level that we've not seen since Vince was around and booking creative.
What do you see as the year ahead for one Vince McMahon? Do you think we're going to see any?
He's got some litigation that he's working through.
Just a little bit.
And well, he's got a shareholder lawsuit that might go to trial in June. That's what's scheduled. These things tend to change, but we're still waiting for a decision on the Grant lawsuit that is not like some definitive decision, but it's just sort of really at a preliminary juncture, believe it or not, despite the fact that we're about to cross 2 years on the Grant lawsuit being an existing case. They're just, we've been waiting, I think, about 6 months for this judge to decide whether or not she'll be allowed to request discovery related to the arbitration issue. After that point, I'm sure there's going to be disputes between these parties about what she can actually request, if she is allowed to request anything. So we've just been waiting for that for 6 months. That's the way lawsuits go sometimes. The parties have deadlines, but the judges can take all their time to decide. What else has he got going on? There's a Ring Boy lawsuit that has moved forward. It's going towards discovery. Will it be settled or not? Who knows? Will the Grant lawsuit move along far enough in 2026 to get to the actual arbitration question? Good chance it will at least get to that question. So his big three lawsuits are still alive and well. And I don't know if we'll get out of 2026 with all of them not continuing. At least the shareholder lawsuit, I have a feeling will be over by 2026 one way or another. But the other two, maybe not.
I was going to ask you if we're going to move any further regarding the non-lawsuit involving Dr. Carlin Kolker, but I'm going to save that for next year's Christmas show, because I think I could ask you that question a year from now, and they're still going to be arguing over metadata.
I think that's close to doing what it can do, right? The judge there has allowed...
We're still arguing over credit cards.
The judge there has we're basically at the resolution stage, I would say, but we're litigating over what the resolution is. I don't think there's any further issue to decide there unless she decides to sue Dr. Carlin Kolker or add him as a defendant on the federal case or something like that.
How about this one? Do you see 14th and I, Vince McMahon's new company, taking a big swing in any type of business this year? Or more importantly, do you see any of these cases prohibiting 14th and I from moving forward? Like, we really know very little about this company other than like the basic structure of it. And like, do you see it moving forward into anything meaningful? Like, it's not to be morbid, but it's like, with Vince McMahon, it's like, what do you want to do with this remaining time, at least on a professional level? Because in the immediate, it looks like all litigation in terms of like what is gobbling up most of your time and resources.
Well, according to JBL, he's working on his life story. Maybe 14th and I could do a multi-part docu-series on the Vince McMahon life story as a response to the Netflix documentary, which he was dissatisfied with. I don't know. I don't have a strong enough sense of what the entertainment business is like. That's according to their trademarks, that's the purpose of the name, which is presumably the purpose of the business is to make private equity investments, including investments in scripted entertainment. I don't have a strong enough sense of how toxic he is to the entertainment business in terms of will that dissuade people from meaningfully doing business with him. It would help if the Grant lawsuit would go away. I don't know how much the Ring Boy lawsuit matters as far as that goes, considering how little it's mattered for Linda McMahon. But then again, Republican politics and Hollywood are probably two different things. I don't know. I don't know what to expect from Vince. I hope he publishes a book so I can read it right after I'm done with the George Barrios book.
Will you join Neal Flanagan and I next July for book club to go through the George Barrios book?
This is the invitation I was hoping to get. Absolutely.
I could not do this show without you. I mean, this is going to be the must read of the spring. Will this make its way onto Wai's Kobo? That's the question. The George Barrios story. I'm going to guess no.
Unlikely, yeah.
Will you listen to our podcast at the very least?
That, of course, I will. Yes.
Okay, that's it. Well, Brandon, I thought you did like phenomenal work this year, having to watch from the sidelines as you were navigating government entities, various lawyers,
and messaging you multiple times a day, just about every day.
You two are the people I am in most communication with on a daily, sometimes hourly basis.
Who's messaging you more, Brandon from New Jersey or Brandon from Buffalo?
It depends. You're not sending me random videos that I just don't know what they even mean. It's like decoding
Most
sometimes what Brandon from New Jersey sends me. But maybe you might be ahead of Brandon from New Jersey. But it's sometimes a close call. Way I'm more selective with. I feel he will just be like, leave me alone.
Usually it's about an upload issue or something like that.
Yes, that's it. Or I've forgotten to put in a midpoint or something like that. But that's for another day. We thank you very much, Brandon. We will be back next Wednesday on New Year's Eve with Pollock and Thurston. So what better way to close out 2025 than with Brandon and I? Looking forward to it, and all the best in 2026, Mr. Thurston.
Okay, great. Thanks again, guys. See ya.
Brandon Thurston himself, getting us in the holiday spirit.
I love that conversation with Brandon, honestly. Like, I feel he's very introspective, you know? Like, he's a very thoughtful person, obviously, but I don't know if you necessarily get into, like, that side of Brandon so much, you know, in your regular conversations about, like, the wrestling news.
When Brandon and I do our shows, typically, like, we log on before the show and we stay on after the show. Mm-hmm. And I find like we get into a lot of discussions. Like, a lot of it is like news based, yes, but you can, he is, as I mentioned in the chat, he is probably the person I am in most contact with. At times, like more than you, just because we're just constantly, going back and forth on like different stories and news and what he is uncovering and stuff, and running it by me. I think it's, from our perspective, I think it's really helped that each of us kind of has a sounding board to work off of. It's like, okay, what do you think about this? Well, what do you think? So anyway, that's a roundabout way of getting to your question. He puts a ton of thought into a lot of this stuff, and kind of getting to the why of a lot of it.
Yeah, no, it certainly shows in his work. I mean, he's incredibly detail oriented, and somebody we are extremely grateful to have within our orbit.
Wai, how are you looking back at our year at Post Wrestling? Were you generally happy with the year? Are you kind of a person that does look at the new year and kind of assessing things? Like, do you use this like change of a calendar to look back, look forward?
I think so. I think you and I just, in running a business together, we're kind of forced to do that almost on a monthly basis, as we kind of check in on like the performance of our fan tams and all these sort of things. Like, we joke
our fan tam, if you will.
We joke about Mark Shapiro a whole lot, but I mean, I certainly feel like I have to, a little bit. I certainly feel like I have to put on some of those hats, just as, again, a business owner on a much, much, much smaller scale. We're approaching TKO levels of valuation, but, on a much smaller scale. But especially like with our accounting calls and all that towards the end of the fiscal calendar year, we have to talk about what changes we might want to make. How has this side of the business performed? How do we evolve, honestly, and meet the continued demands of the audience?
Yeah. I think
what's our YOY?
That's those are the words I usually go to sleep thinking about and wake up to as well. Yeah, I would say this year, like I think we generally had like a lot of these types of discussions, like almost every month. Like
we didn't always like we just
we
went with the flow for a long time.
Yeah, I think we went too much with the flow at some points because, and then it would be like a lot of it would be just, okay, we'll record this show and then let's chat a little bit afterwards. And I've learned, no, we need a like meeting that is not piggybacking off of something. Like we need to just focus on talking about the site today and not just like you record a 2-hour show. Like you're kind of like drained to then go into spreadsheets is generally that's what I have found. And I think it's been more productive for us when it's like, okay, this is our tunnel vision today. We're focusing, we're sitting down, we're talking about the site, and we don't have a hard time to get out.
It I had zero interest in like running a business or really even finances when I was in school. I thought it was the most boring thing in the world. But if I could restart high school, I definitely would lean more towards a business background, just because I think it's such it's an effective, I think, communication language for really so much of adulthood, I have to say. So neither of us are business students whatsoever, but we've kind of had to force ourselves into this sort of education as we've matured and gotten a bit older. And it's been fun. It's fun running a business with my friend.
Yeah, I mean, you I think you really take charge in a lot of these. Like I don't find like there is a like you are very good at being able to look at ideas I will throw out and then being able to like balance, like, okay, this is like, poking holes and like, okay, have you fully thought this out? And this and this comes to mind right now, and having to, defend ideas and, look at like, okay, is this viable? Is this, because we kind of have this like unspoken dynamic. Like I will throw out a lot of stuff and then it's kind of parsing like what is effective, what is doable here, and having to kind of look at it from your point of view, where I think I tend to just look at something and quite frankly, like I used to be in a situation where it's just like, I think of something, I do it, but it wasn't like, it wasn't my skin in the game. It was just like, this is not, and we have to look at it from that perspective. Like it's not this, anyway, I'm kind of rambling on this, but
there's still a lot of that, but yeah, like, I mean, my skill prior to this was I was an editor, and I feel like this is just sort of a different form of that, so, but like, you're incredible at generating the ideas, you're incredible at just like being inspired to do stuff like, your WrestleMania look back or your SummerSlam look back, which were some of our most popular podcasts this entire year. And of course you have the knowledge base for it. So yeah, in that sense, I guess we're a good team.
Well, Wai, I think that means it's time for another guest. The holiday festivities continue with the knockout tag team of Karen Peterson and Bruce Lord, the Oscar and Yuto Peterson here.
I have faith anyone's Yuto Ice. It's probably me.
You've probably listened to more Shaggy in your life than I have as well, Karen. I'm gonna
guess, and you're also like 20 feet tall, so that works.
Yes, this really was subtly the year of Yuto Ice, was it not, Bruce?
It really, really was. Like, the gimmick seemed so silly the first time he cut the promo, but the commitment to the bit has just really worked. It worked throughout all of the World Tag League shows, some of which were kind of rough sledding to get through and everything. But like, no, man, that guy's character work has been surprisingly a real kind of like diamond in the rough towards the end there, to the point that I'm like looking at the finished Wrestle Kingdom card and saying like, it's a mistake to not have this guy in front of this massive audience, this massive casual audience that you're wanting to show kind of the next wave, or theoretically the next generation of New Japan talent to.
Well, as Zach explained, like, who wants to share the spotlight in front of 45,000 people on a live broadcast, the biggest show in decades, when you can have New Year Dash all to yourself. I mean, that's sound logic from a Zack Sabre booker.
Yeah, no, there's a lot to be said about the card as we kind of like get towards it, but there's good, there's bad. The thing that I would most want to change about it would be having your Uemura, your Oiwa, and your Yuta Ice presented as people who kind of leave an impression on that audience that is going to come in for it. That aside, I'll throw this to you, Karen. There's no show in recent memory I am more interested in than Wrestle Kingdom. Like, I'm just so intrigued by this show, what they do with it, and it goes much beyond Tanahashi. Like both of you and WH have outlined. Like, it's such an important show. Like the John Cena retirement, it was a big show. It's not make or break in this company how Obafemi comes across or Sol Ruka. For New Japan, like, a lot of their 2026 is going to be viewed by that show when you're going to have eyes on your product that have probably not been there in years and may not come back. Like, it's just the level of importance is so high for this show that it has all of my interest over this next couple of weeks.
It's one of those things where it's like, we always maybe flippantly throw around the phrase, it's an end of an era, but this is literally the end of a very, very large era and significant era for New Japan. And I am curious to see where they go in 2026 and moving forward. Yeah, I agree with Bruce. Some of their future pillar guys, the ones that they want people to focus on, I really wish they would have put them on the main card. They could easily get harangued into participating in the Never Six-Man Rambo Tornado Turntable Super Duper Whamma Lamma Ding Dong. Yeah, I know. But my nitpick and beef with the Wrestle Kingdom card is that Evil versus Aaron Wolf has no business being as high on the card as it is. When you've stuck Shuri and Kamatani for a double title merging match, possibly as your first match on the card, I feel like you could easily just flip flop those two.
I'm trying really hard not to, like, I feel like if Aaron Wolf comes out on January 4th and just wows everybody, then these last 2 months of bizarre appearances and angle shot, it'll be totally forgotten. But what we have been presented with so far, it's like he's coming into a spot that is, it's almost guaranteed for, like, you cannot possibly shoulder what is expected on this guy's shoulders. Like, in many ways, like, this has certainly been set up for him to be this gigantic debut. But man, Bruce, like, from what we have seen so far, like, it's just, to me, it has not enhanced that interest. It's only decreased it appearance by appearance. No. And that, as Karen and I were talking about on, I think, the World Tag League final show, there's nothing wrong with kind of coming across as a more stoic, serious, no nonsense, killer with a legit sports background. That's something that we've seen in all manner of pro wrestling companies. The presentation of that can work if the person is not like a natural over the top, like a super charismatic promo or anything like that. There's ways of kind of booking around that and arranging around that. The booking and the presentation has not really served him well in that regard. But also just he hasn't done himself any favors either with kind of that lack of kind of like fire or presence or gravitas that you still need, even if you are just kind of being a bit of a silent killer there. I absolutely agree, John. In like 2 weeks' time, we could all have to memory hole everything that we've been saying here about him thus far. If they figure out exactly how to kind of like time and angle and work around his deficiencies, whatever, all of the House of Torture, silliness aside, Evil is somebody who you can trust upon to kind of, build up a lot of sympathy for Wolf. This is kind of the function of House of Torture for something like this. Exactly. He needs all the bells and whistles and overcomes it all in the end. Like, I like the actual pairing of this for his introduction. That's hopefully going to give him the best introduction. But in many ways, like, Tanahashi will absolutely be the number one story. Yota Tsuji's going to be right in there too of his handling on this thing, but Aaron Wolf's going to be right there in terms of what we're talking about January 5th in terms of, the success of this show or lack thereof. Yeah. And that's such a tremendous, like you said, it's not just, my own career that Wolf is kind of being put in a position to like this will kind of, forecast his own tenure, as a pro wrestler that he's transitioning over to. It's not that. It is literally the financial well-being
of this company for the foreseeable future, that he is being given a massive portion of that burden to carry, which is an incredible thing to place on somebody at this point. And to be frank, not to be a broken record here over the last year, but that's also a function of New Japan not having gotten the other guys ready, not presenting them in a bigger light over the course of this, right? Yes, obviously the Tanahashi retirement is going to be the moment when you've got everybody, the casual audience looking, but they've had time, not just, in the case of a Wolf necessarily, but in the case of the other guys, to give them longer term significant programs and kind of confidence boosts that make them feel as though they are going to be real stars by the time they get in there, right? So you've kind of left, this is a real, as somebody who teaches in college and whatnot, I know what okay, I missed my first assignment. Can I make a makeup assignment? Can I just fold the midterm into the final paper or something? Okay, fine, you can do that. This is all of that. This is all of that procrastination and backloading of everything into one particular massive term paper assignment, final exam, whatever metaphor you want to use. And not just, your grade for this class, but your career in this institution is hinging upon that, right? And that's what everybody, I especially kind of put a lot of this at the office's feet, kind of is having to, kind of suck it up and deal with now. There's no room for error. There's no makeovers. There's no do-overs. This is it. It's one show that you're pushing all of your chips in on. And fine, Tanahashi and Okada, it's going to be great. We have no, all of that will go smoothly. It'll be emotional. We're all going to tear up. Great. That's not a question at all, right? It's what else will stick, from everything that they're firing up against the wall here. And they have not, I don't think, done as much as they could to get as many of those people targeted in, honed in on what their particular assignment or what their mission is for their particular programs or matches.
So a lot of conversation, maybe rightfully on, the spotlight that Aaron Wolf or Yota Tsuji is going to receive out of Wrestle Kingdom. I think everybody should be talking a lot more about Saya Kamatani as potentially one of the breakouts coming off of Wrestle Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
In Japan, they've kind of acknowledged her, as arguably the hottest, new star right now. And unfortunately, with the way New Japan organizes itself, I don't know if they'll ever put their full chips in on a female talent, right? But this, to me, is the key. One of the keys that I think, could really freshen up the promotion. What do you think is her ceiling? And if you're Bushiroad, how do you maximize her value while she's still within your company before perhaps a North American promotion catches, their attention on her?
I think the biggest challenge is that, New Japan's tried to adopt the Western model where they have a women's title or women's division. There have been other men's promotions in Japan, Noah included, that have done the same thing. But the key is that you have to consistently put talent on your shows. You can't just trot them out once a quarter or once every 6 months or once a year to have a match and only give them 5 to 15 minutes of time, if that, and a very low placement on the card. If they want their women's championship and their relationship with Stardom to be taken seriously, and they want to elevate or rely on someone who's like the 2025 Tokyo Sports MVP, you got to make them feel like they matter. You got to make them feel like they're important. And usually the opening match on a Wrestle Kingdom card, that's your junior tag or your IWGP junior heavyweight match. But the women, whenever they're on a Wrestle Kingdom card, have consistently been slot in like match, I believe, 4 and below. They've never been on the upper half of that card, or in the semi-main, or like I said before, I would rather them flip flop Kamatani versus Shuri with Evil and Aaron Wolf, because that's going to be a guarantee. I mean, you'd end up having 3 successive matches that are going to, probably emotionally exhaust everyone because they're going to be high level matches, but at the same time, you're not going to be, your women's championship and the women you bring into your company aren't going to be taken as seriously as your men's roster if they're not given the same platform, the same spotlight, and the same elevation.
For me, I'm kind of looking at this not even so much as an opportunity for New Japan, but just kind of an underlining and a dotting of everything that Stardom has emerged to be over the last year. And that is the hottest promotion in the company, the very political things underlying the Tokyo Sports selection of Kamitani and everything, just reflecting the business realities of Japan right now. It was going to be you could have made a case for Ozawa until he got injured, but apart from that, it's clearly Kamitani is the actual business mover. I'm on the one hand, I'm kind of bummed that, like Karen says, it's a match that'll probably not get nearly as much time as it could, despite the fact that it very clearly on paper should be the best bell-to-bell match, I would say. But for me, this is kind of like until New Japan decides what it does and does not want. And I don't think it knows. I don't think it keeps
fair.
trying to be sort of, half married or whatever with Stardom. And it has never really sorted that out. If I'm Kamitani and Shuri, I'm just looking at this as an advertisement for Stardom. Like, hey, you've maybe heard some buzz about this Joshi company. Maybe you haven't checked it out. Maybe you saw that I won this award. Here's why. Here's why Stardom is, the much hotter promotion than New Japan is right now. There's also the whole question to the whole, how much time does everybody get and where on the card does it go? There is that whole weird issue with most, but not all of this card being put on broadcast TV. I think it's 3, I want to say 3 hours that they've been allotted of primetime television real estate. So which of those matches get on there? How much time do they get? Blah, blah, blah. I imagine there's
and how much time the ceremony gets for Tanahashi.
Oh God, yes.
Like you would think like entrance to end of ceremony, like you're looking at an hour. Like I would think like that's probably a good bet. Like even in a 7-match format, like I can't even fathom that in a 3-hour window.
Yeah, no. So there's all manner of like real minute nitpicking and whatnot that goes into this that is very different from like Karen said, from a classic Wrestle Kingdom card where you're like, oh my God, look at this top to bottom. It's going to be 5 hours. It's going to be 6 hours, but I don't care because this is all going to be fantastic. And yes, these are all great matches on paper that have had a proper build. That's not what we have here, right? We have something very different. We have effectively a cold card with, besides the Tanahashi match, we have one program with Takeshita Tsuji that has been built reasonably well, sort of, and then that's really it, in terms of actual build, unless you want to rate the Evil Wolf stuff, which I imagine very few. I don't know. I don't get the sense that kind of the casual audience that Wolf is expected or hope to draw in. I don't think they've really been watching him, just have a little bit of a dust up, on night 7 of World Tag League or anything like that.
They probably haven't kept up with him since he won his Olympic medals and then showed up that he was signing with New Japan, and they've kind of like probably put him on the back burner, and they're like, I'll check Wrestle Kingdom out while I'm flipping through my New Year's holiday TV and see what happens. But they're not like Bruce. They don't log in for every single show to see, is he going to be on this time? Is he going to be on this time? How about now? How about now? How about now?
Similar on the Joshi front, but more so looking at people that have left Japan and found success in WWE. Karen, if I were to tell you that the Kabuki Warriors were going to have, a great year in 2025, it probably would not be a stunning statement to make a year ago. But if I were to tell you that a heel Asuka and subservient Kairi Sane were going to be in arguably like the A program on Raw throughout the middle of the year and carrying speaking segments as well, that to me is one of like the most incredible pieces of like WWE booking this year, was taking these characters, non-English speaking, and they were in as engaging a program this year with Rhea Ripley throughout like those summer months that were carrying Raw in multiple segments, and it wasn't just relying on matches from them.
I think the biggest asset that they've had since, with, unlike, foreign talent that goes to Japan, when someone gets signed by WWE or AEW, they become a transplant. They pick everything up, they pack their bags, they move here, they live here full time. So even though when we see them on TV, they may not necessarily be speaking that much English, or they have, somebody speaking for them, they have the English is a second language lifestyle. They have to go to the grocery store, they have to go get gas, they have to do all those things. So they do have the base there. I do like their presentation far more in recent years because they're allowing them to mix English and Japanese to get this really, I mean, as somebody who often, when she speaks Japanese with her Japanese friends, I mix both languages because they also have a certain command of English. So it actually comes off as very endearing and also more natural to them. And it also helps that, there were reasons why Io and Asuka and Kairi were all signed away from Japan and despite the injuries that they've had and like the slow burn that some of them have had to come back, like Asuka in particular, her knee, it took a lot longer than anticipated for her to come back.
Sure.
I think the story that they're telling is a great one, and I'm glad they're being given that platform. But at the same time, I say, they are all ESL. They're all English as a second language. So that means if they can do that in their non-native English or their non-native language, they should be able to do better promos and bookings and storytelling consistently across the entire company with their native English speakers.
Yeah. I would actually suggest like this year has been pretty groundbreaking, at least, from a WWE front, to see non-native English speakers be such a focal point in scenes where they're only featuring themselves, communicating with each other, and Rhea Ripley sometimes appearing, but not really doing the bulk of the storytelling. So, I mean, that's been a major step up in my opinion. Maybe sticking with like the Japanese North American relationship. New Japan continues to be very tied to AEW. Look no further than this year's Wrestle Kingdom card, where both arguably co-main event and main event features an AEW star. We started off the year with like Kid and Omega and really kind of putting that relationship into focus in storyline form. How do you think they're ending the year as partners with AEW?
I think we have to to that end, Wai. I think I think you have to sort of look at the fallout of that match in terms of kind of meta commentary about the relationship.
Yeah, who's calling these last two matches?
Yeah. That'll be interesting. So like that right there kind of points out the fact that there's only so far that I think both companies are willing to go in terms of making that any sort of point within the actual on-air programming. And yet they're in a position where really diehard fans of New Japan are going to be like parsing this relationship with such a fine tooth comb, looking for anything that can be perceived as, kind of AEW little brothering New Japan, which just has kind of happened, right? In terms of the stroke, the business dynamics, and everything like that, right? So it's a weird situation where I don't know how much they really want that sort of, the relationship bleeding into the programming itself. And yet you're exactly right, Wai. Like it's right there in the actual in the actual booking of it. And we have to, and we are obviously looking at this through political, kind of like a realpolitik sort of lens in terms of the different parties and who's involved and what their respective interests are. Again, great job by Trish Spears in laying that all out in her piece and sort of talking about here's how and why. There doesn't have to be a grand conspiracy theory behind the selection of Okada as Tanahashi's final point. It makes sense as a choice that keeps everybody within this relationship happy. I'm also interested in the degree to which, and I don't know about this because Japan is so much more tight-lipped in terms of, office booking and whatnot. I am interested to know the degree to which that pressure that you're referring to there, or the kind of that specter way, how much that has been impacting booking and presentation of talent within New Japan. Are there people that the office views as being more likely, like you were sort of saying with Kamitani or whatever? Are there people that they view as more likely to move over to North America? And then therefore, do we not go on to get behind them, even if they organically catch on, or even if there is a good program to be made there? I can't speak to what degree that's going on or not, but that sort of second guessing of yourself when the cupboard is very bare right now in terms of like drawing bankable stars, I don't know that you have the luxury to pick and choose and sort of say, oh yeah, so-and-so is next up and we'll keep so-and-so in reserve when this person moves on, right? Like, we've seen Stardom was able to do that, when the Marigold split happened and everything, Stardom had the horses kind of, in the stable, like ready to go. New Japan hasn't. So that would be sort of my one concern about how New Japan is sort of viewing the relationship. Fine, it's maybe not as ideal or as even as they would like it to be from a business perspective, but they are just going to have to eat crow to a certain degree in terms of that moving forward. And if people leave, fine, people leave, but I don't think you can allow yourself to hamstring yourself in terms of putting as much talent as you have access to in the best possible light.
We'll end on this one. I want to give both of you the opportunity, if you're placing down your wagers on a futures pick for 2026, someone that is maybe not quite broken through yet, that you have high hopes for, 2026, where are you laying your money down on? Any particular, regardless of gender, regardless of company?
Karen?
Putting you guys on the spot here.
Well, if I'm gonna go with the women, I really want Starlight Kid or Azumi to have a breakout 2026. For the men, if they don't pull the trigger on Tsuji, I'm gonna just have to pack a bag and go have a conversation with some people, because it's either Tsuji or Uemura. The moves need to start moving now. They're like, Tanahashi is in the office full time and retired. Who's your guy? Who are your guys?
In terms of leveling up or movement, expected stock increase or whatever, return on investment or whatever, I'd be still throwing a lot of money into Oiwa. I still think there is so much just ruthless, real kind of natural throwback meanness, roughness. I in his best moments in his matches, I feel like I'm just watching old Steve Williams or All Japan matches and everything. And we saw a lot of that in the Noah stuff. It kind of got tamped down this year in New Japan, but it started coming back into his work in the World Tag League. The Tsuji thing, if Tsuji is not wearing the belt in a couple weeks, you and I are going to have a talk off camera, Karen. But yeah, no, in terms of people that I would really be kind of looking to make big moves, him, and also see what they end up doing with Daiki Nagai. Just the fact that this is a young guy who has been very just no excursion, kind of folded into storyline and everything like that. If we're talking about Yudo Ice and kind of his when he came back, just, oh wow, he's popping off the page. Nagai is somebody who from his very first Young Lion match gets this business, gets what he needs to be doing between the moves and everything. He's going to be fascinating to watch as well.
He can't be what WH would call a jag, just a guy Nagai.
I'm also going to throw Kosei Fuji down there. He needs to have the singles title by the end of 2026.
Yeah.
I look at 2026. I think my most interest is in New Japan, because they have the opportunity to totally transform this company in 2026. And I feel foolish even forecasting this from what has been largely a very conservative company, especially these last few years. There is an opportunity to do so much to your main event scene. And to me, if a year from now, we are not talking Okada and Yota Tsuji headlining Wrestle Kingdom 21, I think there is a great pathway here. Tsuji and Okada come out the winners next week. It's Tsuji that is upstaged by Okada getting the main event. He gets the closing match with Tanahashi. Tsuji wins the G1, and then he calls out Okada, "You come and beat me in your house at the Tokyo Dome, bitch."
This company used to do that sort of long-term, year-long storytelling, and I can't really say that this is a card that's reflective of that. Yeah, right there. No, it sounds great.
Well, guys, we appreciate you, as always, stopping by here. I want all of you to have a wonderful holiday season, great contributions across the board, whether it be all of your great New Japan reviews, Karen with WH Park and keeping him in line, and of course,
I try.
Bruce Lord also moonlighting on Collision Course as well. You guys are huge contributors here at Post Wrestling, and it's great to have your insight here on the Christmas show.
Been another wonderful year doing it, guys. Thanks so much. Happy holidays.
Bruce Lord and Karen Peterson are joining us, and they will be back for Wrestle Kingdom 20 on January the 4th, and we're doing a doubleheader Wrestle Kingdom review that day. So Bruce and Karen are going to have a review on the free feed for everybody that day, and then later on in the evening, Wai and I will get together. That review will go out for the Post Wrestling Cafe members. We think this show is big enough that there will be people that maybe you're crazy and want to hear both reviews, but we're going to offer both for people out there. Free feed with Karen and Bruce, and you and I will be on the cafe that night.
Yeah, Karen and Bruce are our year-long New Japan Pro Wrestling correspondents. They are really deep in the weeds with it all. They've just did a review of the World Tag League Finals. And so you're going to get their perspective. And we wanted to give this one on the free feed because it's almost like a great preview, I think, for the type of analysis that they provide throughout the course of the year. For those of you who might want to subscribe to the rest of the Post Wrestling Cafe. And for us, I mean, it's John, you've been keeping up really well with New Japan. I have not. I've pretty much not watched much of anything since the G1. So I'll be approaching it more from like a perspective of somebody who's just kind of dipping in. And well, I hope to have.
I think that's a good. You have all different kind of perspectives that we're trying to offer here, and I think for Wrestle Kingdom, a lot of people are in your boat more so than mine, for instance, that have not watched maybe since the G1 that are coming, and a lot that maybe have not watched New Japan in years that might be swooping in for this show. And I'm kind of curious to see at the end of that show, what is a lasting character or story that is impactful to you. Because that in many ways is again, I've said it many times, this is the most interested show for me in a long time because of the Cena retirement. You can quibble about the way it ended. That was a successful show. WWE was going to be just fine after Cena, and it was not some make or break show. It's not like this Wrestle Kingdom show. If it's a disaster from a sense of creating new stars and using this big platform to get those stars across, that is going to play an impact on their 2026. So it's a very, very important show for New Japan.
I'm a lot more interested, for those reasons, in this particular New Japan show than I have in many, many.
Well, folks, the party's it's getting pretty packed. Sean is pounding down some drinks over there in the corner. He's talking John Kleinchester's ear off. So, you know what? Can this party go to an 11? I think these next two will be contributing to that escalation. And 'twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was smoking, not even the Brady. Hello, everybody. It is the Poisonrana crew with us on the Christmas show. Braden, Herrington, Davie, Portman. Hello, one. Hello, all. Happy holidays.
Hello.
Hello.
And I'm definitely smoking. How you doing? It's a green Christmas, as always. And we're always happy to be invited to post wrestling.
Braden always providing the green on this festive holiday. Is there a seasonal strand of sorts that you
Yuletide log,
in?
eggnog, blitz? I don't know. There should be. I had some horchata one last year. That was pretty good.
Little Donner and Blitzer for Braden.
Ooh, I like it. There's money to be made. If Kevin Nash and Ric Flair can have their own strains, then Christmas can definitely. I need a Christmas tree strain. But yeah.
Davie, Merry
Hello.
Christmas, Happy
Merry
Holidays.
Christmas to you
Where are you
too.
joining us on this night before Christmas?
Just from my condo, from formerly known as BD Towers 2.0. Yeah, just in front of my Christmas tree right now, getting all festive.
What is on the menu for the Christmas season, Davie? Are you putting on a big spread this Christmas season?
I am. I've got a bunch of people from work are coming over, and I actually got a steal yesterday. So I'm doing a turkey and a prime rib with all the trimmings.
Very nice.
But yesterday at Loblaws, Queen and Portland, I found a 7-kilogram frozen turkey for $17.
Wow. That is a steal. That is a steal in this economy.
We might all get salmonella, but I think $17, it's worth the risk. And it's frozen. It looked good. Got a nice prime rib to go with it. And then, sausages wrapped in bacon, stuffing, Yorkshire puddings, roast potatoes, the works. So always excited. I love cooking. So hoping to... I've got a lot of time off this Christmas, which is nice. So I can spend most of my Christmas Eve prepping. So hopefully Christmas Day isn't so stressful.
From the outside looking in, it seems like you are the type of friend that has certainly become like I would imagine among that circle, you are like the nucleus for all these people that maybe don't have Christmas plans, and here you do, you go all out, prepare an incredible meal. Like I would think there's quite the gravitational pull towards Davie Portman's orbit in the Christmas season among your friends and extended acquaintances.
Yeah, I think I think our space is quite nice. It's quite open, so a lot of people can fit in there and play games and that kind of thing. I also enjoy it. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't enjoy cooking. And I like having everyone over and making up a feast. And the thing is, I'm never home. Like, this will be, I think, my 10th Christmas I haven't been home for. And I would want to eat a Christmas dinner on Christmas Day, but it's a little bit too much to cook a whole turkey for one person. So it's slightly, yes, I'm being kind, inviting everyone over, but in a way I'm just being selfish because I want a Christmas dinner. So yeah. I think people seem to enjoy it. Braden's been to a couple of them before, and they're always a good time.
Good chef. He's a lovely chef. As you guys know, you've seen him cook up before, but you have a little bit you've moved. Oh, you've changed your whole life, like you said, almost 10 years ago. And you do it you call it the orphan's Christmas, where, other people might not, maybe people do family stuff on the other days. And what's a shame is I always like to be there, but it is Christmas. So I do try to see like my family and stuff. So it's like my family of Davie and podcasts are like actual family. And I know other people we always love to have Davie's turkey and his cooking and stuff like that. So.
Well, I've got a lot of friends as well who are either sort of European or South American when they tend to celebrate like Portugal do, Braden, on the 24th. So it often frees them up on the actual Christmas Day as well. So I think we got 10 people coming over this year.
Wow.
Even more so, shout out people who have, divorced parents, double families to do double duty. Like, oh man, all the power to you out there. But Davie always holding the fort down with the, you know what I want to try, though, Davie, next time, or maybe if you got leftovers, because Davie is British and obviously makes a mean Yorkie, right? Like you were the one to open my eyes to the Yorkshire puddings, but I've seen the Christmas markets do like the Yorkshire Christmas pudding burrito. That looks awesome, where you put everything in one thing, you roll it up and you eat it. That looks really good.
Yeah, you've got to make the big Yorkies for that. Yorkshires are very hit and miss. Like I've made some really good ones, and then I've made some that come out a bit more like cake. So they're not the hardest things, but yeah, to get it right, like you've got to keep the oven closed. You can't let any air in there. And so just hope that it's doing the right thing inside. But what I love the most is the leftover sandwiches. So I like getting bagel, cream cheese, stuffing, cranberry sauce, bacon, turkey, Dijon mustard.
Turkey and mustard.
Oh my God, it's so good.
So Davie, when you have like this amount of people that are coming over, and I'm sure many of them feel like they're indebted to you, are you very territorial in the kitchen?
Oh yeah.
If someone is coming in there is like, oh, I'll take this over for you. I'll pitch in here. They might mean well, but you're doing more harm than good by getting in my, don't ruin my flow.
Absolutely. And I know we're in this sort of kind of weird time with AI and we should be fighting against it and that kind of thing. But using AI to kind of time out everything and when things should go in the oven and set alarms. Like I'm pretty like strict with that. And I've got these digital thermometers now, so I know when things are cooked properly, especially the prime rib. If I want a nice medium rare, like it's so useful for that. But yeah, like everyone at some point will be like, hey, can I help? And I'm like, no, just sit down, maybe throw a few bucks my way to help cover this, or you can wash the dishes. I am perfectly fine with you doing that. But when it comes to the cutting, like
that's what Wai and I could do if we ever came over. We would do dish duty. Dishes are that's my special place.
Come on over, absolutely. Yeah, I hate doing the dishes.
And just come and do the dishes.
Yeah,
we'll just show up at the end. We're like the cleaning crew at the end. It's just empty plates, and we'll leave Davie's leftover sandwiches for the next day.
I will say one of my things is if I ever were to run a restaurant, it would just be you get what you get and it comes out when it comes out. Just book your night off, because I'm saying here dinner aiming for like 3-4 p.m. It's probably going to be more like 8. That's just how it usually is.
A few too many eggnogs, you get a little off course.
Guys, if you want to come over around 10 p.m. Christmas Day, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate it.
How about the exit time? Like, do you sort of have a, okay, party's up type of thing, or is it we just go until the party dies, or are you a kind of tapping the watch at a certain hour?
I think when it comes to like midnight, got to be like a bit more aware of volume and that sort of thing. And people tend to trickle out. We will normally have a few people left at the end where you're just chilling. I found every year everyone gets a second wind. Like it's Christmas dinner, and you get this sense that everyone's about to tap out and be like, all right, time to go home now. And then suddenly everyone, you might go, oh, well, let's play a quick game before you go or something like that. And everyone perks up again and it's, oh, round 2, let's go. And then it's only a couple of hours later after your big meals. It's, should we get out the cheese? Should we get out the charcuterie board? Yeah, I could do some chips and dip. And you get going again.
Last year at the BDE was the New Year's. We came over for New Year's, and then you had a bunch of people, so we got different friend groups. And then like the countdown happened, and the BDE Towers is near the fireworks downtown Toronto, so a great view and everything. And then we decided, let's plug in these speakers and do karaoke, as you do. So we started singing. I sing, Davie sings. I'm sure you did some Celine or Meatloaf or something. And then one of our friends sings. I think the song goes, "She fucking hates me." I think that's the way the song goes. Remember that classic? Yeah.
Is that Puddle of Mud?
Yeah. So he starts blaring this and then pounding on the door. And it's like 3 different security guards. I don't even think one of them worked at the building you work at. And they're like, guys, of all songs, the guy, we opened the door as "She fucking hates me." And we're like, you know what? You're right. And we shut it down right away. So now I feel like that's a holiday song for me. She fucking hates me.
Wait for it. I mean, you've been, living separately, the two of you, for over a year now. It seems like more than that, right? Has it been difficult trying to, how has it changed? Perhaps the BD.
What's different is like you guys obviously you've been recording and working together for even longer than me and Davie. But I think the one thing Davie and I never really talked about is what we took for granted is we could do quote unquote work talk while just being in the living room or being in the kitchen. Now I feel like we got to like message each other or text each other to be like, oh shit, we need to like talk about this thing. Whereas before it's much more casual of like, we live together every day. We can have a conversation about if we wanted to about the pod or whatever. So I think Davie has told his new roommate something, and then a day or two later has been like, I think I told Graham that, and I meant to tell you that, and I think maybe it can go the same way. But if that makes sense.
I think as well with that, it's because we both work other jobs as well, and our schedules are different. I don't know if you guys have the same, but sometimes you'll like have a brainwave of like a show to do or scheduling change or if we're running one of our events or things like that. So I'll suddenly have that, and you want to get it out there in writing. So you're not necessarily looking to have that discussion right then, but I'm very much aware that Braden's at work and I'm blowing up his phone with, oh, I just thought we could do this, this, and this, and this. And vice versa, it's the same. I'll be working at the bar and then suddenly Braden's like, oh, we should do this. Or are you thinking about going to Vancouver for Dynasty or all these sort of things? So we have less of that time together to just then talk about work. But I actually think, and I'm sure you found this when you made the move to like StreamYard over COVID, that I think it's actually easier most of the time recording this way than it is in person.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Definitely. Minus StreamYard adding bless StreamYard, but guys, you keep charging extra money and the product keeps getting worse. So let's maybe fix that, StreamYard. There's a lot that goes into podcasting about wrestling, and StreamYard definitely saves the day. But I think a lot has changed, but at the same time, yeah, we still see each other. We still work together. We do so many podcasts. We do, the one thing is sometimes on Tuesdays after NXT, I know we'd be like, oh, let's go have one beer outside, like go to a bar just to like, work that off. Now I don't live as close, so that doesn't happen as often, but it still happens. The karaoke still happens. So not too much has changed.
I can't imagine living with Wai. I mean, we're too late in life at this point to have gone through that. I'm kind of surprised we didn't have any like period in our 20s where that didn't become an option, but I don't know. Like we've been on the road together and stuff, but that's got a specific start and end date of how long Wai has to put up with me. I don't know how we would fare as roommates. I think like this is probably a good type of a relationship that we have. With all due respect,
I would say so. I think we'd be fine. But I think we'd be pretty
The
much
odd
like,
couple.
very much like, in our own worlds, maybe like only interacting, like passing by each other, and then obviously for the shows. But I don't know how.
Wade'd be like, this guy is really fucking quiet when he doesn't have a microphone in front of him. He does not talk.
I don't.
You
think
gotta.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, you got to pick up on like little cues. Is the other person feeling sociable today or not? Am I feeling sociable today or not? And I think it's important to give each other that space, whether it's just going for a walk and like giving the person the place to just chill on the couch and watch TV for a bit, or go to your room or whatever. And other times being like, we're down for playing some PlayStation or watching a film. Or
you
whatever.
laugh, Braden, but it's like it's such an underrated trait. It's like I've repeated the story so many times, but there was a time that we were on a trip and we had just come back to the hotel, and Wade was like, "I'm just gonna keep walking," and I just said, "You want me to come with?" And Wade was just like, he took a pause. He's like, "No, I don't want you to come." And I was like, I totally get that. And I felt like it was a progression. Like we broke down a wall here where we felt comfortable enough to say, I need time away. Because you do. Everyone needs to recharge.
Davie, you said that one thing that I was good at being a roommate was social cues, because sometimes Davie would come home, maybe not alone, and I'd be like, got it, I'm out of here. Whereas I heard rumors that his new roommate maybe doesn't understand social cues as much. So maybe
now, when you say you're out of here, does that mean you're just going to lay in your in your room, or you're leaving the premises?
Either way, like I'm a good friend.
I'm just saying, 3 in the morning. It's like if I have earplugs, we'll have earplugs. But I'm not leaving at 3 in the morning. I mean,
I think everyone needs to learn to be a bit more direct with people. And I see this as a bartender, where you see people start talking to someone at the bar, strangers talking, and everyone, for the most part, is polite to start. And then you realize you're trapped with this person who isn't talking to you, they're talking at you. And like, unless someone's doing something wrong, it's not really my role to step in and be like, hey, stop talking to that person, because the person might be appreciating it. As soon as you're doing creepy, weird stuff, yeah, absolutely, I'll shut that down. But I think people need to be a little braver in politely but firmly saying, like, sorry, I just really need to just have a quiet drink on my own, or I am with my friend right here. Like Braden and I had a moment the other week where there's a guy at a bar we go to who calls me horror movie guy, because it was October 30th, a year ago. And the bartender asked me, what's your plan tonight? And I went, going to go home, throw on a horror film, get in the festive spirit. So this guy starts talking to me about horror films, gives me some suggestions, whatever. The conversation was fine. However, every time since then that I've seen him, it's, horror movie guy. It'll be middle of June. And he's telling me about some Korean horror film that he's just watched or whatever. So Braden and I were outside. This was, a week or two ago. And we're actually having a work conversation, and we're bouncing back and forth. And this guy comes up and, horror movie guy, starts talking. And I give him this look. And he goes, did I interrupt? I was like, yeah, you did. We're having a conversation right now. Thank you. And he goes, I'm sorry. Anyway, so I just saw this Japanese horror film. And I was like, and I went, seriously, dude, we're having a conversation. Please.
Trying to talk about John Cena here. Come
on. and I think people there's a polite but firm way to do it. And I think everyone should. If you're feeling like, come on, you're wasting my time right now, or you're not making this. I'm at this bar to enjoy myself, and that is not happening right now. I think you need to shoot it down.
Is that a Canadian thing, you think, Davie? Or is it
what, to interrupt people? Like to
be polite, too polite.
Too polite.
I'd say it's very British as well. I think many cultures are actually like, yes, I know we have the stereotype of sorry, but I think people just fear about coming across as an asshole. And the best one I ever saw was this guy said, hey, what's your name? Jeff, right? And he's like, yeah. And he goes, what are you drinking, Jeff? He goes, I'm having a Molson Canadian. He goes, David, can I get Jeff a Molson Canadian? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Pour it for him. And he goes, Jeff, I'm really sure whatever you're talking about is really interesting to you. but it's really not interesting to me, and I'm here to just enjoy my pint in peace. So, and he goes, well, that's rude. It's like, no, Jeff, enjoy your drink. I've bought you a drink, but please stop talking to me.
And I was like, sounds bravo. Like a master at work there. Yeah. I mean, that to me is like, if there is like the bane of my existence, it is like aimless small talk that I just cannot get out of. Like I just like have hit a wall, and there is every ounce of me that just wants to say, hey, red flag, I'm done. Okay. I can't do this out here. The worst one was once on a subway, and I'm getting on, and for those in Toronto will understand this. Finch Station. Okay. I get on. Guy from high school I went with, I haven't seen in years, comes like, John. I'm like, hey, how's it going, man? It's been a long time. Sits down next to me.
Oh.
And
that's a long train ride for those in
dude, he says right off the top he's going down to Union. And I was like, just by chance, I'm like, I'm going to Union as well. It's like, dude, we didn't share that many words in high school. Like, what am I to do here? This is 30 minutes. Like, am I to put my book away? Am I like, what am I supposed to do here? Am I just now obligated to participate now for 30 minutes of conversation?
Just get off at the next station.
Yeah.
I just
get off at the next stop. And like, what about Davie when we were talking one time at a bar and this guy keeps interrupting and Davie like politely is like, oh yeah, and then like turns back to me and we're probably talking about John Cena or whatever. And then finally this guy like leans in again and says to Davie, you know, you should smile more.
Oh,
and like that's already women, I'm sure, get that all the time. I think that's the most like stupidest fucking thing someone could say to someone. But someone said it to Davie, and this Davie just fucking, I forget what you said to him, but you
I think I said, don't you ever fucking tell me or anyone else to smile ever again. Get out of my face.
His face
and
dropped.
I'm not a violent person, but I think I gave a look that I was going to break his nose, and he paid his drink and just left. He left.
Smile more.
Yeah, I can't stand people who say that. Like, it's such a.
I think I said first, "Who are you?" As in, like, who are you to say this to me? But I think as well, like,
and then we killed him.
Yeah. But you know, podcast, John. I'm sure you find this. It's all of you. You're talking. You're giving so much of yourself socially, just doing a show like this, and quite often I'm doing like a 8, 9, 10 hour bar shift where I'm talking to people and socializing. And then I may be recording. And then if I'm at a bar, I'm fine. Like my friends, regulars I know, bartender. If you are someone new, I do not have the energy for you at that moment in time because my battery is just done. My social battery is done.
Yeah, I see you. Like, honestly, I look at all of you as much more like extroverts than me. But I think everyone has, like, it does seem like it's
a limit.
Like in my circle, like we do not need to be recording, and I'll spend all night with the three of you, and we're gonna have a great time. If it's like people outside of that, it's like that. It's like I feel my battery just draining. Where that's like it's just sucking it out to extend this, and it's like it's interesting. Like you do hear like a lot of people that work in like on air capacities that you frequently hear those stories that like off air. These are very reserved people. It's like an interesting contrast of like what you do and then like the energy, like maybe to a degree, like for some when it's like turning into like this is a byproduct of work in some ways that you're off the clock. When you're outside of like your circle, like in a social situation.
Like I'm sure people say to you guys, oh, the wrestling guys, right? Like the guy, oh, you guys do wrestling. And then you're at a social situation where I'm not going to start bringing up, you know, the Continental Classic to a party where no one knows it. But as soon as someone knows you like wrestling, it's like, oh, what did you think about the summer? It's like, oh, no, I don't.
What if you're getting a very personal operation performed on you at the time?
I heard about that.
Chris Benoit is brought up. I mean, what is the etiquette, Davie, if you were getting a vasectomy and you had to discuss the merits of a murder-suicide case?
Oh,
maybe the best story of 2000.
I was getting lightheaded, and I wasn't sure if it was the questioning or the procedure. So,
yeah. Your balls in the crossface. Damn.
Yeah, I'm really happy that wrestling hasn't come up once in this discussion because
guys,
it was another year, guys. We're gonna spare all of the wrestling talk for the best and worst of show that we're doing in a couple of weeks' time, where the four of us are gonna get together, and then we will look back at the past year.
Yeah, very excited. Very, very appreciative of the post-wrestling community, by the way. I know this is a Christmas show, so got to get it off as I can. Like, love the fact that we got postmarks, like, worldwide. Sometimes, you know, we talk to people and interact with people from all walks of life, from all different countries. And in the last year, I've interacted or gone back and forth with people through this podcast or made connections through this podcast over the years. And I know the Christmas show is very special to a lot of people out there. So I'm always so gracious to be invited, not only on this Christmas show, but into the post-wrestling world. And like, yeah, happy holidays to everyone out there. And it's crazy. It feels like the world is ending soon. So like, let's just enjoy it while we can, because I don't know, every day I just watch too much news and I get sad, and I just want people to be happy.
Are the Epstein files out yet?
Yeah, that's the real Christmas gift. They're out, but there's missing pages, I guess. But yeah, happy holidays.
I hear they're releasing it like the final season of Stranger Things. We're getting like a little bit today. There's some more on Christmas Day, more on New Year's Day.
A trailer.
Yeah.
Teases.
Yeah, they're calling it the same as well. It's Stranger Files. Do we want to give any hint, Davie, towards our Rock John Cena 1 year build to my return to Poisonrana next year that we have already scheduled?
Yeah.
Monday, December 14th.
I guess so.
If you haven't checked out our Home Alone 3, John Pollock's favorite Home Alone movie, finally, we've reviewed it. You know, you've spent so much time talking about 1 and 2 when everyone knows you really love Max Keeble in Home Alone 3. So we finally did it.
John has he was so upset Macaulay Culkin not being in Home Alone 3. So we're reviewing The Good Son from 1993.
What?
Certificate 18. So this is I think
this is the real continuation of the Home Alone franchise.
Yeah,
I literally thought you were talking about Home Sweet Home Alone or whatever.
No. The good news this clocks in under 90 minutes, so that's good. It's a thriller.
Good son.
A young boy stays with his aunt and uncle and becomes friends with his cousin, a boy of the same age who shows increasing signs of violent and psychopathic behavior. The tagline, evil has many faces.
So just the Macaulay Culkin podcast now is what we're becoming. Richie Rich.
I think we should watch this with having like a John Williams soundtrack in mind to change the tone of this film. But this to me is the real Home Alone 3.
Is this one actually set at Christmas this time?
I don't think it is. No, but it's Macaulay Culkin and Elijah Wood.
Does he get attacked by bees in this movie? I forget.
No. But there will be death. I watched this movie when I was like 9 years old, and that's the last time I watched this. Okay, so this is my pick for our Christmas cheer next year in 2026. So The Good Son coming to Poisonrana in 1 year. The countdown starts now.
Amazing.
Yeah, we've reviewed Best of Stan Hansen and Home Alone 3, both with John Pollock on the Poisonrana Patreon.
Well, we soar to new heights next year, guys.
You don't know what we're gonna do next.
Guys, it is always fun. I always enjoy chatting about anything with you, even Home Alone 3, which really goes to the extent that I enjoy chatting with you to go through 90 minutes of hell. We will be back with the best and worst of show in a couple of weeks, and I want to wish both of you a great holiday season. Davie, I hope you get plenty of leftovers, and Davie, I hope that there are not too severe hangovers, or maybe some epic ones along the way.
This year I've got Boxing Day off, New Year's Day off, and the day after my staff party off. This is the first time ever, so I actually put when booking off the day after the staff party. I've worked every morning after a staff party and just want to enjoy my hangover this year. So that's my Christmas treat this year.
Hangovers are real. We're getting up to your age now, guys, that we're understanding why you don't go out as much.
All right. Everyone raise a glass of water with 2 capsules of Advil, and you have a wonderful holiday season, courtesy of the Poisonrana Lab.
Peace and love, y'all.
The Poisonrana lads themselves. Is it a party if Braden and Davie are not on the guest list?
The party's only just begun with those guys' arrival. Yeah. You know, I thought, like, for those two, we've known them for a very long time now, Braden and Davie. I thought life in their 30s would, like, slow them down just a little bit. and it has not whatsoever. I feel like these guys have kept up. I thought moving apart would slow them down. I don't think it has.
No, I think these guys actually like each other. I'm starting to think that they might actually be friends.
I would just think, like, the sort of rigors of I don't know, adulthood would drive the fun out of like their personalities, and that's not been the case, like it has been with me.
Well, from trivia games to live streams to pay-per-view watch parties, even when Davie is in a separate country attending SummerSlam, they have expanded the Poisonrana net.
Hey, let me just say, if this runtime that you're currently experiencing through this particular podcast is somehow not enough to carry you through your holiday season, go to Poisonrana's free feed and also their YouTube channel at Poisonrana Pod, where you can get their Christmas party, of which I managed to make a bit of an appearance as well, along with your other post wrestling and Poisonrana universe favorites.
What went smoother, your trip to the Poisonrana Christmas party or to IKEA for a return?
Oh, you listened, huh? Did you jump in as well?
I logged in and there were multiple guests there, and I figured I can't fit in at this point.
Wait, you pulled off a Damian Abraham? You were at the door?
The digital version, yeah.
You were at the door?
I lurked.
You were intending on making an appearance?
I didn't think they could bring on more. Like, the bubbles were filling up the screen. I was like, I can't fit in here. There's so many people. There's 3 on the couch. There's 2 guests. I'm just going to be getting in the way of things.
There are no limits, dude. Like, see, again, like you peeked in through the window. You saw, okay, like, I mean, I'm not needed, and you decided to go home. Is that
I guess so. I didn't send a text either, so that was.
See, that just sounds like an excuse for that. That's come on. You are the star of the Home Alone review, Home Alone 3 review.
Well, I did put in my my Home Alone 3 viewing, so I did give them several hours.
Oh well, they'll be shocked to hear that. All right,
they won't make it this far in the show.
They will roll out the red carpet for you next year, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll see. What did you return to IKEA?
Oh, like a kid's duvet cover. It wasn't even anything that big. Just honestly an excuse to go to IKEA so that we can kill a few hours.
Did you have dinner there?
Oh, dude, it was awful. Yeah, I usually love IKEA food. Like, we usually love IKEA, like Swedish meatballs, peas. No,
never have you.
You've never eaten at IKEA?
Never. It's probably been decades since I've been to an IKEA, to be honest.
What?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't mean to drop all this on you.
Sorry.
Show.
I'm giving you like you've never seen the Apocalypse Now reaction to IKEA. You never had Swedish meatballs?
Surprised.
Yeah, no, we love IKEA. It's just like, it's just fun to walk around and like, and it's relatively safe.
Is it a wrestling fan thing, or is it just an in general thing? The proclivity of which audiences love to correct like the most minor of things.
I feel like it's stronger within wrestling.
I feel too, but I'm very biased toward this, obviously. But it's just so today, WWE Vault posted like an old Nitro, and it's labeled like December 14th, 1999, and it was mislabeled 1999. It was really 1998. It is the top comment that's been upvoted to the top of this thing. It's like, sometimes I think, like, why are you posting this? Is it because you are so concerned for your fellow fan possibly watching this, not realizing it's off by a year? Or are you just wanting to project that you are not falling for this mislabeled? Like, I know that this is wrong, and I want to point out that you are wrong as well. Who is this for? Are they posting it for themselves or for your benefit?
So there's certainly something, I think, like, I maybe slightly obnoxious about like too many of those comments. At the same time, like, would the alternative be better? Like, if, let's say, we made a really glaring mistake on this particular podcast, all right? Like, we labeled this like 2024 instead of 2025. And
so you and I look at glaring mistakes with different definitions. I am all for correcting the record if something is inaccurate, But if you were to put this up and you take the template from last year and you labeled it Post Wrestling 2024 Christmas Party, you're not fooling anyone. I'm not confused what year it is. And you know what? If I was so concerned, it's a private message to you. I don't have to make a production out of
Is the comment a production? Like there's no DM function on YouTube.
You know, one person needs to post it. I don't need 5,000 upvotes. And you know what? Life will go on.
Yeah.
Life will just be fine. No one is going to misremember that this was the wrong year Nitro took place on this date. What is the harm in this? You know it's in 1998. Let's assume everyone knows this is 1998. It's a mistake. The number is right next to the correct one.
So the nature of like YouTube comments is that it feels like a very individual relationship, when I think for the creators who are seeing every comment, it feels like you're talking to a crowd, right? So let's say like
have I been gotten to on in this front?
No, I don't think so. But like, let me describe like the experience of like talking to a sea of people, and you make one mistake. Somebody in the crowd's going to shout, "Hey, you made a mistake," and then everybody else will shut up because they see that that person's corrected you already. On YouTube, it feels like everybody's having an individual conversation with the creator. And so it feels like, hey, that person doesn't know yet, so I'm going to make the thing. And then to the other person on stage, it sounds like everybody's shouting at the same time, right? So, I mean, I think that's just sort of the nature. And you know what? I take it more so as a sign that people care enough to say something. It's not a bad thing.
Well, there's an army out there of them. I think we're in a very unique industry.
Sometimes I think we have to remember that. Like, like if we say something wrong, if we hear like 50 people correct us, maybe they just, they don't know that 49 other people have made the same correction.
So you want to see some growth on my part in this department?
Maybe growth in the other side too. Maybe I guess if you're about to correct John, maybe just assume that maybe other people have already done it.
Never assume anything. It's all understandable to a degree. Well, let's correct the record and make sure that we don't get our next guest wrong. What if we identify the wrong person that's coming up?
Then I'm sure you'll hear.
Do you think that would ruin the show? Would we have to go back and re-record this?
Maybe we should.
What's up, Post Universe? Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Chanukah, Festivus for the rest of us, all of the above, man. We hope everyone watching and listening is having a safe and happy holiday season. We are the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the NWA podcast, which you can hear each and every month right here at the Post Wrestling Network. I, of course, am the Godfather, Nate Milton. Over a decade in the game. Ain't a dang thing changed. Still your favorite podcaster's favorite podcaster. And I am joined by my right-hand man, my partner in crime, the good professor from L.A., Kris Ealy. Can we rock? Merry Christmas, Doc.
Merry Christmas, Nate. Merry Christmas, Ray. I'm keeping it PG. PG-13 at the worst. I'm gonna chill on the F words and the S words. No N words. None of that. Just Christmas cheer. All that.
We can't be cursing on Jesus' birthday, Kris.
Nah, not at all. Yeah. Even though it's a pagan holiday,
That is true. That is true. I was gonna say the only N word we may use in this particular segment is nefarious, because we are part of the Nefarious Media Network as well. And joining us is our super producer, the man who has drank more eggnog across the country than anybody in the history of eggnog, the good brother, the super producer, two-way Ray Williams. Ray, Merry Christmas, brother.
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Always a pleasure to join you, brothers, on this festive holiday. And another N-word that we can say without getting canceled, nativity. So go ahead.
I was thinking about that one
in
too.
order.
Yeah.
We could you go Nativity. We could go Noel.
Noel, yeah.
And your eggnog is free of rum or Jack or anything like that, right? Right, Ray?
That is true. Non-alcoholic, my brother.
The
Non-alcoholic.
only thing Ray adds to his eggnog is a heaping glass of whole milk, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
If you follow the lore of the NWA podcast that connected with you, if this is the first time that you're hearing Ray, Kris, and myself, then welcome aboard, man. Like I said, we do this every month on Post Wrestling, but we are here at the end of 2025, a crazy year in the sport of professional wrestling, both on screen and behind the scenes. And a lot of people, Ray, are going to spend this time this year to talk about their best ofs and their worst ofs. And there's a lot of great lists that you can listen to and view in terms of that. But I think what I want to do, man, I don't want to judge things. I don't want to grade things, man. I don't want to pit things against each other. This is the season of giving. So let's talk about the gifts that wrestling gave us in 2025. And so I've got a couple in mind. Kris, I'm sure you've got a couple in mind. But we will start with the festively dressed super producer, Ray Williams. Ray, what gifts did wrestling give you this year?
Well, again, as you mentioned, if you are an avid listener to us here at the NWA podcast, you know that we deemed a segment on AEW television that was so captivating, so exhilarating that we thought it should have been nominated for an Emmy, primetime Emmy Award, and that would be the interaction between one Adam Hangman Cowboy Bob Orton Page versus Swerve Strickland Ricochet. If you guys listened to us on our last episode of the NWA podcast with the kickback. So
okay, hold on, Ray. Not to cut you off on Christmas, Ray, but I feel like, just your description didn't give it justice. So, normally we don't do this, man. Normally we don't do this, but I think we owe the people a reenactment. So would you like to be the Hangman or would you like to be Swerve?
I think I'll be Hangman because you could deliver that final line with
the final line. Okay.
Yes,
all right. So we're gonna give y'all what Ray deems one of the best gifts wrestling gave us this year: the scene from Dynamite with Hangman Page and Swerve Strickland. And go.
All right. I think it goes. You broke into my home.
You burned down my house.
You deserved it.
I know.
What did you say?
I said, I know, man. I know. And scene. And that was a great scene, Ray. Yeah, that's a good pick. Any other gifts that wrestling gave you this year besides the interaction between Hangman and Swerve?
Well, one more gift that it has given me is the opening of my eyes to the Empress of the Sky, the woman who at the beginning of the year I didn't believe could be a superstar because I think she was being limited. She was being held back. But now the sky is her limit.
Okay.
And that is one EO Sky who has shown up and shown out, and to me has become not only the best women's wrestler this year, but the best overall wrestler this year, in my opinion.
I like that, man. Like a lot of people would say that pick was insane or even crazy, Ray.
Crazy.
I think that was a good pick, brother. I think like EO did her thing this year. So yeah, shout out to EO Sky, Hangman Page, and Swerve Strickland. Kris,
Indeed.
I know Ray and I, we can tend to be a little bit more eggnog half full guys when it comes to wrestling, and you're more of a eggnog half empty guy at times. But Kris, did wrestling give you any gifts this year, brother?
Oh yeah. I really enjoyed AEW this year. I actually enjoyed it more than I thought I would going into 2025. And coming out of 2025. I'm looking forward to 2026 that much more. And I do want to couch this by saying I didn't think 2024 in AEW was horrible, but they did go through a fair share of growing pains, and to kind of move beyond that in 2025. I don't know if they have like a business strategist or if TK is just creative. I don't know if it's internal or external, the positive changes that they made in 2025, but it was very apparent. And this is something that you want to see carry over with them. And hopefully, whatever happens in this Netflix deal with Warner Brothers, they come out on top, no matter if they stay with Warner Brothers or if they move somewhere else. So I've enjoyed AEW quite thoroughly. All the things you guys said, Hangman, Tony Storm, everything. And shout out to Adam Cole, Bebe, who I hope whatever happens with him, I do hope he gets to leave wrestling the way he wants to leave wrestling. I always hate those kind of injuries, and I know how that could mess with the psyche of the athlete. And just shout out to him and anyone else that's like going through anything like that. I think his is probably the most career threatening injury. I don't know about everyone else, so I just wanted to give a special shout out to Cole.
Yeah, no doubt. Shout out to Adam Cole, baby. I think, Kris, I'm going to piggyback off of your answer because I do feel like the resurgence of AEW was a gift to wrestling fans this year, man. Like you said, 24 wasn't a bad year for AEW, but it felt like a rebuilding year of sorts, after the exodus of CM Punk and others. And it's kind of like we got to find our footing. And for a while, they were like the ex that, just kind of felt bad about being left and whatnot. And then they kind of, they started going to the gym, Kris. They started taking better care of themselves and looked in the mirror and was like, you know what? I flipped my hair back, do my nails. Baby, how you feel? Feeling good as hell. Because I'm AEW and this is what we do.
Yeah. Like 2024 felt like you are going to Buffalo Wild Wings, but there's a bunch of construction going around it, like it is like you can still come here and eat, but you gotta eat. There's all this plastic stuff on the walls and, doing that. Yeah.
It was like the bar before John Tapper rescues it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He like goes in. What are you serving the people, Tony Khan? This is ridiculous. We're shutting it down. Shut it down.
Yeah.
But yeah, like they showed up and showed out in 2024. I think the world heavyweight title picture, particularly once we got the championship off of Moxley and the Death Riders, that really opened things up in that main event scene. The tag scene is great as always. The women stepped up this year, man. You talk about Toni Storm, even though I call her Tofu Tammy, Kris Statlander stepped up this year, man. Willow and Harley Cameron and the rest of that tag division shaping up, man. And of course, we can't talk about the women of AEW without mentioning the forever champion Athena and the CEO Mercedes Moné on these streets. So like AEW is in a great place right now, I think, and I'm excited to see what they bring us in 26, Kris. The other gift that wrestling gave us is a bit of a controversial one because there were parts of this gift that I didn't want at all, Kris. There were parts of this gift that I wish I had the receipt so I could go back to the store and say, I didn't want this, that don't fit, it's not the right color, and I want to give it back. But then there were other parts of the gift that I really enjoyed, Kris, and I'm talking about John Cena's retirement run. I think when you look at it, man, we can all spend hours and hours, and we have. Everybody on this network and other networks have spent hours talking about what they could have done better to make that heel turn and that heel run work for John Cena, and it just didn't work. Contrary to what you might believe, Triple H, we didn't enjoy the show. But I do feel like the heel turn was great, and then once Cena turned babyface again, I think like the last couple of months of the WrestlePalooza aside, the last couple of months of the babyface run were fun and nostalgic and all the things that it needed to be. My thoughts on you can listen to the NWA podcast for my thoughts on your boy out here tapping like Savion Glover and Gregory Hines back in the 90s. But I think just you very rarely get to kind of write your perfect exit, Kris. You mentioned that when talking about Adam Cole. And so it's like, this was not the perfect exit for John Cena, both as a viewer and I'm sure for the performer himself. But it was good to see Cena get his flowers while he was still here to get it, because it's not as commonplace. But Kris and I, we come from a generation where a lot of our wrestlers didn't make it to Cena's age, man.
Right, yeah.
A lot of cats we grew up watching.
Yeah, especially his longevity in that one company. There is something to be said about that. And regardless of what you think of Cena professionally or personally, he always showed up and did his job.
Yeah.
And I think that he's I put Batista in this category also. I don't think they ever really crossed over while they were wrestlers, but when wrestling gave them the ability to cross over once their wrestling career was done, like I think like the movies that Cena was making when he was on top in WWE, they were not cinematic greatness, to say the least. It wasn't until he started the semi-retirement kicked in that his movies start coming up there. So I always appreciate about wrestlers, and this is a gift to Cena and a gift to his fans too, that he's got a second act. He's got a second act that he's already in the middle of, that's waiting for him. And regardless, and we could talk all day, and we've already done it.
We have.
Cena had one leg out of the door in WWE, and I saw the first signs of it years ago when he showed up at that WrestleMania clowning, wanting to challenge The Undertaker, doing all that nonsense. And I was like, okay, this guy just doesn't care anymore, because if this was Cena in 2003, if he was feuding with The Undertaker, he'd be a guy taking it seriously, or Cena in 2006 or 7, but it is what it is, man. He had his career. You can lament over this all you want, but it's WWE. I think the best way to handle WWE is to move on from things fast, because I don't think this is going to be the last worst thing we've seen from them. Maybe nothing worse than this in 2026, but it'll still be pretty bad.
Yeah, and it's the kind of thing where, again, this is a gift that was almost right. It's kind of like back in the day when I was a younger man and all my friends had the Nintendo Entertainment System, Ray, and they was playing Mario Brothers. They was playing Duck Hunt. The ones that would end up in the criminal justice system was playing Hogan's Alley, because I think Hogan's Alley was a gateway to that kind of life, right? And I was like, all I wanted for Christmas that year was the Nintendo Entertainment System, so I could play Bases Loaded and Double Dribble with my friends. And you know what I got, Ray Williams? The Atari 7800.
No.
Not even the 2600, which was the flagship of the Atari console. I got the Atari 7800. And at first I was a little disappointed, Kris. But you know what? By the time I started playing Pac-Man, by the time I started playing Frogger, by the time I started playing the terrible football game they had on the Atari 7800, I didn't care, because I was having fun. And I think that's how I kind of feel about this John Cena retirement run. It wasn't exactly what I wanted, not in the slightest. But by the end of the day, we kind of landed the plane, and John's happy-ish. We're happy-ish as fans. And so it's like, okay, that you did well. You did good, John.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I can't even blame him for not caring in the last 6-7 years. I can't, because I mean, it's it's almost like Kobe in his last couple years, because I don't think Kobe was caring about winning championships after probably about 2012. I think he was right about then. He was like, give me Ramon Sessions. Derek Fisher's my friend, but if he's got to go, he's got to go. Pay me this money. And that's and I think that's how Cena was. So again, you did all right, Cena.
You did all right, man. And at the end of the day, at the end of the year, that's all any of us can hope for, man, is that we did all right, because we know, man, this world is crazy. This has been a rough year for a lot of people. This time of year, this season can be a rough time for a lot of people. So if hanging out and talking about something which is ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, not a serious topic when we talk about pro wrestling, man, then we hope we helped y'all get through the day just a little bit easier. And so with that, we're going to, exit stage right even. We are not nearly the actors that Hangman Page and Swerve are, Ray, but we've played our part on this stage, and that was time for us to go. But before we do, Kris, is there anything you want to say to the Postmarks and everybody else out there?
Yeah, shout out to the Postmarks. I want to say shout out to John, shout out to Wai, shout out to Kate from Montreal, shout out to Sino if he's going to be on, shout out to the Poisonrana boys, shout out to everybody, the Marvel crew, Ray, everyone. Just want to say, whoever follows us after this thing, hope you do well,
I thought
unless they made us the main event of the whole thing and put us last.
Yeah, I thought Kris was doing like a David Ruffin thing. Try following that. And then insult Trish Stratus, and everybody immediately forgets about what we just said.
Right,
Trish Stratus is here, and I don't blame y'all.
Yeah, she was the best last guest I think they've ever had on here. It was so good. Yeah, it was so good hearing her voice.
Ray Williams, some people think it's good hearing your voice. Anything you would like to say to the people as we leave them during this holiday season?
Well, I'm going to piggyback off of the things that Dr. Ealy was giving to everybody that has contributed not only to us here at NWA, but also to Post Wrestling and to our 2 new additions that came on this year, Downtown Gerard Brown and the owner of the Shula Fowler himself, Upper Mid Card Jay Lacey. Those brothers have just fit wonderfully into our group, and they've just been willing to put in the work and been able to fit in whenever we can get them in, and they've just been tremendous additions to the crew, not only here at NWA, but with Nefarious Media as well. So shout out to those 2 brothers. And like you mentioned, Brother Nate, I know that some people that might be having some struggles, some issues, and we mentioned this on Sunday, where there's some people who don't see any other way other than taking an exit out on their own accord. Just realize that there are people that are out there that do care about you. Keep fighting, especially through this season. Don't be afraid to admit that you need help. Don't be afraid to admit that you're feeling a certain way, that you're dealing with some stuff, and that you need some assistance. And for those who may not feel that way, reach out to loved ones, because you never know who could be going through things as well, especially during this holiday season. So with that, I just wish you all a very happy, healthy holiday season, whether you celebrate Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Boxing Day after, and then going into
is that the Jake Paul holiday?
Boxed Up Day is how. But Yeah,
that might have been the greatest gift of all, Ray. Seeing Jake Paul get his jaw knocked off for Christmas.
Indeed.
Right.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
he was singing the Christmas carol, "All I Want for Christmas are my two front teeth." So
Yeah.
we thank you guys for supporting us, and we're on to 2026. We hope to see you guys over in the new year.
That's right, Ray. That's right. And in closing, I would say, man, I echo you and Chris's sentiments, man. Shout out to everybody here at the Post Wrestling Network, man. Both the on-air crew here and also the behind-the-scenes folks and the audience, man. Like, it's a whole great community that John and Wai have created and cultivated and allowed folks like us to share the platform with them, man. So we are always appreciative of that, and we're appreciative of the connection that we have with the audience, man. Again, I echo Ray and shouting out Gerard and Jay for joining the team and taking that Mustang challenge and rocking with us this year. And also, man, salute to the youngest in charge. Salute to the Yick, Andrew Thompson, who was with us at the beginning part of the year.
Shout out to him.
Most definitely, he's out doing his thing now. We couldn't be prouder of the brother, but he's always got a home here at Post and a home here with the NWA podcast. So with that, we hope everybody has a safe and happy holiday season, man. Y'all have a wonderful new year. And shout out to whoever's coming up next, because in the words of Kris Ealy, that he never said that I will put in his mouth, ejectocito, cuz, try following that. You know why, Ray?
Why is that?
Because it's Christmas all over the world tonight. We'll see y'all in 2026.
All right, peace, yo.
And there we got the NWA crew joining us, who you can hear every month here at Post Wrestling. That was just a sample of what you can hear every month. A very small sample of what you can hear.
Yeah. Those guys only do one show a month for us. But I feel like in terms of like total time, I mean, I feel like they might record as much as you and I, like sometimes, like if you spread out the, I don't know, a 5-hour show across like the weeks, that's like a month's worth of content in like one sitting. I don't know how those guys do it, but a lot of people depend on at this point and sort of expect that the length of those shows. And they're, of course, one of the most tremendously entertaining podcasts that exists, not just on the site, but I would say like anywhere in the wrestling podcast space.
And Nate Milton, I mean, now, a link to the very first Christmas show. I mean, him and Braden might be on maybe WH ones from beginning to end. They've been here.
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to think who hasn't. Like Davie certainly been here since then. Has he? No, wait, he wasn't.
I don't think so.
Part of this. You're right.
I don't think so. Like, if we're going back to beginnings, like 2014-ish, if we started around that time.
Oh, you mean that, like that?
Oh, I'm going all the way to the beginning.
Oh, I don't even remember those, but okay. Wow.
Everything's a blur. But a big thank you to the NWA podcast, a great show that you can hear every month here at Post Wrestling.
And I recognize how difficult it is for all of them to coordinate their schedules together to record. So honestly, yeah, very appreciative that they managed to.
It's the only reason we can't schedule it for all of us to get together. I would love to do something with all of them, but it is tough enough to get everyone in line with work schedules, with time zone differences and such. But we great to have everyone from the NWA podcast joining us on the Post Wrestling Christmas show.
Mm-hmm.
And the Christmas show continues. We have stumbled into the wellness policy with Jordan Goodman, live and in living color, and Neal Flanagan. Hello, gentlemen. Merry Christmas.
Hello. Merry Christmas, John.
Happy Hanukkah. Happy Hanukkah. All celebrations. Welcome here. Jordan, where are you joining from us here on this Christmas Eve?
Oh, I'm not in one of your homes right now?
No, you wouldn't be on a separate feed if you were in my house right now. I would invite you into this room if you were here.
Would you really?
Possibly, yeah.
Well, okay.
We'd probably
if
be
I
upstairs.
Okay, but if I was in your home, wait, so this office, there's like a sanctuary sense of privacy. If I was in your home, I may not make it to the podcast space.
There would be no purpose to come down here. It's a very small room. It's not all that enjoyable. It's not really for guests.
What if I wanted to read a book?
You could read a book here if you would like. I don't know what you would come all the way to my house just to read a book for, but this would be. There's actually a nice kind of a rocking chair in the corner that I've inherited. That could be yours.
I would want to see the Dallas stuff, which is off camera, I believe.
It is off camera. There is a section here of some Dallas memorabilia, some Dallas DVDs, and some Dallas books here. Dallas records, in fact, vinyl.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you have a record player?
No, unfortunately. Much like the VHSs you see behind me, I don't have a VHS player. I don't have a lot of waste here. I think I could get rid of a lot of this stuff, to be quite honest. Or
Why
have a hell of a
wouldn't I?
garage sale.
Well, I'd be the first customer.
Well, I don't know what the demand is for the Dallas market. I've really not sought out the Dallas memorabilia market, but now that Neal and I have kind of come to the conclusion that the Dallas podcast will never be an actualized idea. Maybe it is time to move on to something.
You've come to that conclusion, John. I'm not so sure. I think it's 2037.
Yeah, well, anytime Neal wants to sit down and watch these 35 episode seasons and come up with a coherent schedule, that's in the hands of Neal Flanagan. It's actually really hard to track down these episodes if you don't have them on DVD. Like, they're not on a streamer, to the best of my... Have you ever found them or sought them out, Neal?
Never. They're exorbitantly expensive to buy digitally on iTunes or something like that.
Yeah,
if that's still a thing.
No one's buying $3 per episode for these, hundreds of episodes. Like, I would think that they would have just got plopped somewhere online, but not to the best of my... Not that I've discovered them. Jordan, maybe you've got some illegal Dallas Contra, maybe?
No, completely ignorant and to be frank, disinterested in Dallas, but
understood.
Incredibly interested in this rocking chair. So have you sat in it yet?
Yes, that is its primary function. So I've observed it. It was inherited to us by a neighbor. It was actually for my wife when we had our second child, just for like nursing purposes, but she didn't like it. So I said, it's a nice chair. Like, rocking chairs are very underrated, I think.
A very controversial take, but this is what the Christmas show is for, I suppose. So when you're sitting in this rocking chair, and I apologize, Wade, but it's very rare that I get to spend this time with John, especially.
I'm very interested myself.
So do you just like lift your legs up and allow a natural rock, or are you actually creating the momentum of the rock sometimes?
I'm in charge of the momentum at all times. I'm very much in control of my movements. It's mainly for reading purposes, but it's also in a very awkward, like the way has been in this room. It's very small, this room. So it's not all that heavily utilized. In a perfect world, we would maybe knock this wall down, but that would be, that would take away. You'd get sounds like this if I knocked down the wall. So you want to be cognizant of sound quality as well.
Is it a wooden chair or is it is it like a fabric chair?
It's a wooden chair.
Classic.
Yeah. Very awkward to get into. Just to get into your basement and through this door took some like precise aerodynamics to just navigate it through the door itself.
So is most of your reading done on that chair these days?
No, not a whole lot. It's not a heavily utilized chair. I went through a phase. Everyone goes through phases, right? I did have a rocking chair phase.
I don't know what this says about me. Jordan can maybe psychoanalyze me, but I associate rocking chairs with the vision of a guy on his veranda in the Wild West with a shotgun in his hands.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't done. I mean, it is the right to bear arms here in downtown Toronto every now and then, shoot some birds, whatever. Are you saying a rocking chair? Rocking chairs are not always. Are you trying to say I'm aging quick, Neal? Is that what you're saying?
Of course not. No, as the senior citizen of this group, no, you're very youthful, John.
Jordan, do you have any particular leisure activities that you're looking forward to this holiday season, rocking chairs aside?
Yeah, I'm going to Disney World with Neal.
When is this trip coming?
That's more February.
February?
Yeah.
Early February. Between the 7th and the 14th, I'm spending a week with Jordan and his lovely partner, Lily, for the first time, because I have met the two Torontonians here, as you'll remember, 2023 at this point.
Yeah.
Forbidden Door weekend, yeah. One of my
Neal getting high as a kite.
I'm afraid so, yeah.
Oh, we'll get
perfectly legally, of course.
Of course. All within bounds, yes.
Yeah. My other abiding memory of that trip is John burning away with a hot spoon in a Korean barbecue. Do you remember that?
Right.
Yes, you were injured. Don't know what that says about me. But yes, I've never met Jordan. We've had a couple of near misses, but I'm fully passported, visa approved. Everything is in order.
Is there
Nothing
any
can go
pressure
wrong.
on you, Neal, of being a house guest for a week with somebody that you have an existing relationship with, and now you're going to have to cohabitate with for, like a decent amount of time? Like, you're going to be 24/7 together for a week, and you're going to be, you are going to be the away team here in his home,
and with my wife.
Yeah, there's a third wheel in this as well. Like, is there any kind of pressure?
Not really. I feel no pressure. I get along very well. It's a very easy relationship with Jordan, and indeed with Lily. We get along.
What about,
well.
I mean, for most of this time, we will be in a relatively small hotel room. Point isn't to hang at the resorts, to be in the parks, but how are you when, it's the tummy's rumbling and you might have to take a shit?
Well, I'll have to do that. There's no other. There's no other.
All three of you are
way out
sharing
of
one
it.
room.
Yeah,
we are.
Okay, that is kind of intimate. But I mean, you have to. You just have to go.
Yeah, and we're going to be more or less just sleeping in that room, because it's going to be a very busy week of like 5 theme parks to visit.
5, wow! And you've never been before, Neal?
Last time I was in Disney World, I was 15, which was a very long time ago at this point. So it was really only the Magic Kingdom and Epcot. I don't think they had things like, certainly didn't have Universal Studios or...
Was that with family? Was that with friends? What was the circumstances when you were 15?
My younger brother and my mum and dad, yeah. One of my last sort of holidays with the family before I was a stroppy teenager who didn't want to go on holiday with my folks anymore. So there's pictures of me at that age with Minnie. I can send them to you privately.
You should get the picture redone when you go in February, and we can do a before and after.
Absolutely, yeah. It's good.
Who are you most interested in meeting and greeting, Neal?
It's the Star Wars cast this time, because they weren't there, of course, when I was 15. But maybe the Mandalorian, maybe Darth Vader.
We could do it all.
Yeah,
we could do it all.
Will you guys be watching any professional wrestling together while you're down there?
Probably not. We will. So he will be spending that initial Sunday with us in a home by the beach. So we will be watching Super Bowl together.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're fully immersing yourself into Americana.
Very much so, yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Like thanks to Jordan's president, I'm able to say Merry Christmas for the first time and things like that. So it's a wonderful country.
Right.
You're going to get into the country, okay?
I think so.
Let's hope so. You have had some passport issues over the past, and you are picking a country that it's not as welcoming.
Well,
I hope I'm not projecting here, but I think that's the general.
I agree with you, John, and I think that they are currently consulting on the requirement to give 5 years of your all of your social media handles from the past 5 years.
Wow,
really? So they can screen you. Thankfully, I don't really post anything on social media.
How they might dig you, I don't know, talking about results from collisions, spoilers perhaps. It's a faux pas.
I guess, yeah. If there's a Border Patrol person who's been spoiled by one of my
Imagine having to be
reports.
the government workers that are tasked with going back and reading people's social media posts from 2022 when it
I'm
comes
sure
to
they have bots that could handle all that now. You know, you type in the social media handle, you type in the word Trump or something like that, and I'm sure
what
it'll tell you.
what are the 10 keywords that you're just control searching?
Yeah.
Trump.
Well, those people they might be busier than last time I was in DC watching these National Guards people just sit and twiddle their thumbs on deployment when they could be home with their families, of course. John, if you were to go to Disney World, not with the children, would you be interested in like meeting and greeting characters?
Yeah, that'd be my full reason for going, Jordan. Like, what else would I go there? No, probably not. I wouldn't be averse to a photo, but no, there's none of these characters that would
Well, it's not just like the specific character. There's part of me thinking like you might like really delight in it, and I could see another part of you being really not interested in the chit chat, the small talk with a masked character who really can't verbally communicate back to you.
Yes, I understand it. John, you're no fun, so let's put you in a fun situation. And how out of comfort would you be? Probably a bit, yeah. I don't think these particular characters are even allowed to speak to you. I think that was
if they're masked, but then
Yes,
you can meet Pocahontas, and this person has like eyes looking at you, and is. I actually find that more awkward when they can speak to you.
Well, when I worked at a theme park here in Toronto, it was when Paramount had the ownership rights, so it was all Paramount based characters, and they had this whole like orientation day. I was not working as one of these characters, but they specifically noted like it was you as you could not speak as this character because you would be violating their IP agreement, that you would be projecting something through this character that is not approved by Paramount. And I was like, this is the dumbest rule possible. Like you could just sneeze if you're fucking Buzz Lightyear, and that's going to ruin the image of Buzz Lightyear to a park goer. But yeah, they were like, you cannot speak as a character, and they would just have to be mutes. And then what would be worse though, you're a child and just wants to say I love you, Buzz Lightyear, and it's like they can't even respond to you. It's like, to me, that's a more negative experience than if Buzz Lightyear said something offensive.
I'm immediately thinking of the first episode of Succession, where Cousin Greg we see his origin story pretty much, where he's on an orientation day at one of the fictional theme parks of that empire. You weren't sick inside of a costume and having to ring a rich uncle to get a job.
On somebody's last day on the job, they would just like, screw it. I'm going to make up the backstory of my character all day. All right. You're just going to tell these kids, like, I don't know. I guess if you're like Darth Vader, like, like I imagine kids ask like, how did you come back? How did you do? I thought you were like a good guy now. How come you're dressed as this? And then you just be like, you know what? Screw them kids. I'm back to the dark side.
I think that would be a memorable moment for any child to know the true backstory of Darth Vader, giving away plot points of the never to be released episode Infinity.
John, what did you do at this theme park?
I was a ticket taker at the front.
Physical tickets.
Yeah, back in the yes. So if you had a season's pass or a ticket, someone would have to scan your ticket, and guess who that was going to be? Who was your first impression when you got there? It was going to be John Pollock. This was such an enjoyable job that there were 85 of us at the beginning of the season.
Wow.
4 of us lasted until the end of the season in October.
Wow.
From April to October. That's how many people quit. And we would constantly have to be rehiring people. It was for image purposes, they didn't want you sitting when you greeted people at the front. So you had to stand for your whole shift. Just stand there at the front.
Now I see the appeal of a rocking chair.
You know what? This all ties together. Rocking chairs would have probably provided a much greater retention rate of those 85 employees in April.
Wow.
Yeah, it was quite the job. And then the following year, they called me up. They said, "Hey, will you be coming back this summer?" And I said, "No, I will not be coming back this summer."
When you started, did you have aspirations for more?
No, I had aspirations for $6.85 an hour. Those were my aspirations at the time. And having to spend half of that, probably a full hour's worth just to commute to this place in the middle of Vaughan, Ontario.
Damn.
Yeah.
But you rode for free.
No, I had to pay to get there.
No. I'm sorry. Like access to the theme park when you weren't working.
Yes. But I worked there 4 to 5 times a week, so I had no desire to go there on my days off. So it was a learning experience. It's like, well, this job kind of sucks, but I guess it could be worse. Is the perspective.
Wow. So wouldn't you love to join us once on the wellness policy so we could just poke and prod you?
No, this is good for me. I think you guys have your own magic, the three of you. I don't want to interrupt the flow. I think that I'm a detached listener. I enjoy listening from afar.
We appreciate it. So Wai, how you doing, man? So
I'm good, man. I'm good. Just
is Wai here?
Yeah.
I'm here.
Is there like a shirt or anything underneath that sweater?
Yes, there is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Cool.
Happy holidays, everybody, from the Wellness Policy.
Merry Christmas.
Neal Flanagan and Jordan Goodman.
Yeah.
What a conversation.
Let me let you peek behind the curtain a little bit, because Jordan, Neal, and I did the wellness policy last week, and I think Jordan asked me about the Christmas show. Jordan really values these appearances on the Christmas show. At one point, it was sort of like, I want to say a dream of his to appear on one of these Christmas shows. I'm not laughing at that. I'm just laughing because that's crazy to us, that anybody would maybe value this sort of thing so much. But nonetheless,
I'm sure it's come down in value in his mind by this point.
So I think he was or at least with the three of us were talking hey, Christmas show, should we plan something? And then I don't know, Neal and I were just more maybe let's just go with the flow. And then eventually I think Jordan or we decided that, hey, Jordan, why don't you ask John questions? Because very rarely do people ask John questions. And he's like, yeah, okay. And so that's what that was.
Oh, so you had a whole pre-planning session about
it
this.
was a bit of that. Yeah. I don't know if it worked out.
Well, how did I do? Not great.
You did great. I was captivated. I was interested.
Well, that makes one. So I hope Jordan and Neal, that was up to their level of discussion.
It all is. And
you kind of just laid out there. You just took everything in.
My coffee had kind of suddenly worn off, and I think I needed I wanted to leave the stage really for you guys.
Well, I encourage everyone to continue to follow the Wellness Policy. Maybe my favorite show.
Thank you for listening, honestly, as much as you do. It always surprises me.
How much planning goes into these wellness policies these days? It feels like you guys have a much more looser format, and
yeah.
Not that it has been a detriment at all.
Well, once a month, we actually have these sort of pre-planning meetings a week before, but they usually just kind of result in us chatting just as friends and with 2 minutes of conversation about the actual show itself. So these days, really not a whole lot. I feel like next year that might change a little bit, where we might get back to a few more sort of topic focused shows, but only if a topic inspires us. And of course, those of you who choose to listen to the show at Post Wrestling Cafe or on YouTube for free, let us know if there's a topic that maybe demands a certain level of conversation from us, and we'll try to entertain it. But yeah, that's kind of it.
Yes, and of course Neal as well. This past year, helping me launch book club.
Yeah.
We have made it. We started in February, and we have made it to the end of the year. We have managed a minimum one book per month, and sometimes more. So we're doing the Natty Neidhart book next week. That will be our final book of 2025.
Yeah, and really, like, that is an exclusive for the double tier, which I think we really struggled to find consistency in throughout this entire 8 years. But I think you have found it with the book club, and now also the daily news updates.
Yeah, it's it's always been a tier that we have played around with. So I'm happy what we've got there going, like some exclusives for that level that's kind of above the regular tier, and they have been very fun shows to do with Neal and making him read a book with me every month.
And again, no price increase for that tier. Stays at $12 a month.
Any books you read this year, Wai?
Zero. Oh my god, yeah. It's just not in my routine. Like, if I have energy, dude, at the end of, like,
would you ever be a book on tape type of guy? Would you ever audio?
I don't even have the energy for that, John. Like, I will my nightly routine is I'll wash up my kids. I'll put and then I'll just, like, seriously collapse in my kid's room. Like, my partner takes over, like, the bedtime reading, but I'll just be laid down next to the bed on the floor, sleeping, like, for, like, I want to say, like, 15 minutes every time, because I just, like, and this is often, like, running into the time that I have to watch Raw or Dynamite or whatever, but I'll just crash from, like, the day's sort of pent up drainage for, like, 15 minutes. So no energy for the books, unfortunately.
Wait, what you have described is a superhero level of skill sets. One could say you could be a Marvel character.
Oh, well, we'll
Super Dad.
See if our next guest might have something to say about that.
All right, the holiday fun continues, and who better to get us in the festive spirit than the one and only W.H. Park? And you know, he can't be far from W.H. Rich Fann, representing the post-wrestling, pro wrestling torch Venn diagram himself. Happy holidays, guys.
Thanks, John. Hey, John. Can I ask a quick question? Is this for the freeloaders?
This is for your favorite group of listeners.
I think I have to cut this short then. I don't do that anymore. You know,
it's for the holidays, WH. It's for the thing about little Tiny Tim. He's got his ear pod on like 12%. Oh, wow. That's a new shirt.
12%. You can't even afford electricity.
Premium content Park at its finest. He's the one, you know, ordering Bob Cratchit to work on Christmas morning.
Fuck Bob Cratchit, too.
Are you, is A Christmas Carol at all... a yearly viewing at all for you, WH? Do you have any affinity for maybe the most remade transfer of a novel ever in history?
It's Die Hard and Lethal Weapon all day, every year.
Yeah, I did go through a phase where I watched a lot. Like, I would just watch, like, I remember watching Scarface on Christmas morning once. I remember watching, like, Goodfellas on Christmas morning once. I don't know what it was, but those to me were also, like, underrated, feel-good holiday gems. I'm sure, Rich, with a young child, you could probably attest to the warmth that a Scarface can bring.
Oh yes, nothing says welcome to the holiday like figuring out your best friend is trying to take over your drug empire.
Say hello to my little friend.
And it's like, oh, it's Elf on the Shelf. It's like, no, that's not an elf. He just shaped some of his cocaine into elf-like particles. But yeah, absolutely. I actually remember before we had our son, we had my brothers up for Christmas one year, and Christmas Eve, my youngest brother put a movie on, and my wife's grandmother was just muttering to herself as the mayhem was happening. On Christmas Eve, we're watching this on Christmas Eve. And so he was kind of in your boat, John. I think I want to say it was the first episode of the oh God, what is the Netflix? It's kind of blown up now. The game show game where
Squid Game.
Yeah, it was like the first episode of Squid Game, and it was not received well by Grandma Gilmore. She kind of
it's a pretty It's a pretty intense premise if you don't get it right away. If you're going in blind to the concept of Squid Game itself. Now, I've mentioned on the show, this was the first year I showed my 5-year-old the first 2 Home Alones. And Rich, what would be your age bracket that you would be aiming to introduce Home Alone to your child? Do you recall when they first watched it? Presumably,
Yeah, it was 5. It was 5, and it got to the point now where he's 13, and my wife and him, I will hear them downstairs reciting the movie line by line to each other as they're watching it. And so it's evolved. So he's had 8 years now to kind of become a baby child actor in the house. So it won't, maybe Macaulay's issues won't find him, but it's still kind of scary, John.
So wait, could you imagine Oscar within 2 years? Would you be comfortable with him watching? Granted, 3 to 5, that's a big jump. Do you feel by 5 that you would be comfortable showing Home Alone, for instance? I think that's like the good barometer of a child's movie with a decent level of violence that you are bringing into their orbit in a comedic way.
I would have to track, how he would be maturing by that point. I think, like at present time, I don't think we've sat through any. Well, we sat through Cars, actually. I take that back. Like I was going to say, I don't think we sat through really any movie, because I guess we don't offer that much screen time, but, we've definitely sat through all the Cars movies. So, sure, I guess. Yeah. And how about, yeah.
I don't have any children that I'm aware of, so
that's the key.
Surprise! This is our guest cameo that we're going to be bringing in on the 5th screen here. So WH, I wanted to ask you a bit about this past year, because you and Karen have been discussing that the past year hasn't exactly brought you a whole lot of joy out of the Japanese scene, but the Joshi scene specifically. You're very high on from this past year. And we haven't spoken yet since Saya Kamatani was named the Tokyo Sports MVP as someone that very much understands the culture. How significant is it that Saya Kamatani won the Tokyo Sports MVP? And these are probably the most political of wrestling awards that exist out there.
Well, also like Sari, who is like my wrestler of the year, she won the Fighting Spirit
That's
Award.
right. Yes.
And so that's a big deal too. I think it's pretty significant, and like I think the press over there, who is comprised primarily of men, have recognized that, oh shit, maybe Joshi is coming back to a level that you haven't seen it in terms of like popularity as something similar to like the 90s with All Japan Women and before the fall of Joshi in like the late 90s. Because nothing that the men's companies are offering in terms of, at least booking wise, is matching anything happening on Joshi scene. And we're talking about like Stardom, we're talking about Marigold, and I would even go so far as a lot of the indies, Marvelous, Sendai Girls, are offering like a consistently good product in terms of how they book the top end at least. And then for the indies, and they have like kind of like something entertaining for a lot of the fans, whether they're bringing in veteran stars. Okay, I want to go see, so-and-so still wrestle in Oz Academy or something like that, or on the undercard. And then I get to see these top line wrestlers performing in great matches that have been booked well over the course of at least 2 months or something like that. And I think that reflects why, like when reflecting back on the 2025 of Japanese professional wrestling, I don't think there was anything in Noah, New Japan, certainly not All Japan, that could touch what was happening in Stardom and Marigold as far as the bigger promotions go. But like for me, and I would say this consistently on every show I did with Karen, that the Sendai Girls is like one of my favorite promotions to watch, because it's so simple to watch. I don't have to devote like 17 hours in a week to watching this product and knowing who pretty much everyone is. And they bring in a lot of freelancers, like, and it's easy to keep up, and the top end of it is fuck, it's good, it's entertaining, and it's good wrestling,
I don't want easy accessibility. I don't want fandom. I want a full-time job when I'm following one of these companies. Okay, more content. That's what I want. I want 18 hours a week minimum.
I have other hobbies, so I like to devote some time to those things too.
What's a match that you would recommend to people?
My favorite match was Shuri versus Sari for the IWGP Women's title. They had two for that belt, and I thought both were really great. The second one, where Shuri wins the belt, I think that was at King of Pro Wrestling. It was on a New Japan card. Oddly enough, they booked a women's match on one of their cards, even though it's one of their fucking belts. And it was awesome. It was probably the best match on that card, I think. I'd have to.
We've come so far from them being dark matches.
Yeah, it's totally. Like when we were there in 2020, like we were like, why isn't this on? And because a lot of TV deals and things like that, but it's come a far way. And like Saya Kamatani is a really interesting case because she has we saw her Shinkiba first ring, right? Like live. And from that really small venue to now she's like this superstar in Japan. Like she's the top wrestler in Japan, as voted by Tokyo Sports, and probably all the Weekly Pro Wrestling, when they do their awards, will probably give her something really high up there as well. But it's a void that has been left by Okada going to AEW, Tanahashi's retiring, that you don't necessarily have these established top end main event wrestlers who have the charisma that she does, and then she's carrying that company basically forward to with the departure of all the wrestlers that left with Rossi Ogawa to form Marigold. So it's an interesting time to be a Joshi fan. I think it's actually an amazing time to be a Joshi fan, and and it's great if you want to follow it, you can just follow a lot of what Karen does with me, but also a lot of writing over on the site as well.
I mean, Rich, just looking at the Japanese scene as a whole, do you feel like there is going to be certainly we're just in this wave of leading up to Tanahashi's retirement. There's a lot of energy this time of the year. There's always these big cards that they're building up to. But beyond that, do you see, the function that WWE and AEW are playing in the world with Mexico, with Japan, even we're seeing with TNA, it almost feels like it is creating the illusion of almost this funneling that talent. If you get to a certain level, there's going to be a lot of that interest, and it's going to be a question of where you're ultimately going versus, are we going to see a Yuya Uemura be a career New Japan talent, or is there a certain a talent's going to get to a certain level, and then inevitably there's going to be big money to be made by leaving Japan?
I think it's a combination of, as even Okada mentioned before he left, the price of the yen and how that's relative to the dollar and how much Japanese promotions can pay. But I think WH and Karen and Bruce have done a good job this year pointing out the other fact of some wrestlers just don't want to leave. And so when you look at the crew that gets brought over to the United States, particularly to AEW, it's folks who have been like you look at as much as I love any of the folks that we see, like the Stone Pitbull, he's kind of passed. And so he can come over to the US and kind of do 75% of what he's doing, get paid really well for it, and enjoy himself. But we're also starting to see a pushback from some of the younger wrestlers like Umura saying why do I need to go over there? Why are these guys having our championship? And then when WH mentioned Saya, I also mentioned the Tam Nakano match, both Tam matches actually. And the fact that she doesn't come over. I thought AEW, Tony Khan, this is where the best wrestle. How can you not get her over here in a big storyline and not just dump her belt at the feet of Mercedes Moné? So what that to me, John, is my big thing. I'm looking going forward over the next few years, how much of the local young talent can they retain, and how much of it isn't necessarily because of money or because of loyalty to the company, but just because they don't want to come over here.
Yeah.
And that's speaking as an American, as things start to ramp up politically here in the United States with regards to immigrants and folks coming over and trying to apply their trade, especially with the World Cup coming and the things the president's currently saying, I would also say that is also potentially going to be a deterrent as well for folks.
Rich has left the door slightly ajar, so I'm going to ask a serious political question as someone with the most, I think, understanding, especially about U.S. foreign relations. And so much in the wrestling bubble, we focus on WWE with Saudi Arabia, and we have seen it really does feel that WWE it has made this almost, it has conflated the government with the people of Saudi Arabia, and that if you are against this deal or why they're going over there, you're depriving this entertainment for fans. And I think that's a way that WWE can really position themselves as like the protagonist in this situation. We won't bring in like the $50 million that incentivizes us, but getting in a roundabout way to my point, I just see like there's going to be a lot more of these examples in the years to come. Like if WWE is to stage a show in China, for instance, it's going to be through the government. And I'm just curious, do you feel like this is going to become more of kind of a discussion point when it comes to WWE and expanding into other countries that we have certainly seen the UFC, and I can only imagine WWE is going to explore as well? And how you imagine fans, are they just going to disconnect from that, the political side of a lot of these when we're going to, autocratic countries, for instance, and WWE will be part and parcel, like working with the government to present these shows?
I think two parts. One, to the point about working with the governments, I think much like UFC being in the White House lawn and celebrating the president's birthday, things like that, that is same company. And so I look WWE as they're more benign. We're the friendly side of things. We're going to go out, whereas UFC's the alpha. We're going to do what we want because we're men and we're manly men and all this stupid stuff. I think they will. And I think it'll be beholden entirely to whichever countries the president wants good relations with for, outside of political, like more business. Like I make a crap load of money because you guys are going to open the door for me to China, or you're going to open the door for me to Russia. I would not be surprised at some point if WWE or UFC does a show in either of those two nation states, and all the backlash and stuff. It's slowly they're trying to inoculate themselves to it. And so that gets a little grimy. I mean, look at the Mick Foley situation. He just said, I don't agree with what has been said about the late Rob Reiner. I'm going to remove myself as a legend and let my contract run out. And you have both the tribalization of, oh my God, WWE bad, which, the company itself is doing bad things, but it's not like every single person in the company is bad. Just like I wouldn't say every person in Saudi Arabia is evil just because of the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. Like that's where it's becoming, though, as wrestling fans, where the politicalization, and as a person who spent time working in the State Department and my degrees are in public and international affairs, it's very troubling to see wrestling fans use international intrigue as a cudgel to determine my fed good, you're fed bad. That's my biggest thing. Is all this stuff goes on. Sure, there might be good sides to it, but don't use it as a thing. Just like I wouldn't want any of the Epstein files or any of that other stuff used just to say my party good, your party bad.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where it's more so like you try to look at like a genuine message here, but it's really hard to parse what they have taken in this symbolism of CM Punk going to Saudi Arabia and apologizing to the people of Saudi Arabia when it was not so much the people that were the target of, and I don't think anyone interpreted it as such. But when you combine the two and you present it as you're against this, it's xenophobia, like that to me is not parsing things. I think it's no different than, WH, like the three of us can attest to, like in Canada, there is a lot of, I would say, angst towards the U.S. government and its positioning of Canada. We can easily disassociate that from your feelings about the American people. And like you can have different understandings of this and that nuance, but when you just combine it all, like that is what WWE has kind of represented here in this whole thing, that it is you that are trying to deprive these people. And you can't argue. Like it's a winning strategy when it's an audience that ultimately is going to go along with that message. And CM Punk is now this this martyr who ingratiated himself when I think a lot of people didn't look at his tweet as anything negative toward the people, but this was a direction at the government. And Punk is willingly, accepting this role in this kind of story they are forming with him. That was just my my TED talk on.
No, I'm with you, John. Because even Cena's final interview where he talks about he almost cried when he saw how Phil matured. This is the same guy who was cowed and staring down at a script when he had the temerity to point out while he was in China that the Uyghur region was being decimated and folks were being murdered just because of how they wanted to believe. And once he mentioned that and mentioned Taiwan as a potential independent entity, he got the hammer of Thor dropped on him, and he just was like reading from the script. So he learned that lesson years ago, and now I guess he's welcoming Phil into the club of, you're not going to win, so let's just make money while we're trying. And that's sad. That's very sad.
We'll end it on this. Film of the year, WH. What was the best film you saw this year?
What was the best film I saw? One Battle After Another.
Dang it.
I have not seen that one yet.
I don't know any film that I've seen that is as good as Paul Thomas Anderson's masterpiece with Leonardo DiCaprio, Sean Penn, Benicio del Toro, and a host of other wonderful actors. I think this is his best film since There Will Be Blood. And by the way, Paul Dano is fucking awesome in that movie. Fuck whoever says otherwise.
You could say underscore just Paul Dano's awesome, though.
He is awesome, but he's awesome in that film specifically because of the discourse surrounding his performance in that film. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's awesome. If you can stand across the screen from fucking Daniel Day-Lewis at one of his most unhinged roles ever, and you can keep up with him, that to me means you're a great actor.
Best film, Rich?
WH took it out of my mouth. I thought that was really outstanding. I loved it. I'll go with another one because it came in late at the end of the year, but Wake Up Dead Man, Knives Out Part 3. I enjoyed that, to me, not just because of the filmography, because there is a portion in the movie where you have a priest is accused of murder, and it's very clear that Benoit does not believe in religion. And so there's a lot of shots where as he's like railing against the idea of the church, it goes from like beautiful light cascading through the glass to like just darkness on his face. And you can see him just, I really love all of the actors in it. And I love the fact that even though he comes in and even the author himself, Ryan Johnson, treats it with the respect it deserves, it still gives, for me as a person that is a Christian, an idea of here's what people like. It really circled on what we just talked about with WWE and some of these other things. Here's what I believe versus here's what the structure is. And so you can very much see the difference between like an organized religion and someone just trying to do good while having a hilarious murder tied to it, which he does a good job with these movies.
All right. So Home Alone, Saya Kamatani, Saudi Arabia, One Battle After Another, and Knives Out. We nailed all the topics that we wanted to. That was the challenge of this one. Guys, a happy holiday season to you. You can always catch WH and Rich together for MCU Later. Just this week, dropping a retro review. The 1990 film Captain America.
I'm sorry for anyone who had to watch that to understand our review. I apologize.
Yes. And to make sure we did not get the post-wrestling YouTube a strike, I will not be bringing up. I have the Pune cut of the DVD in my bedroom, but it's got a logo that I really would not want on YouTube tied to any of you fine humans. So that's not happening.
All right. Well, you guys, a wonderful job as always this year. Love hearing the two of you together. And hey, freeloaders, take note, okay? This is the only time of the year you get WH right on your desktop, okay? Premium content park. He doesn't come cheap. Just trust me and Wai on that front.
Okay? Patreon.com/postwrestling.
The Kevin Nash of post wrestling here. That was WH Park and Rich Fann, the MCU Later combination. And sometimes you get a MCU hater out of them, DCU Later, some spin-offs out of the two as well over the past year.
Yeah. We didn't really get to talk about any MCU in that one, but we'll save that for the podcast, of course.
Sorry, I went into foreign relations with autocratic governments.
That's its own, little.
We could have made a Tony Stark pivot in there somewhere.
You can argue that's even more interesting than the MCU this year, which I mean has been. I feel like it's been more of a year of resetting for the MCU. So I think it makes sense that they would branch out to the DCU, which I think is a lot more interesting at present time. But we'll see next year with what is this? What do they call that? Doomsday. Mm-hmm. All this stuff coming out. Whether or not the momentum will swing back towards Marvel.
Did you have a favorite movie this past year? Did you see any movies? No.
No, dude, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I feel like I went like we always make an effort to try to go out to see the Marvel movies, but nothing's really kind of stuck in my mind, honestly, as a favorite. Like I went out to see the Smashing Machine, but I wouldn't classify that as a favorite. How about you?
Sinners was my favorite movie this year.
Right. I've asked you this.
Yeah, I really liked Weapons when I saw that as well. I thought that was great. I kind of went in not I didn't know what the premise really was. I knew it got a lot of fanfare and such, and I thought that movie was great. And then I saw Sinners. I didn't see Sinners in the theater. I did watch it on streaming, but I thought that movie was excellent. Those would be the two movies that I would say I enjoyed the most. Not to say I saw a crazy amount this year. A lot of my movie going was taking my daughter to see movies.
I was going to ask you, what's your favorite movie that you've taken your daughter to go see?
Well, by the end of, I am scheduled to take her to go see SpongeBob in a few days. So that, I don't know if that's going to make the list. I did not go with her to see, she saw Zootopia 2 this past weekend. So she said that was pretty good. She enjoyed that a lot. And what I saw, oh man, what was it? Was Lilo and Stitch this year? I think it was.
I don't know.
That was good. I liked Lilo and Stitch.
Okay. Like, that's it? There's like any like good in what way? Like,
there was bad guys. A lot of these movies just blend together. Okay,
it was bad guys.
I'm trying.
That's why it was good.
Yeah. No, I mean there was a movie called Bad Guys.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, no,
you didn't like them.
No, sorry.
I was like, that's a very.
That's not my description of Lilo and Stitch, but there were bad guys in Lilo and Stitch. There was also a separate film called Bad Guys as well. They're very excited, both of them, to see the new Super Mario movie in April.
Quite the success at the box office, right?
Yes.
Can you care to describe like what your son just managed to achieve this holiday season?
So we had gotten him for Christmas like a few years ago, and then a Nintendo Switch, and then inevitably
the first one,
the Switch 2 comes out, and one of his friends on the street got one like right away, and it's like he has wanted this thing for so long, and it was like, okay, it's really expensive, and we said, like, we're not going to get this for you just because it's out. If you really want this, you do have a video game system already. You're going to have to save up for it, and then we'll pay like a portion of the difference, but it's going to have to be saved up by you. So he had already, like, when he gets birthday money, like, we invest like a portion of it, and then a little bit is saved into like his spending money. So he's accumulated a bit there, and then he's got an allowance. And so throughout the year, like, this spending money, it's like if we go to the mall or something, he really wants something, it's like, okay, you have to use your money. And he refrained from that. He just kept saving and saving. And then a week ago, he reached his goal to get it. So we ended up, there was a part of me that I was like, man, I've seen him so disciplined here. Part of me wanted to just like spend most of it, but I was like, we are teaching him a really good lesson here by saving it. And when he went there, it was like he was so excited to buy this Switch 2, and the fact he had saved up what he had tried all year to save up for. So it was like he learned, like,
amazing
saving, and that, you know, you put all this work into saving and putting this money aside, and then you can save up for something. And he had to like work
budgeting
for it. He did, yeah. So
incredible.
What a great, I was very proud of him that he was able to hold on to this. So yes, he got his Switch 2, which was a couple of days ago. So we took
amazing.
him
I mean, seeing the video of him, you sent it to me. Seeing the video of him that excited over it. I mean, I think any kid, like, you know, like receiving a new game system would be that excited. But to know that he earned this through discipline. He earned this through just like his own hard work. Even in, like, you know, having to just like wait, I that delayed gratification, I felt incredibly happy for him and for you and your spouse. So let me ask you, because like I feel my wife and I kind of had this conversation of like, if we wanted to do similar for our child, well, we don't use physical money anymore. Everything's digital, and like especially like trying to save for something like, you know, that big, like a Switch, you can't really like put like hundreds of dollars in a piggy bank. So how did you track?
He's got like a bank account too. So
would he ask you like what's my bank, like how did my ETFs do over the past like yeah.
No, he's like we put money like into his account. He's got his card, so it's like he can.
Gotcha.
We handle the card. If like he wants something, it's going to come out of his funds. Like we're not giving him physical money either. Like we don't. Like we're the same. We barely use any physical money. So
you just tell him like you're this far away from the Switch.
Yeah. Like he knows like what he's got, what he has saved, and like what it's growing to, and like you have. He's got like multiple sets of grandparents that have like, for birthdays and stuff and Christmases, like he's just like held on to it. So he was able to.
Now, what's the next step? You tell him like, if you invest this in crypto, okay, then you can actually get your Switch even faster.
No, we haven't had the crypto discussion yet. I don't think that one's going to be forthcoming. But yeah, he got this. The funny part was that the kid on the street who has the Switch 2, like you can obviously like you can play online and see when your friends like enter. So he's on a trip in Mexico and he's playing, and all of a sudden Max appears online for the Switch 2. He's like, Max has a Switch 2, and he went nuts, like reacting that Max now has a Switch 2 as well. So
wow.
Anyway, I was glad that we went this route rather than just there's a part of me that certainly like I am more the parent that will just spend, and it was like, but there's a restriction on. I think this is the better way to go about things, and
yeah.
So yeah, he was very happy with his purchase and his savings.
Congratulations to him.
Yeah, I played. You get all these retro games that you can play on either Switch. I played GoldenEye with him last night.
Oh,
yeah.
What do you think?
He liked it a lot. Again, I sometimes wonder about like we're trying to hunt each other down on multiplayer mode and just blast each other with pistols. But
how about knife mode? You do that?
I taught him the karate chop thing. He loves the karate chop. It's like, okay. And then he's like, I played the first player and I shot them, but it didn't kill them. And I'm like, I'm trying to delicately say, well, if you aim for the head, they'll go down immediately. Anyway,
they will experience far worse than this in their lifetime.
I mean, come on, GoldenEye. It's
then you'll be like, hey, check out this great AEW match. That's the next level.
Well, we're going to the next level of the Christmas show. Here we have our next guest. Who is behind the next door? It is Eric Marcotte and Jack Wannan joining us together. Gentlemen, I'm the only one without a hat here. I realize I did not get the dress code. Happy holidays, guys.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Glad to be here.
This is quite the backdrop you've got, Eric. This is very
it's as usual, is it not?
I always have this here because if it's not here, you would just see that I have no ceiling and it looks like I'm living in a shack somewhere. But
it looks like you're joining us from like a movie set or something.
Yeah, I think it adds some class that would otherwise not be there.
I'm used to seeing like Celtics gear of some sort, some green representation every now and then. Jack, where are you joining us from on this Christmas Eve?
My apartment, which still needs some decorating, still needs some posters, things like that. I'm well aware of that. I'm far from a backdrop like Wai has.
Now I recognize Eric for those watching here. Yeah, this is a new apartment, correct, Jack? You just moved in a few months ago?
Yeah, just a few months ago. I have to add, just by the way, Eric is such a hat guy that, no joke, I literally found out last month that he is bald.
To be fair, I think a month prior when we record our podcast, I had hair about the same length as you. I get rid of it sometimes. I get bored, you know?
I never knew this was a thing.
Have you heard the story about, I don't know why Home Alone is brought up so many times on this particular show, but Macaulay Culkin has shown his kids Home Alone, and they haven't fully made the connection that Kevin McAllister is their father.
Yeah.
And so he was showing them pictures of him as a kid, and they're like, hey, that's Kevin McAllister. Like, could you imagine like having that disassociation that you are this fantastical character that your children are watching and they have not computed that's our father.
I think that's healthy.
I guess so. I've shown pictures of my
won't
kid.
have like a Mick Foley Beyond the Mat type thing with your kid if that's the case. They'll just think, oh, this character's really going through it.
Yeah. This was very traumatizing at the Royal Rumble.
So what's it been like moving out on your own, Jack, this year?
It's the freedom is nice. It's it's a blessing and a curse that I am in full control of everything now, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You never really understand how much of a challenge it is until you gotta do it. And but overall, I'm really happy with it.
Eric, tell us a little bit about your current viewing patterns as it is. I know that I'm sure you miss like weekly PFL, but what is keeping you busy right now? What are you keeping up on wrestling wise?
Wrestling wise, I'm pretty consistent watching every like major event from AEW, the WWE, and New Japan. I'd say I've kind of fallen off a bit on promotions beyond that, just in terms of my own time and interest. But I'm hoping in the new year to finally have a bit more time to jump back into promotions like, I don't know, Stardom or Noah, All Japan, etc.
How about you, Jack?
Yeah, I try to catch as much as I can, just because doing news desk stuff for Post, it's good to have sort of the most wide array of things to watch. So I'm trying to watch most of the weekly stuff and catching Stardom, Marigold shows here and there, TJPW, things like that. Trying to get more into Noah, trying to get on the arc, if you could say that. But it all depends on how much time I have in a week, really. I don't. There's not much that I'm closed off from, but I try to give everything a look every once in a while.
And what's been your favorite wrestling match or even experience of the year?
Experience.
Yeah, could be like a segment, could be going live to watch an indie show. What's been your favorite thing?
Jake Paul
really
versus
question.
Anthony Joshua. 6
opening
rounds.
up to MMA and combat sports in general.
Yeah, that was a very cathartic experience last weekend. Seeing, I will say that one thing I really enjoyed about the Jake Paul fight was that it finally shut up everyone who's talking about no knockout clauses and fixed fights. It's so tiring to hear about that all the time. Actually, can you come back to me about the best moment of the year?
How about you, Eric?
Loaded question.
And did you watch the Jake Paul fight, Eric? I do want your thought if you did happen to see it.
I saw it after the fact, and we don't have to open it up to MMA because MMA is just disqualified. I do not enjoy any of this stuff at all, so it doesn't win. I think
Eric Marcotte, everyone, our resident UFC reviewer.
I've been on the MMA boat with Post Wrestling now for like 7-8 years. It's been like I've watched so many cards. I hate it. It's the most watered down product in the entire world. The UFC is. I think the PFL era really broke my brain of trying to watch every single second of all those cards, and I still haven't recovered. From the world of pro wrestling, I think my favorite moment of this year was Hiroki Goto and Zack Sabre Jr., their match where Goto finally wins the IWGP Heavyweight Championship. I just thought it was a phenomenal match and maybe the hottest crowd of the entire year in any wrestling environment. Like, just to have, whenever you get a crowd that cares so much about one specific result, I think that's when you get pro wrestling at its very best. And for me, that was pro wrestling at its very best.
So you think there's just too much MMA, or is the quality not very good?
Well, it's both. So because there's so much MMA and because they have to fill so much content, they have to do these 7-8 hour cards every single week. And we're so far past the point where every fighter on the card is of a high caliber of quality in the same way that you could have said even 10 years ago they were. UFC standard no longer means anything. They have to put out so much content that you're just getting people who, I mean, obviously they're talented and they've made it to where they have, but as a viewer, you're perhaps not going to experience anything special, and it just drags on you as you're watching. Like, imagine if you had to watch, instead of watching Raw every week, you're watching WrestleMania every single week. That's how long each of these shows are. It drags you down.
Or I would suggest maybe you're watching not just AEW, but every single edition of ROH or every single edition of Main Event. Like you're watching not just, the actual maybe draws, but the preliminary stuff that is just there, often just for the sake of it, honestly, is the way it feels. But that's a very particular viewing, right? Like not everybody's going to feel the need to watch all 7 hours of the show.
A few years ago, I would have agreed with you, but now I think MMA is just for like degenerate gamblers. So degenerate gamblers love the prelims. That's where they thrive. I think everyone watches all these.
That's the key to enjoying.
Exactly.
Sport, really.
So do you do not have an extensive breakdown for us of Priscilla Cachoeira and Claudia Saigula, which is going down February 7th at the Apex on the undercard?
Man, Priscilla Cachoeira has had a way longer career in this promotion than I ever thought she would. So bless her.
Do you guys feel that the UFC moving to Paramount, mainly from a US perspective, is this going to because we did see with the WWE when it did remove itself from pay-per-view, it was it did expand the reach of their biggest shows. And in theory, you should have more people than ever now watching these UFC pay-per-views. Do you feel that is going to be a noticeable lift in terms of just its overall popularity this year and just the fact that the numbered events are going to be that much easier to access when it's, a fraction of the cost of the old model?
Go ahead, Jack.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the sort of dynamic of viewership with numbered events changes, because the only thing UFC really needs from viewers these days is time, not the money, but the time. And in turn, they don't need to get, $60, $70 out of you for these shows. So they don't need to give you as big of a show. And we're probably going to see these lineups in their quality change. Some would argue that they've already been sort of priming us for that for years now in how these lineups have changed in quality. I think what's interesting to me is will there be still this significant difference between the numbered cards and their quality and the fight night cards, or will they sort of start to mesh together as, once you get a subscription to Paramount Plus, you basically have all these shows which are only differentiated by their title and not really anything else in their price point or anything like that.
And it's going to be also interesting because you do have the fact that I think there's this belief that they are leaving pay-per-view everywhere, and it's really not the case. Technically, if you're in Canada, guys, we still
paying
it. You still have to pay for all of these pay-per-view events as well when you're looking outside of the US. So I think you're going to have...
I do have to say, I kind of feel bad for Sportsnet. It feels like they kind of got a raw deal here because, they bought the rights to something that they thought, that they're going to charge pay-per-view money for, but just south of us, people are getting it for subscription payments, and it's going to be easier than ever to pirate because now you don't have to buy the pay-per-view to stream it on third-party sites, and it's going to be easier than ever as a Canadian likely to get it through a VPN or something like that.
I'm sure you're going to be getting a lot of online sleuthing by international audiences because you're basically the company is not going to be providing an asterisk when they promote this. It is one of the selling features for Mark Shapiro. We are out of the pay-per-view business.
Well, think about how when there used to be this workaround on Fight Pass where you could get pay-per-views for cheaper by going to different countries and stuff like that. It's just going to be like that, but there's even more an incentive because now there's no longer a pay-per-view at all. It's just be a subscriber to a thing and you get it.
As you guys kind of look ahead to the year coming up, what has your interest, Eric? From any pocket of the world, or there's a lot of interest for me personally in this Wrestle Kingdom card and what kind of New Japan lays out for 2026. I think this is a really interesting year for the promotion, but what kind of does have your interest outside of the White House card? Let's table that one.
Yeah. I mean, I'd echo your thoughts on New Japan. I mean, I do think they have a very strong roster right now. I'd question some of the booking decisions that have been made over this past year, but they certainly, I think, as we go into 2026, have the pieces to create a fairly strong product. We'll see if that is the ultimate result we get or not. I'm definitely looking forward to Wrestle Kingdom. And to be honest, this time it's not really about the undercard. It's not about the 5-star matches. I'm just looking forward to Tanahashi and Okada one last time.
How about
yourself, Jack?
Heading into 2025, I'm still really curious about what TNA a year from now is going to look like. John, you were sort of like the resident TNA viewer alongside me, sticking with every episode of Impact every week. But it's, this is 2025 has been a huge year of growth for them, despite a lot of missteps in their creative. And heading into a new TV deal, what will that look like for them in terms of how many eyeballs they will have on them a year from now? What their roster will look like a year from now, what this new deal can bring them resource-wise, and how much sort of the WWE involvement is now that they have this secure deal and they're in this position where, they, whether or not like they have this significant tie into NXT a year from now. I'm really curious to see that. On the MMA side, I really just want to see what, if anything, can happen outside the UFC that brings interest. I mean, the sport has for years been in a drought, really, for non-UFC content, something that we saw so much of in the 2000s and 2010s. And I just want to see if anything can challenge, UFC's sort of stranglehold on the sport.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's a really bleak picture, like, of non-UFC. Like, I don't know if any time that I can recall that there has just been, the gap has widened to such a degree that you wonder about, PFL and one's chances. And like, to me, it just feels like there's going to be the regional scene. And if Fight Pass is dropping some of these regional companies, like it's a question of like the regional scene as well. Like I've never seen as large of a gulf as there is now. Like there is never going to be a company that comes close to UFC. It's just, can there be one that is at least sustainable? Like that is kind of the question at this point. And they've, like if you're following the UFC, like they've just suffocated the market to such a degree, both by the fighters they've signed and the amount of fights that they're putting out, that there's no breathing room even for a PFL unless you are like, handcuffed to a computer like we used to do with Eric.
I'd say the PFL is the only alternative at this point, because I'd argue that One is practically out of MMA at this point. They're not really an MMA company. They more focus on the kickboxing or Muay Thai. It's just the PFL, and unfortunately, the PFL is terrible. So it's very rough.
I think one more question just to add on to is, not necessarily related to wrestling or MMA, but just what does Zuffa boxing look like in 2026? Does this thing actually take off? And what sort of structure do they actually operate on? And what kind of interest can they get? Because boxing still has an industry with tons of stars in it. And it looks like Zuffa boxing wants to operate entirely separate of that. Will that actually attract a fan base that wants to watch this, other than the group of gamblers who will watch anything at any hour?
How about this? Hear me out, Eric. Sora launches an MMA promotion and gets the rights to the image and likeness of older fighters, and we get to watch them fight.
You know what? For the time being, Fight Pass is still a tool that you can use to watch old fighters fight whenever you want. So I don't think we're quite that desperate yet.
Guys, a happy holiday season. Great work as always this past year. We will note that the two of you will be on UFC duty in January, hopefully for the Paramount launch. I'll also be doing TNA Genesis with Jack coming up in January. So we'll be looking forward to all of that and much more in the coming season. So guys, thank you very much and have a great holiday.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Jack Wannan and Eric Marcotte here on the Post Wrestling Christmas Show. Our resident MMA duo, but they cover much more than just mixed martial arts. Jack, you can see almost on a daily basis on the news on the site. Eric is keeping up to date on everything quietly. He just kind of he lurks in the shadows, and he's always on call when needed.
Very active in the Discord.
Oh, he runs the Discord.
Postwrestling.com/Discord. Catch Eric Marcotte. Battle him in the arena. You know what that means?
Why don't you explain it for the others out there that
You
don't
can battle people in the arena on the Discord, by the way.
Do you do this?
No, I'm retired, I believe. I got
You
Phil to
retired?
retire me, yeah, so people can't bother me. But
No.
you can battle anybody else.
Wait, do you think you're going to watch any UFC card in 2026?
I think it's unlikely, John.
You don't even have a curiosity to see this White House deal.
No, I have negative curiosity, honestly.
Yeah.
No, I have some curiosity to maybe just to see what it looks like, maybe to like hear about highlights, but I'm just turned off, honestly, by it all. So, not to mention just like if I have time for other things, it's probably not going to be spent on that.
Yeah, it's such a bizarre sport when you compare it to just like a decade ago of like what it's morphed into and like how did we get here? And you understand how it got here, and you can't even necessarily knock the effectiveness of it. It's just if you are on the outside of that sort of core beliefs of a product that is aggressively targeted towards men of a certain political persuasion, if you are not in that grouping, then you're really disassociated from MMA. And I wonder, like, as much as it's a story of like, look at UFC's popularity and all its growth, like how many people are in your boat? That I think is probably not an insignificant amount of people that are just not watching anymore, but are also not the ones that are going to be the loudest that you're going to hear from. They've just quietly moved on from MMA.
Could be, but maybe that's a risk that has benefited them. Maybe they feel like, hey, we're alienating a smaller group of people than we're bringing in. So,
but we're ingratiating ourselves with another, and like you look at the effectiveness and this Paramount deal that is gigantic for them as well. But that's going to be certainly a big story to follow in 2026 is the move to Paramount and opening up the pay-per-view availability in the US.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we are rounding third, and I think it's time for Don't Call It a Comeback. It's our final guest. Look who has arrived for the holiday party himself. Why I see himself. It is Andrew Thompson, who's taken a moment out of his ever busy schedule to return to the post office. A Merry Christmas, Andrew Thompson.
John and Wai, it's amazing to see you both, man. It's always a pleasure to be back in the post office, man, and I'm glad to see you too. You both look fantastic, and I always have the biggest smile on my face whenever I get to be on screen with my guys, man.
Here, I thought that this holiday season it would be Okada's return to the Tokyo Dome that would be the big return. And look at Andrew Thompson just overshadowing everything here, showing up on the Christmas party here at Post Wrestling. Andrew, we miss you. We're still in contact, but how are things? How is life at Fightful? How has your 2025 been?
Everything's been smooth, man. No complaints at all. But before, I know we didn't get the chance to do this on a public platform. I know, of course, we talked amongst ourselves, but definitely want to send a massive thank you to the both of you publicly for all of your support and most importantly your understanding of just everything. And I really appreciate the both of you. And especially I want to make sure to mention this. Like, again, this was something we talked about privately, but like I was going through like a real rough time, like from like November 2024 to like January 2024. And both John and Wai were very, very accommodating and understanding. And mind you, they didn't know what was going on, but they knew something was going on, and they were very accommodating and very understanding. And that's something that I will never, ever, ever forget. So I just wanted to say thank you to both of you publicly for that, because that's something that you guys should be recognized for. But yeah, everything going smooth, man. No complaints. Like I was just telling y'all before we started recording, just celebrated my dad's 50th birthday. One of the coolest experiences ever. And we're recovering from all the festivities.
Yeah. Andrew just told us off air about just like a wonderful surprise he did for his dad's 50th, and that is just, I mean, you're You're a really solid dude, man. And I think that's why, like, we work with you for so long, and even like in you, like no longer working here, I felt it was incredibly amicable and really, I don't know, like it's a small industry. These jobs aren't really that easy to come by, and so it's of course we're just more than happy for you, honestly. So I mean you're covering all of this full time now. I wanted to maybe ask you how you might remember 2025. Like, what's the biggest story to you this year?
Good God, man, it's so much that this stuff still happening as we as the weeks go on and as we wrap up this 2025. Like it seems like it's still big stories happening. I can't even things come to mind about like all the different things that have happened in 2025 in pro wrestling, man. Like
what's been your favorite story to cover this year?
Oh, my favorite story to cover.
And why was it Bret Hart's sit-down interview in Montreal?
Matter of fact, let's go with that.
If there is one person that has brought Bret Hart quotes to your eyeballs over the last few years, I feel Andrew Thompson has been the one that has been bringing it to the forefront. And I mean, there is something about Bret Hart when it comes to the algorithms that certainly are drawn to the man.
One thing that I'm always curious about when Bret does these interviews is like, because John, I know we talked about it, and I know we talked about this too. Like, I wonder if he like does this on purpose, because it's like every time he does one of these interviews, it's always either a Goldberg dig that's like so out of left field. It's like the most random quote. Like he'll be like, "Oh, like my niece tripped up, but she had more coordination than Goldberg," or like something along those lines. You know what I'm saying? Like Bret is one of the funniest people, but like also I kind of think about his relationship with WWE and how they feel about him saying these things, and like especially the stuff he recently said about Shawn Michaels as well and his relationship with Vince.
Yeah. Well, MJF certainly seems to think he's a massive troll, and this is coming from the biggest troll in professional wrestling. Listen, if Bret is, then I think he is the greatest comedian in professional wrestling. His ability to like maintain a straight face through so much of that is incredibly admirable. He's always great for the quotable or an Andrew Thompson article.
That's it. When you guys was thinking about when you guys mentioned the question about like the biggest news story, like one that had just came to mind. I don't know how I forgot this, but I would probably say one of the biggest news story in pro wrestling is probably Hulk Hogan's passing, and also the aftermath of the conversations of his passing, especially in the heightened political climate that's going on in the U.S. right now. As far as Hogan goes, and the racism aspect, and people having varying opinions about whether things should be treated on a certain level based off, whether this individual is no longer here with us or not. And I think that was a very extensive conversation that people were having online and on various different platforms as well. But definitely Hulk Hogan's passing was probably the biggest story, I think, probably of 2025, including the aftermath of it, the conversation of it as well.
Were you surprised at all that the sex tape and all of the racist language, were you surprised that was as much at the forefront after his passing as it was? Because a lot of times we see big names that will pass away, and it's typically like a general like whitewashing of the bad and reflect on the good. And granted, we're kind of in the wrestling lane where it's going to be a bit more heightened, but
right.
I think the combination of it being so fresh in people's mind at the Intuit Dome and the reaction he got, and the fact that, that this was a guy that, for many people, I think it was such a big part of the last decade of his legacy that is right. What was associated with him. So when he passed, it seemed like there were certainly the people that only wanted to focus on the character, but like there was, to me, a lot of discussion all across the board about like this aspect. And it's like, you can't just dismiss one side over the other. We can discuss all of this. There's a lot of big things Hogan did in his career and his impact, but there's also this. And it was, to me, it was all brought up in quite a significant fashion afterward.
Yeah, 100% agree. And I also think that's to like branch off what you said, John. I think that's also an issue that we have currently, where people like to treat like racism as if it's some like character trait that every individual goes through before they move on to the next stage of their life. It's like, oh yeah, they're going through their racist phase and maybe they'll get over it or maybe they won't. And I feel like that's become a norm in society in general, and I think that is sort of reflected in the sort of the back and forth discussions surrounding the things that Hogan said, and I think that's like sort of this permeating issue that has yet to be resolved. But yeah, I think there were very extensive conversations on both sides about, like, people, you should separate the character from the individual and things like that. But I think especially in these days, we're well past that point of these blurred lines about whether you should focus on this thing or that thing. I think both of these things are collective and should be touched on and shouldn't just be brushed over because I guess individuals may feel it's not appropriate. But I mean, I always look at it like this: how you live while you're on this earth will always be reflected by how people speak about you after your death. So, the things that you do, people won't forget that stuff. And, you can't say things and do things of that nature or anything heightened above that and then expect people who can relate to that on the opposite end of the spectrum to just forget about those things and not address it, because that would just continuously deflect and lead us into the situation that I would say society is in right now.
So when Andrew was working for us, I mean, I think like I would say his specialty, at least on our website, was like managing to find these rather obscure interviews or quotes, and like he would post articles of them, and they would gain a whole lot of traction, and they would often be about like from people or about things that you would least expect. Was there something that you wrote this year that gained an amount of attention that surprised you?
The first thing that came to mind was Rita Chatterton being under contract to AEW.
Yes.
I was like,
yes.
What? Like that was like the most random news story. And I know that interview was like from like November 2024, I think, or December 2024. I think I posted it like in February or March or something along those lines. And another one that came to mind was Chavo Guerrero. I don't think this was this year. I think this was last year, maybe. I think, but I remember Chavo Guerrero had said something about like Rey Mysterio and him, like I guess like essentially like leeching off the Guerrero family name. Yes. And then that thing went viral. I remember we had that up at Post, and then the New York Post was they credited Post as well for that story, and like that thing kind of circulated a little bit. Like those are like two things that came to mind. Like I guess like these obscure random news stories that sort of picked up traction. And then another one I remember we had up on the site was me and Yim was talking about some like the weed marijuana policy in WWE. Like I was like, that's like the most random thing for like some news story to take off. But like those are like a couple of things I remember that was up on the site that kind of took off.
So the Rita Chatterton one, like to me, that one was fascinating. And the fact that it was several months removed. Is that a case? Is that interview like living on your phone? Do you have it like stored away? Or is it when like you just come across several months later and hey, this never got noted? Like tell me how you're even like finding that, for instance.
So the Rita Chatterton one, I remember because like this was like around the time like when I was just telling you guys like I was going through that little rough period, so I wasn't really like tapped in how I'm usually tapped in. So I was like going through some like different news items and just like looking through different stuff, and I had found this YouTube channel from that had posted another interview, and I was just like scrolling through their previous interviews, and I was like, oh, it's a Rita Chatterton interview. And I was like, it wasn't too old. I was like, it's like 2 months ago. Let me just check that out. And then I just came across that and I heard it. I was like, hold on, let me scroll back and make sure I heard that correctly. Like she was under contract to All Elite Wrestling and that whole thing. And I think the more surprising aspect is how that never got out. Like that was the first time I ever heard.
That blew my mind.
Any of that. Like, and Tony Khan was paying Rita Chatterton for a couple of years. So yeah, man.
There we go. Rita Chatterton reveals she was under contract to AEW for a year.
A year. Oh my goodness, man. There's some crazy stuff that happened this year. Good Lord.
Did you happen to watch any or all of Unreal this year? Did you have any thoughts on the Netflix series?
I saw like mostly the highlights from it. Like it's like I think like the morning the episode, I mean, the morning that it released on Netflix, like I'm talking about all these different accounts of social media had like so many clips and like basically all the prominent stuff that happened during the show. So I felt like the next 3 days, I pretty much saw the whole show through social media. But like I saw like a lot of varying opinions from like the wrestlers about what they thought about it and how they felt like it. Some felt like they shouldn't be like that behind the scenes, and then like others felt that they don't really care. Like, what did you guys make of the WWE Unreal series?
I think it had its strengths and weaknesses. I thought that overall, like we went over the series. Like I felt like it was showing you enough while telling the stories WWE wants to tell you. I don't think anyone was going to look at this as some like no holds barred guerrilla filmmaking style of documentary that you were going to be seeing aspects. Like it was going to be a very carefully crafted reality series, and I think we're going to see even more so in season 2. Like to me, the way they will present the Seth Rollins like fake injury, like if they're trying to like exhibit this as like, man, nobody knew about this. It was like, well, okay, we're telling a WWE perspective here. Like that is what it is. So I'm kind of curious the handling of that story in the second season as well. But like overall, like I think it's content that wrestling fans love to see, that type of stuff. And I think quite honestly, like their best marketing for it is for talent to say that they're uneasy with this, that this is some big revelatory look behind the scenes at all these things. And it's like, I don't look at it as like a crazy difference between like a lot of like WWE's like documentary styles. Like it's giving you a certain level of insight into things, but it's in a curated way for WWE. So that was kind of my feeling for it. Like it was their attempt at their own Drive to Survive.
I wish it covered a longer duration. Like Drive to Survive covers an entire season, right? So like they don't really broadcast their new season until the F1 season ends. And I mean, it helps that there's an off season. But with wrestling, or at least with this series, they only covered really like WrestleMania season, right? The build between Rumble to Mania. And I just think like in order to tell deeper stories, you kind of need a little bit more length than that. Especially like series that organically sort of like come up rather than just like this person's WrestleMania title chase. It's kind of tiring. So I would like to see them basically like record the entire year and then perhaps from that craft like a really solid half hour to an hour narrative about like Charlotte Flair's entire year. Like we were just getting into the good stuff with Charlotte and her like babyface turn before they cut things off. So yeah, I mean it was a good first draft, I would say, but I was a little disappointed overall.
I will say one thing that I am intrigued about, like, and if it doesn't, I'm pretty sure I'll see it on social media, but like if it doesn't, I'll probably end up like going to see it myself. I'm interested in if they show the conversations about bringing back R-Truth back to WWE, like, and how that whole thing came about. And then also I'm interested to see how they go about explaining how he went from this seemingly like promising like new character to like him like what did he say?
They were like gearing up to be like one of their top baby faces for the second half of the year, and then
he went to Dublin
talking about Nick Aldis's balls by the end of the year.
I'm like, how did we get here to like it? I was like, dude, I'm like genuinely invested back in R-Truth. I'm like, and then he just went right back to the exact same thing, and I'm like, I'm interested to see how if they actually show that conversation. But like speaking of like R-Truth, I wanted to ask y'all, like, I mean, we I think a week removed from it now. Like, what did y'all think about John Cena's tapping out to Gunther in his last match, and them booing the hell out of Triple H, and of course Cena's post match interview, post event interview with Cody Rhodes, that whole sit down.
I wasn't so negative on the finish myself. I mean, the big debate I think is not for me whether or not he should have lost, but whether or not he should have tapped versus passed out. I would have gone with the pass out myself. Hearing Cena maybe explain his justification for the ending, I don't know if it for me necessarily makes it that much better. Like somebody on his deathbed, I feel would have been a bit You know, like it would have been just as well exemplified with a pass out, and then I feel like you wouldn't have had as much negativity to it. But you know, listen, it'll get people talking. It'll be like a little bit of controversy coming off of that. I don't think necessarily hurts. It'll be interesting to see how WWE or Levesque, you know, himself responds to what seems to be like a growing wave of like, you know, cynicism towards the product. So I'm more so curious to see. I'm curious to see how Unreal might reflect the sort of public outcry towards the finish as well.
Yeah, I didn't have too big of an issue the way they did it, and I think the way it's come off. I mean, I think you're going to get a more rounded picture of this by where's Gunther in 6 months. Like if he becomes like this unstoppable force and he's their heel in 2026, I think people are going to look on it pretty positively. And if he returns to the same spot and it's like, I don't feel this is going to be like Roman Reigns beating The Undertaker at Mania, where it was giant reaction on the Raw afterwards. And ultimately, I think people kind of forgot about that match. It wasn't like this defining win for Reigns. He just sort of was the same babyface he was afterwards. I don't think that's going to be the case here. I think this is going to really help Gunther. It's already pretty clear they're going to go with him and AJ at some point in the new year. And like, to me, it was like the signal, like we are going full steam ahead with Gunther, who's been, you know, he has been as much of a Paul Levesque project as any other guy during his NXT booking and the main roster. And I think they're going to go really, really hard with him. And, you know, he's a 38-year-old guy that I think you have tons of mileage with if you want to go that direction. And he was, you know, the early reaction on that Raw was excellent. So we'll see where it goes from here. But my question to you is how many hour-long sit-downs with John Cena are we in store for in 2026? Or do you think he has exhausted them all over the last 3 weeks?
Oh, I think we'll have quite a few. I think we'll have some like convention Q&As. I think we'll see a couple of those in 2026. I think we'll do like some short podcast appearances, and I think we'll do like a couple definitely like long form type of appearances. And I think that in each of those there will be something that he'll like either retract on, or he'll say something from a previous interview and he'll be like, well, you know, I really meant this, or that got taken out of context. Very, very much looking forward to this John Cena interview tour in 2026. Like one thing from that interview that like did kind of strike me a little bit was him and Cody talking about the disappearance of Travis Scott and The Rock, and then like comparing that to y'all remember when we had up on the site the Rock's interview on Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee.
Yes.
He was like, well, you know, man, like I
was never scheduled to be there. Someone's got to get all these people in a room. It's like, okay, if we're going to bullshit here, let's all be on the same page here. Okay. That would be the coordinated idea.
No, I'm like,
first thing I thought of too was that McAfee interview.
It was like so very clear that there was like just this pure like dysfunction and like misunderstandings between these individuals about what this was going to be. Because Cody and Cena are saying, well, you know, man, when they disappeared, like we never talked about it. You know good and well that y'all had some type of discussion about what it would be like if they were involved. Like it's no way you didn't, right? And then you have The Rock early in the year saying, well, you know, man, I just thought that it would be better if I left Cena to his devices. Like, you were a part of his heel turn. You just disappeared right after it happened. Like, what do you mean? And then Travis Scott, and then I saw Logan Paul had said that he had he like bailed on like some trial match that they were supposed to have, and like that was just it for that. So yeah, when you look back at Cena's 2025, is Travis Scott and The Rock, and then they
what could have been Travis Scott could have just been the wrestler of the year in 2025. We'll never know. We'll never know how big his plans were, but they obviously were there. I'll end on this as somebody that is obviously listening to so many of these. Are there any, like, whether it is in wrestling on like a mainstream level, there are any interviewers that you are personally like a big fan of that you feel are really compelling interviewers that get the most out of their guests, that are, you see somebody is going to be with this person, you feel, man, there's going to be some good substance here?
Man, good.
And it doesn't even have to be wrestling, if anyone comes to mind.
It's a couple people. I shout out like the Black Wrestling Podcast. They do like some great interviews whenever they have interviews on. I really like Adrian Hernandez as well. I think he does great stuff. I'm trying to think of like some other people that like just like immediately come to mind, like of people that I could like. Goodness gracious, that's
Chris
a great
Hero would
question,
say
bro.
Andrew Thompson.
Shout out to Chris Hero, man. Shout out to Chris Hero. His birthday coming up, man. But I'm trying to think. It's another podcast that does like some interviews. My guy Lorenzo is a part of the Black Guy Wrestling podcast, and they do like he has like this show called like the Locker Room Lead, and like he'll have like special guests on and stuff like that. And I enjoy listening to that. Of course, I think Chris Van Vliet always has like very, very extensive interviews. That's always noteworthy, and plenty of stuff to cover from that. I like the Ringer Wrestling Show. I think they do, like, whenever they have interviews on, I always try to listen to that because it's always some noteworthy stuff from the wrestler. And yeah, it's a bunch of different people that do like great interviews, man, and stuff that I like listening to. It's always something. Like even if I can't like think of the name right now, I'm pretty sure like once I like get into like the weeds of it. And look at that, man. When Bryan Danielson makes his appearances on that show, Bryan always saying something. So yeah, shout out to Nikki and Bree for their interviews.
Well, Andrew, you are as prolific as ever, and I encourage everyone to continue following all of his work over at Fightful.com, the huge crew over there, constantly keeping you up to date, and I'm glad that you were able to join us here on the Christmas party, and making me and Wai feel old, the fact that we are closer in age to your father than we are to you, but a happy birthday as well to Father Thompson as well, turning the big
Father
50
Thompson
this year. So, Andrew, we appreciate it very much, and hope we get to do this again in the near future.
Appreciate y'all, man. Thank you again, John and Wai. Always much love to y'all, man. Appreciate everything y'all did for your guy.
Enjoy the rest of your 20s.
Yeah. One more year. One more year.
The dirty 30's coming. Andrew Thompson returning here for one night only to Post Wrestling here on the Post Wrestling Christmas show. A great catch up there with the youngest in charge himself.
Yeah, honestly, that's what this show is about, isn't it? Like catching up with people that I guess like in Andrew's case I haven't really spoken to in months. So really happy for that man's success. Completely deserves all of it.
It's yes, Andrew is one of the hardest working people out there, and I was glad that we were able to reconnect on this show with Andrew himself. So, man, it is a packed house here at the post office for the Christmas festivities. It's getting wild. I can hear some I see some mysterious smoke coming from the Poisonrana side over there. I don't know what that substance might be.
I think Karen and WH are battling it out on Max's Switch right now.
I think they have moved on to Mario Tennis as we speak. And is that Bruce over there in the corner is that Yudo? No, that's Braden. So this is the point of the show where we usually do the Post Wrestling Jingle Contest. And the Jingle Contest is coming this year. But Wai, where can our viewers and listeners check out the Jingle Contest?
Because the Jingle Contest will likely contain several songs that will be flagged by YouTube, we're going to put that on a separate video. So just scroll down here in the description and you'll be able to find the link. If not, this will probably show up somewhere anyway. Just go to our page, youtube.com/postwrestling, and you'll be able to find the Jingle Contest in its entirety, where we will listen to this year's entries and grade them. And we'll see you guys in that video.